Come on, man, ice me.
Give him ice.
Want some ice? I go get you some ice.
Depp! Rico!
The kids at Jump Street.
See you later, Mark.
See you later.
Bye.
Aquaman. Glad you could make it.
I brought some shrimp.
Baba Ganoush?
Hey, lighten up, Captain Hairdo. You're the one who talks like this, okay?
Actually, I'm here to ask a question.
Well, if I get the right answer, will you take your top off? Papa Booey, get in here, will you? Come on. Got something to ask. Yeah. Come on.
I'm here to say that I think that 90% of Saturday Night Live sucks. And he says, I hope Cody grows up to be like a gay senator or something. And
I'm going to have a quick latte with Bruce Boxleitner. I hope I'm back in time to see future stars. See you.
You don't understand. I need this drink. I'm a caveman, and I'm frightened by your strange flying machine.
Dear, I mean, after all, you're gay.
Hi, I'm Patrick Swayze. I know you can't see or hear me, but if there was just some way I could tell you I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live. I love you.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
She's like the wind through my tree. She rides the night next to Swayze. She leads me through moonlight, only to burn me with the sun. She's taking my heart. She doesn't know what she's done. I feel her breath on my face, her body close to me. Can't look in her eyes. She's out of Swayze's league. Just a fool to believe I have anything she needs. She's like the wind.
Anyway.
That was for Bon Jovial. Oh no, what do you got queued up down there? You son of a bitch! We got to get that back. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You Aussie son of you backwater. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Suspended arm. You know, we went into that last time. I don't know if you heard the show.
Yeah.
But this is, Davyd's the one who put this up, I'm sure. And by the way, I was thinking about this before. Like Kenny G, like Joe Satriani. How great would it be to hear Davyd sing? Right?
Oh,
I mean, what does his singing voice sound like? He plays, we were talking about Prince before this, and Davyd plays more instruments than Prince does, but he doesn't sing.
Yes, he does. He would sing like this if he could. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Well, you have a colonoscopy coming up.
Right. Thank you, Sarah.
And how did that go, John? If you're going to be honest.
Good. They have that knockout gas. It's almost like that Howard does the fake psyche thing, goes wakey, 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 and he snaps. You get knocked out like that fast. It's like the New York City knockout game with Bethany Frankel.
Davyd, so don't cry for me. Or are you more of a Les Mis? Do you hear the people sing a song? Oh, you're kidding me. So if I asked you right now to play some Les Mis on the piano, you could not at all.
No, I could. I mean, I can get the music and I can play it.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant knowing it. You Yeah, you don't know. I'm just knowing it. Like, do you know?
Yeah, I know.
You're a crotchety little penal colony punk today. Even before it.
You started me off early.
Yeah, nothing.
I
You started with Prince. You started it.
I didn't
gave you
start.
a huge commentary.
I was just playing Prince. I didn't even say anything.
You were a complicated bloke, and I mean that as a compliment.
Hey, buddy, it's 8:11 a.m. here.
I know,
right?
I know.
Usually, I just grit my teeth.
That's why I sank Swayze for you. It was appreciation because I knew you
sang it or sank it. Did you say sank then?
Sank.
Davyd.
I sank at it.
I like that.
We're already off the rails.
I know that was. That's an unsolved mystery.
Wow, it sounds like Jump Street music.
Peter Bernstein, where are you?
I know. Peter Bernstein.
Jesus Christ. The violinist. Welcome to Unsolved Mysteries.
Gay man who hates Les Miserables. Unsolved Mysteries.
You remember Travolta at the Oscars that year? He goes, Les Miserables.
Right, yeah. And he called...
Scientology pronunciation.
Right. It's like he introduces Adina Menzel and he calls her Gadel Dazim or whatever.
I really feel like
that up so bad.
Scientology gives him a pass to mispronounce things like oh, that's how we pronounce it in Scientology.
Yeah, that's how when you have enough thetans, that's how you pronounce it, right?
That was lovely though. Yeah, the Swayze was great. Just a fool to believe I have anything she needs. She's like the wind.
Well, that's what you were listening to on your own, right?
I know, that's what I thought. Well, it was a private conversation, but yes, I did say that I got upset when I was listening to that song because I remember the 80s and it was sad.
There's this thing with you and Swayze.
Yeah.
You and Swayze. Yeah, at Point Break, She's Like the Wind, the SNL sketch with
Memories, depression. You're right. Yeah,
there
she's
is.
like
Tu Wong Fu.
It needs a bit more. She's like the wind through my trees. Talk about the most basic bitch lyric ever. She's like the wind through my trees.
Yeah.
They wrote that song in they must have wrote that song in 10 minutes to fit into the Dirty Dancing soundtrack.
Yeah.
She's like all I need.
It's like middle school.
Do anything right. Everything I do is wrong. I'm just making up lyrics now for the song. I can't remember. Just the part that makes me the saddest is the where he goes, just a fool to believe I have anything she needs.
I like when he tries to hit the high note and he goes, she doesn't know what she's done.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of the song. I don't know why it's my favorite part of the song.
Well, it feels Kermit Frog-like when Howard gets in trouble. They ask him about his daughters. He goes, oh, everything's fine.
Yeah.
I used to really like when he sang opera and stuff. I used to think that was really funny. When he would just launch into like a song.
I mean, he's being funny, unlike someone who's like pinching their vocal notes to try to produce the highest note they can.
I want to say hi to the chat. I want to say hi to A. Smith. Thank you, sir. I love you, A. Smith. There's Earth Dog GFX, but Bongo Fiesta. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
God damn it. That's kind of in that time period. There's A. Smith talking food. They're always talking food. We should have a show where we just talk food and Howard. So they can talk about food and it would have a reason to engage these, Howorexia, right? We just talk about him and Frozen. But that's a good show. That is a good show.
Today on Talking Food, hot water. That's what we're talking about today.
Hot water and lemon. Hot water and lemon. Oh, that's all my cholesterol right there.
Right.
By the way, that is a appetite suppressant. Did you know that?
Oh,
people take that is supposed to like increase your, that he got that from some Hamptons, Real Housewives anorexic brought a Beth it, and he actually does it for himself and then pretend that it's for his voice, but it's really because it's always vanity, right? It's not for the show, it's for vanity. Welcome, Melvin, and oh God, the corned beef season is almost upon us. I think most school teachers will agree the month of March is the worst month for anybody that works in a school district. It is the only month on a school calendar, in my area anyway, where there's no days off. You don't get a 3-day weekend. It's just 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. It's the worst month. There's nothing going on.
Is Easter?
Usually it's April.
Oh, it's April.
Usually it's April. And Easter's lame too, because a lot of times Easter will fall and people have to go to school and work the day after Easter.
Yeah.
It ruins the whole holiday. It's the worst.
Easter is so weird.
I'm pressed enough.
Christmas is always December 25th, but Easter falls between
I don't know.
March 31st and April.
It does whatever
16th.
it wants. Next year, Easter's going to be in May next year.
Right.
Mid-May. Mid-May. It does whatever it wants.
Yeah.
It's like a Dennis Rodman, Davyd. It
He
shows
comes
up
back
to
to life
practice
whenever he
whatever it
wants. He's very finicky. Right.
I'll get my 18 rebounds and I'll show up to practice whenever the hell I want.
Right.
How's he football? Welcome. Little Richard Simmons reference there. Davyd loves Richard Simmons.
Love Richard Simmons, yeah.
Not at a gay, just he loves Richard. He did nothing to do with being gay.
Funniest appearances on the Stern Show. I equal to Mark Harris appearances in terms of laugh out loud moments. For me.
Yeah, totally. And the two of them hate each other, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Chubby Pickle, welcome. Kathy Scott, welcome. Kathy,
Hello,
we're thinking about you.
Kathy.
Yes, we just completed the 21 Jump Street season 3, season 2, episode 3. The currency we trade in, where Penhall comes back to the force. He had a bunch of theories that he was going to be spun off with Perry Gilpin, and that failed when Depp turned down the spinoff. And then Grieco was going to get Booker after this. 4 hours and I think 15 minutes. Hanson hooks up with Yvette Kniper, like the Kniper Room. District Attorney Jackie Garrett, who lasts 6 seasons, and the jealous bitches. All you broads hate each other, and Sarah had her written off the show because she was jealous. And she's a really good character, and I wish she lasted throughout.
Sarah's the Gene Siskel of the Fox network.
Welcome, Fine Chug, sir. Fine Chug had a correction for me a couple days ago, and he was right. It was something about, it was on Seinfeld. Oh, he said that Jerry Seinfeld is actually cousins with porn actor Evan Seinfeld, who is Tera Patrick's either husband or boyfriend. Who's on Oz? Actor Evan Seinfeld.
Okay. Huh.
I didn't know they were cousins. That's crazy. He's cousin Jeffrey on the show.
Right.
Welcome.
Looks like a horse. All right.
How much you want to bet this red rooster is Brendan? Is our friend Brendan using Terry Taylor's wrestling alias? How much you want to bet that's Brendan?
You'll have to look for childhood memory clues from that handle. I suppose.
They're coming. They're coming. KC Derula is back to the U.S. Oh, God, he was in Brazil. I'm jealous. Never been to Brazil, and I would like to go. I would like to dry hump the equator like you did. Two Master knows all. Welcome. Leo Gunn, welcome. Melvin again. I want respect. Yeah, Melvin, the first thing I see when I log on here is Melvin goes, Sarah says something like, and Gary's brother is dying of AIDS.
Because it feels like it was like a punctuation to some other horrible situation. Like, this is going on and this is going on, and Gary's brother is dying of AIDS.
That's right. And then Depp in the big disease with a little name goes,
right.
Hey, Harley, you dying of AIDS or what? And that was that's got to be sound drop.
So casual.
I'm sure Bond has it, as a matter of fact. Deep State Big Tech has finally undived Arms Twitter. I know that's how I feel, Two Master. That's how I feel. I'm thinking of it. I don't know how to get it back. I don't know. I couldn't have deserved it less, but I guess it's a backward compliment when that happens in the vein of.
But you have to get it back. You have to get it back.
Do you know I was on there in 09?
Email them.
09.
I know. What you said something political, didn't you? I've noticed.
No, I didn't say no.
Lately.
The most I do is like I retweet like John Fugelsang or Sam Cedar or.
You were talking
Francesca
about someone's
Fiorentini.
Honda Civic the other week. I saw a comment and I was like, wait a sec, is he referencing a Depp trial or something with that Honda Civic comment to some politician?
Yeah. That's right. I saw that too.
That could have got you in trouble.
I didn't know. I mean, but
you can just email them. You're not even going to try, are you?
Well, that's what they want. They want to wear you down, that you just give up. Like it's just
No, you just apologize.
I'm not apologizing.
That's not our.
I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did.
They would have told you.
If he apologizes for his Botox and hair plugs, I'll apologize.
Oh my God!
And his shitty accent. He's the worst accent. I've officially dubbed it. He has the worst accent I've ever heard in my celebrity life, and anybody like famous or more. It is beyond a Wigger's accent. It is beyond Kathleen Turner, whoever. It is the worst accent I ever. It is like nails on a chalkboard. It's insulting to nails on a chalkboard to hear him speak with the stammer and the 5 different countries worked into it. It is. I have a clenched fist beyond. He's the most punchable face and voice, if that's possible.
Yeah.
If I could punch his hair, I would.
What did Bill Burr call him this week? Like a laminated faced.
I saw that. I saw that. Christopher spacewalking. Christopher Walken spacewalking. He called.
Okay. That's good.
Okay.
A body close to me. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Deppening. We have gifted 5 memberships. Casey Drula. You resent the body I'm getting in the way of your career. That might be the craziest things I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Kajagoogoo. Yeah, Bon, do you have Kajagoogoo for us before we get into Dennis Miller again?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
They just want to hear the hits, don't they? Oh my gosh.
Ben here. Ben 1448. So he went into this mild medicine for show of your complaint. Try a little harder. You're moving in circles. Won't you dilate? Ooh, baby, try. Hey, girl, move a little closer.
Dun, 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 dun. Do that part. Do the guitar part, John. Dun, dun, dun. That's their favorite part. Here it is.
It is. I gotta tell you, it sounds like I'm jerking myself off here, and it isn't. You did a really good job on that. That's actually very serviceable, and if I heard that as a cover, I would buy it. Like I not buy it single. I'm not buy. I illegally download all my music and save it. But
of course, but
I'm talking.
So
I would buy it as a cover.
Yeah, you're proud of your performance.
No, I'm proud of you more than I'm proud of me in that. Because you did I mean, that's so much studio. Because I think I sang that a cappella, right? I didn't use the.
Yeah. I had to bend that thing.
Yeah, you must have just
till like Beckham. I had to bend that thing to get you in. And look at this. Look at Sarah. This is what I love her. And I'm just going to show you something because you know how seriously, John, you hate asking people to donate, don't you?
I do.
It really that cuts you deep.
It does.
And
it's Bernie Sanders and me. I hate doing that.
You're so uncomfortable about it, and I was looking at this at your special little thing the other day, and I thought, you know, you're what's the word I'm looking for here? You're such a soft touch with it.
Yeah.
And I thought, how about I just knock it up a little bit?
All
so I
right.
just added something. Would you like to see what I added? And I mean, this might be controversial. It
Very
may,
controversial.
Dear God.
It might be, or it may not be, but I jovialed it up a little.
Me.
I know. Here it is. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think Davyd learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
Oh, that's great.
Any thoughts, guys?
So good.
That was brilliant. This is what I'm talking about, how you
No
easily could
notes.
be a short filmmaker for the SNLs of the world, if they were lucky enough to have you. That's so funny. That tweet from Sarah, I don't know where you got it from. Like, you incorporated a tweet in the middle of that of her telling it to take it back to the echo chamber in Reddit. God knows when you even copy that thing. And
I got archives, you know that. I got files, just like Lisa G. I've got a Davyd file. I've got a John file. I've got a Sarah file. It's huge. I've got all kinds of images that all pertinent to each of you.
You've got the Davyd dictionary of all the vocabulary words that I've trotted out on the show.
Oh my God, of course I do. I can just whip it out. I mean, I can.
I saw lickspittle today, Davyd.
Which one?
Lickspittle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a George Will word.
good
That's right there. It's right there. Chubby Pickle, welcome, sir. Good to see you in there.
Oh, well, I've got a thing on this guy, Chubby Pickle. Look at this. I'm looking at a few weeks ago when I was making a shorty, Bon Jovial shorty. I was looking at the comments in the chat, and you've got these guys here, our boys. We've got Chubby Pickle going through this old chestnut, and then you've got they're having their own show, is what I'm saying in the chat. And Melvin, who's completely obsessed with this. Look at that. So I'll go back. Chubby Pickle says, I'm making a chicken cutlet hoagie right now. Chicken's in the deep fry. Then you get Melvin demanding, fantastic, Chubby, discuss the seeded roll, fixins, etc. Any pesto, balsamic, fresh mozzarella, and then you get the response from the Chubmeister coming up somewhere here. There it is. Foot-long wheat bread today. I'm going with a little balsamic, some wet mozzarella, tomato, lettuce, and pickle. And then get this. You get Melvin replying with this. And where is it? Nice, Chubby. Appreciate the sandwich update. That's what's going on.
This is a whole food
during
network
the show.
I think we need a Lotus Notes chat cookbook that Jessica Seinfeld can rip off at some
Jessica,
point.
if anyone doesn't know that great joke Davyd just told, Jessica Seinfeld stole that. What was it, Davyd?
It was like cooking for kids, like sneaking their vegetables, and
he stole my thunder.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Bon.
Oh, you knew that. Okay.
I'm sorry.
She would like chop it up and put it in cake.
Yeah,
or cupcakes or something like that, like broccoli, and she stole it.
It's basically you eat one thing of one head of broccoli, but it's one floret of broccoli, but it's inside a wedding cake. It's like totally negating the health benefits of eating broccoli.
Even food, guys. He just said floret.
Yeah,
that's what he gets in. If you look at the comments after the shows, every few weeks or so, you get someone writing, "Oh my God, that David's voice is absolutely beautiful.
Angelic.
Where is he from? What?" And I thought, it's right. A lot of the times the things he says, it's like if the Sphinx of Egypt suddenly came alive and started talking.
Right.
It's that monumental.
Kids have more time over the summer to premeditate their schemes for the upcoming school year. Maybe things would go into effect right away in terms of any kind of transgressions. It just seems like a thing you'd want to keep all year round. Kids are around and they're causing mischief, Whether you're in 9th grade or 12th grade, it seems like there's always going to be bad eggs in every bunch. If this was the real world, you would want to have maybe a side department where it's like they're trying to rehabilitate the kids who, as freshmen, seem like they're going to be bigger troublemakers. Let's get them into some after-school thing or some social program where we can keep them from being bigger troublemakers by the time they are 18. I sound like I'm running for Secretary of Education.
the Sphinx fading in and out. Was that the origin of Black Adam or Hawkman you just showed?
I don't know what it is, but I can't believe I found that footage either of Davyd talking over as the Sphinx. That's
my true identity. Yeah, one of the 8 wonders of the world. That is secretly me. Yeah.
You see, I loaded up on content for this show, guys. You see, I'm busting at the seams.
Davyd is just like Dustin Gwen. This cast of 21 Jump Street all referred to him as comfort, the mere presence. And he's Asian, and that's the company Davyd keeps.
I don't know what that means, but thank you.
Dustin Gwen.
Look at you. Say thank you to your audience, Davyd.
Thank you for not getting to gay bashing in the comments. I appreciate it.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think you've had one gay bash in the. I think I'm more homophobic than anybody is.
I had. There's been a couple, but that's okay. I just ignore them. Yeah.
Was it? I mean, was it kind of in good taste though? Is it like Ben 4810?
No. I don't think Texaho likes me. That's
why.
Okay.
Who
that wouldn't
like
last
you,
long.
Jerry?
I mean, if anybody does that, this is going to happen.
Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
Bench in the gas tank. Boom, boom.
We're gonna have a good old-fashioned hang.
Anyway, this girl Sarah has the most amazing body.
Good theory, Dr. Sarah.
How you doing?
There's Sarah.
Sissy, pause.
Dr. Katz' office.
Sarah.
I'm gonna burn you.
That is incredible.
She would gut that if anybody wrote anything bad about Davyd, because I was watching the Golden Girls, Davyd and Sarah doing a Golden Girls watch through, and oh my God, those two get along like a house on fire. It is an absolute a pussy powwow, the whole show. They get so clucky, don't they, John?
Oh,
They're
God,
clucking
Ron,
away about houses and curtains and bedrooms and flooring and God, interior design. These two, they just go on for two hours, and they think that's a short show, John. So think about that.
The last Jump Street episode, it's really important business to me. And I'm hyper analyzing the scene, and I'm zabrudering everything, and I'm going through it, and I'm really, really focused. And these two yentas are talking about jerking off to Depp in the car with Yvette in the car, spanking it to death, just for the most superficial reason. And I'm sitting there going, I'm staying focused on the most,
I think
highbrow.
Yeah.
No,
sorry, go ahead.
You're highbrow in every other way except there. The only time I've ever seen you, I'm more highbrow than you were in a Jump Street episode because Sarah was there.
Well, because I think I said in the first season 3 episode, like the entirety of season 3 is going to be John agonizing over the age of the actors and Sarah and I gooning to Johnny Depp,
Gooning.
Gooning. Good Lord, we call that in Australia, we call that wine that you buy in a cask and you get really drunk on it. Like a carton of wine, red wine, we call it goon.
Oh, really? That's funny.
It's it's not labeled on the product, goon, but you could say, I got wasted on goon last night and I've got the worst hangover ever. And that means you were drinking the cheapest cask, like boxed wine. It's like $5 and you get like, I don't know what you guys call it, a couple of liters worth. And it's probably used for cooking. You should be just using it for cooking, but people are so cheap, they'll just drink it and get smashed. And it's gooning. But gooning, I love the word. Thank you, Davyd. It's another one.
Can I just say something also?
Yes. Here, look, I'll give you the screen. Look there. Just relax. Just relax.
By the way, if you don't like me in the chat or the comments, I love you. I wish you the best. If we knew each other in real life, I would drive an elderly relative to their hypertension doctor for you. If you lost a parent, I would give you $100 Visa gift card for a round of groceries. I wish everybody well, and I'm sorry you don't like me, but until Arm
I don't.
doesn't like me on the show,
Wait a second.
it's just
Nobody
a
said
hangout.
they don't.
I don't know
nobody's-
anybody
I
who
haven't
said
seen that in the comments.
I'm just
the
giving
only
that
things
disclaimer.
I've seen is someone talking about someone's little penis or something that they were talking about on the air. So that's all. But look at this for a moment. Watch this.
One of
You're
the
almost in beloved.
programs that my colleagues across the aisle are insisting be walled off from examination is a special write-off for thoroughbred racehorses. Yes, racehorses. This is the bluegrass boondoggle.
Davyd called it. You know now.
I
See,
had no
guys?
idea you were going there. I cannot believe
This is no
you're
Davyd,
watching
dude.
Congress. You're watching American Congress.
This is
and
why
Senate hearings now.
we're so done with Boondoggle. This is the end. That right there. Say goodbye to Boondoggle, everybody. It's over. Like how far can you push a
I mean,
bit?
that's pretty. That's the most. That's the biggest like ramp up to the word boondoggle that I've ever seen in my life.
How about a ramp up to Boondoggle that's almost it's instantaneous, right?
Right.
Instantaneous.
Gunk is a boondoggle, right? And boondoggle essentially means a waste of time. The current format, and this shit is what it was all built on when I started the fucking show.
That's the best way to end Boondoggle. Boondoggle is dead. That's
Melvin
you.
loves Angry Arm. Melvin loves that clip.
Yeah, and he just got it. That's the
Melvin-
end.
Melvin is
Perfect
right.
ending.
Changing his screen name to Boondoggle. I'm surprised we don't have a Boondoggle in the chat. Quite honestly,
It's coming. I think it's
Yeah.
coming. This just in: Brendan and Red Rooster are two different people. Brendan's here as Fuji Vice again. There he is.
All right.
And there's Red Rooster. They're two different people.
He could be logged into two devices.
He could
Who
be.
knows? You know.
Yes, he could be. Yes, he could. Jeremy Spoke. Great to see you in there. Zersky, Dirty Dancing soundtrack is a top 10 seller of all time. Before we get into SNL, let me do the intros to this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. This is Andrea Burnt. Andrea. So we have like Andrea from 90210 and
Play
fucking-
tape of me on the air talking about Eddie and singing along to Jeremy Spoke.
That the over pronunciation of Jeremy, like he's so God.
That's how you waste 4 hours, Davyd, when you have absolutely nothing to say and nothing to share with your personal
You
life.
over enunciate.
You over enunciate stuff. Like you can get 5 seconds out of a prefix as opposed to 1 second.
Oh, good one, Johnny.
Right? And
Led
you just add that up,
Zeppelin,
and I'm sure
right.
he's added that up to waste time. Who
Right.
played Boy Gary? That was Sandler, Hatoro Hanzo, and
Wow.
he yes, you saw that in the opening. That
I-
was Adam Sandler in the beginning.
By the way, I wanted to comment. Michael McKean got the laugh.
That's-
So
yes.
good. Yeah.
I think he put that on. Obviously, that's Howard's laugh, and he does it. But I think he put that on the map. I think when he impersonated him, that laugh really took on another life of its own.
Yeah.
That's how Anthony Cumia does that, and I think he does an impersonation of Michael McKean, doing an impersonation of Howard when he does Howard. G Mexico, welcome. G Canada, they're right next to each other. Welcome, guys. Good to see you in here. Let's Rick the electrician. Good. Mark is the best. He's so flam. Mark Harris over the top and basically trolling Howard because he gave him what he wanted. PC 23 agreed. Rick 23. Welcome, sir. Autobot. Evan Seinfeld was also the bassist for Biohazard. That's right. Did you know that, Bon? Biohazard.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, there was a yes. And he married the woman who used to be a porn star.
Oh, there's a Muslim holiday now on the calendar. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, Tera Patrick. Tera Patrick is one of my favorites. Tera Patrick is the thinking man's.
You just got
porn
that
actor.
excited. Say it again.
Tera
About
Patrick. Tera Patrick.
You got so excited about a Muslim holiday. I have never
Are you a
heard you get
Muslim?
so excited. I'm watching 24, everybody, the old show with Kiefer Sutherland. Great show. I'm just all into terrorism right now. And your president's doing a good job of it as well. And just 24 is a great show. Everybody tune in to that if you've never seen it. Sorry, John.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. That's fine. I had a TV recommendation for you. I forget what it was. Well, I want you to watch Snowfall, but I want you to fast forward through all the. I want you to watch The Americans, and I want you to watch Snowfall. With Snowfall,
I've seen all the Americans,
Okay.
John.
You've seen all the
I saw that I probably invented it, the show. I feel that's how much I love it.
Tera
I saw it
Patrick is
every
the
episode.
perfect combination of she's half Asian and she has the perfect genetics of half Asian, like Francesca Fiorentini and Olivia Munn. Right? So
Right.
it's like you got the perfect genetics off the Asian part, but people think you're American. So it's like that's when it hits the best. Those three I point to right now. And I'm sure there's many, many others, but that comes to mind. Oh, initially. you mean Les Sasaki? Les Sasaki.
You haven't done that voice for a long
I
time. Go
haven't
into
done
it for a bit. Just go crazy
almost-
for a bit with Les
Oh,
Sasaki.
Tone God. Welcome to see you, Tone God. Hopefully this episode won't be Asian. All right. I want to.
You used to do that all the time. You at the drop of a hat, you would. No, it was great because it's you. It's just fun. It's what we call
Insouciant radio.
You got it. You asked for it. You got it.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's alive. It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything and go to Australia.
Got to let you know you're one of my kind.
And of course, this is Davyd.
Here we go. Another.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
I think who is it? How's he football? Tonecott. It's going to be longer than the Oscars. I guarantee we beat the Oscars. Always.
Australia is not an island. To our friend in the comments,
It's a treasure trove.
it's a
according to Amber.
continent.
It's a continent.
Here he goes. Australia. I'm against calling Australia an island. It's not. It's continent. Thank you very much
People
for
tend
coming.
to have, because of Swayze and the
You
ultimate
people.
wave. I think people tend to think it's an island because there's great surfing
Oh,
there.
wasn't that great in Point Break
Yeah.
at the end? We'll get him when he
That's
comes back in. He's not coming back in.
He's not coming. I love that scene, as a matter of fact. You could
We
do
laughed.
a
Everyone
follow-up
in the cinema laughed when the guy went, "Look, get him where he comes back in." We all went, "Oh, fuck off." But it's an epic. He quits working for the FBI
I know.
because of all
I know,
of
to
that.
surf.
That there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason that should have happened. That's
Chubby
that's
is in
just the
Bangor,
job.
Maine, everyone.
It's his fault for hooking up with Laurie.
Petty.
What's her name?
That
Petty.
girl, Lori Petty.
That's his fault in the case. Everything
It
else
is
he
his
did was
fault.
perfect. He
Yep.
would have got commendation.
Chubby Pickle, by the way, is in Bangor, Maine.
I don't know what
It is
else
the
to say.
total antithesis. It is the opposite of he was in
Chubby.
Arizona. He was in Idaho. He was in Oregon. It is this guy, the miles on this guy. It is
I love this
crazy
guy
how much he
so
drives.
much. I want
It is
this
the
guy.
opposite
Get this
end of the
guy
United
on the
States.
show again. I
Yeah.
want to talk to this guy. Listen to
And they
this.
order pallets of stuff, dude. Pallets.
It's always pallets. Chubby Pickle
And the guy
and
was like, "Hey man, you want a BJ? You want to effer? What do you want to do? You know what I mean?"
He's not screwing around.
no. Chubby Pickle and Tamara Francois, who Tamara Francois rocked everybody. They're still talking about. it. You talk about white people.
To be
shit?
honest with you, I never listened to Howard Stern. I never listened to him
Listen
back
to
and forth.
this.
I can't deal with that. So
Listen to I can't deal with that. Hear the way she just throws the shit out.
Tamara, and I'm not putting you on the spot. Do you want to sing?
Oh my gosh. Is that the piano in the dark? I know. Caught up in the middle. I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no. Gave up on the riddle. I cry just a little.
This is going to be a
when
long
he
show.
plays piano in the dark.
This is the best part of this. Listen to John.
I've said this numerous times to people.
This is
that
John.
When you said, when I think of letting go, I thought there was a black guy named Lengo. I know, caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of, I thought it went, when I think of Lengo, but it's letting go. So the way Brenda Russell pronounced, I've gone 30 plus years thinking there was a black guy in Brenda Russell's life named Lengo. Which makes sense, right? Lengo Unchained or something like that. And because Tamara's saying it, it's letting go. I thought there was a black guy named Lengo. I'm going to name my first kid Lengo.
You said Lengo Unchained, John.
Yes.
That's masterful.
Yeah.
You just threw that in during that. Thank you.
At least I have the balls to admit it, right?
I
Go ahead, Debbie. Go.
No, I love when Bon is on the show because it's like we're doing a news show, but it's also a simultaneous like Deppening review show at the same time.
Exactly. Of course.
It makes you think on your feet, reacting to various. You don't know what he's going to archive and throw at you. It is crazy.
I agree with you.
Kathy Scott gets a see. Who knew Kathy Scott was going to be? That's crazy. Impossible. Tamara, I want to have Tamara and Chubby Pickle on the same show. We'll do Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah,
Black Edition, and nothing but black cast members' moments on Howard. That's going to be the third show.
That would be a 20-part series.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tracy Morgan, Chris Rock, Eddie Murphy, Alan Cleghorn. I'm trying to think of who he has. Kenan Thompson, Tim Meadows. Even like some of these people haven't done his show, so you got to find some.
What Tamara wrote there is correct. That message scared me into giving, and that's what I'm saying. This show takes so much time to put together for John, and a little thing like that with me going hours and hours and hours. It took hours to make it, and I'm saying, like Davyd goes and learns the theme song to Cheers. Do you think after the show he wasn't covered in sweat and exhausted from just that part of the stress? And then he's got to say absolutely lovely things on the air for hours, and just blow out the world's vocabulary.
I was more exhausted moving from my laptop to the piano, so don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, that's cute. I'm just relieved that somebody donated after all that effort I put into making that clip, which is going to get a lot of use now. That clip, I'm getting my money's worth for making that.
Definitely. I just show up.
We're going to see it every show. I'm going to email it to John, and John's got to play it, and he's got to play the other one, the Mark Harris one, and that's I don't even know where we're going. Are we starting the show, John?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Tony Altima wrote a Dennis Miller line.
Your mate, your buddy.
I don't want to get off on a rant here or anything, but you have three cats' sexuality is more avant-garde than Pee Wee Herman's last travail down Titicaca during San Gennaro feast, for Christ's sake.
Shit, that's great. Titicaca. Eddie, that was a great comment. Wow.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what he would write. That's exactly what Miller joke to be.
Tony comes in with like one Dennis Miller thing, and then we never hear from him the rest of the show.
That happens.
Tony
it's like
changed his name
chest.
because Tony was someone else. If you remember, Tony used to write Miller jokes in Radio Gunk or the Deppening all the time, and I think he changed his name on here.
Oh, okay.
He used to do it. I forget. I don't know if Josh Foster used to do it too, I think. Or maybe, I'm telling you, he was someone else. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not
Look
that
at
he's
this.
the only one that can do it, but
Look
Ronnie
at this
DeLorean
in the
is incredible
comments.
with
They're
it.
having they're having their own show in the comments. Look at this. Dr. Sarah, I could have got a ringside ticket. You just took it down. I could have got a ringside ticket for SmackDown in Seattle next month for 2K. Didn't do it. And then you get Dr. Sarah's response. Auto, you run the risk of SmackDown being its normal bore fest. Oh,
Talking wrestling.
what a shutdown. She just shut down an Autobot getting shut down instead of
Auto
even
shut
being
down, yeah.
rebooted. Yeah. the bot.
G Canada goes, the Sarah Man? Is there anyone in the world with the worst nicknames than Arm? He can never in a million years come up with
I'm
Mary.
obsessed with
No, I know.
that one, Sarah
I know,
Man.
'cause
I
it's
call her
so
that
bad.
all the time in
I know, I
emails.
love
I
it.
call her the Sarah Man. I call
It's
her
the worst nickname. It's deliberately bad just because I like coming up with. It's really an homage to Dennis Miller with bad frat boy nicknames.
Right.
Call
Yeah.
Kevin Pollak the Pole Man.
Right.
Shit, like that's what that is. It's an homage to the shitty.
You don't have to
frat boy
justify
nickname.
it. You
I
don't have to justify
anything
it.
to
It's
these
your
people.
show,
No, you don't.
John. Fight back. People could donate, you motherfuckers. Donate.
Now we just sound angry.
Give us your money. The grifters.
The angry
That's
Bon.
that is not any more shameless than the grifters who are out there in the comedy circles that do that. It's no less shameless the way you said that.
Right.
Yeah,
isn't that the bottom line?
It's taking
Give us your
pride.
money.
This isn't. Yeah, it's taking pride. It's not like you're soft touch. You're being too nice. People are taking advantage of you.
Yeah, definitely. Davyd represents the gays very well. Okay, here we go. We were picking up right where we left off last time. This is Dennis Miller, 1992, with a very adversarial interview with Howard after he got fired from his syndicated show. And Howard is top of his game interview-wise. He is pushing back. It's hard hitting. Robin is good here, and they had kind of a friendship that fizzled. And I'll get right back into where we left off.
Okay.
There are no friends in this business.
Okay.
What
Robert
friend?
thought he was his friend.
Robert is not Jay Leno's friend. Robert's hallucinating. Robert's a guy who meets him on the comedy circuit, and Jay's a polite to him. Well, you call me at home about we don't want you.
Well, Howard, you just described my story with Jay Leno. I was hallucinating. I met him on the comedy circuit, and he was pleasant. And
So what did he do to you? He
I missed the
competed with
plane.
you? You mean he went on the Tonight Show and asked certain guests not to go on in the same week, and you're upset about that? How can you be upset about it?
Bond, this is Howard yelling that Dennis should get over the fact that, do you know who in the radio business does that the most? He has memos sent out through Marcy Turk to all of Sirius. If you have this guest on, they cannot do my show. You cannot have this guest on. Howard is 10 times worse than Leno in the talk show wars with Arsenio Hall and Letterman and everybody else, and Miller, obviously.
Yeah,
he was really on Joan Rivers' side when Johnny Carson, wouldn't have her on his show anymore when she started her own late night show because he was direct competition. He was critical of Johnny Carson for, thinking that he owned show business or that Joan Rivers had to come to him first to ask permission to do a talk show.
By the way, how weird is Fox, Davyd? Right?
Yeah.
Them trying to get into the talk show game at that time. Like, how
And
much
get Joan
shit
Rivers.
did they throw against Joan Rivers, Howard, and Arsenio
Right.
in that time? And that was the launch of Jump Street when they were trying to get a late night. And they hit the batchute, They did not engage in it. And all that time, they just said, fuck it. We'll just show Simpson reruns.
Right.
They just couldn't get that talk show out. Isn't it crazy?
And I think Joan Rivers, because she so successfully was a guest host for Johnny Carson, they thought a little bit of that magic, that Carson magic, we'll bring it over to Fox and give Joan the full-time gig,
You have to see Dennis Miller on this show. You said you just watched him with Garofalo. He is less engaged than Johnny Depp in season 4 of 21 Jump Street. And he just started it. He's already over it. He's rolling his eyes and he can't go through the monologue. Does it have something to do with him getting, losing the show? He certainly knew. I feel like Dennis is like a lot of these guys in radio, like David Lee Roth, where he tries to get fired. Like, he knows he has a 5-year deal. He knows the Chicago Tribune is going to have to pay him out, and he tries to get fired.
Right.
Because he knows that he can't complete. He doesn't have the endurance or the ebullience to do it 5 nights a week. But he took the job for the money.
Right. But he's also contemptuous of celebrities, and you have to be kind of a kiss ass of celebrities to host a late night talk show, you know?
Yep.
We always talk about how Artie missed an opportunity to take over the Late Late Show. Was it?
Yeah, he got an audition for so Kilborn quit his show, and then all these guys dove in, like D.L. Hughley and Adam Carolla, and to follow Letterman, and Howard blocked it. Howard cut it. Howard went to the executives. He has a lot of friends at he's at CBS at the time. And that's CBS Radio, and he had Artie blocked from getting the talk show.
Shitty of Howard to do that. Obviously, Artie should have every opportunity. He's very funny. But I also think, like, Artie Lange trying to be a talk show host where he has to feign interest in, you know, Hillary Duff's latest movie, or or especially if there's like a 9/11-esque tragedy and he has to do a monologue and be serious. I mean, can you picture Artie doing that? I think
you're right. You're right. I mean, his direct TV show. Bon, did you see his direct TV show? Artie's with the Nick and Artie show. It was basically what you could do whatever you want. Like if you can't handle that show, and it's on at 10 o'clock at night, so it's 10 to 1. If you can't handle that show, you certainly can't do a very crafted capitulating to the network censors nightly show 5 days a week. Eventually it's if Howard said something prophetic, and I know he's not the first person to say it, it's I love the announcement, I love the money, but I don't want to do the work. That's all these guys. I love the cachet, the announcement, and the money, but I don't want to actually do the show. It'll be cute to fill in once in a while. You like the people who are honest with themselves and say, I don't want to do this every night. I could, like Gary Shandling was honest with himself. He's the only guy that said, you know what, I'll fill in for Carson. I'm going to do a brilliant sitcom in the Gary Shandling show, and then an equally brilliant Larry Sanders show, but I don't want to do this shit every night. And he was offered so many shows.
Well, and it's also like they want the sort of public and financial acknowledgement that they deserve this, but they don't want to actually do the job.
Make me the offer so I can turn it down.
Exactly. Right.
Yep. That's a great point. That's a really great point. You know, we get into Miller later on. I'm going to jump around with different people, but Howard claimed he was offered the Monday Night Football thing that Miller got. Howard claims he was offered that. I swear to you.
There's no way.
And he loves to just say he turns stuff down. He lives for that. He lives for it. I got offered it before you did. That's he loves it. He loves it.
And forgive me, I'm being a homo here, but what network was Monday Night Football on?
Oh my God. Oh my God. You are going to be gay for the rest of your life. That you didn't know.
I prefaced it.
Disney for Christ. It's Disney. It's ABC.
ABC. Okay. All right.
I know you people love Disney.
Right.
So oh my God, that is so, and you're a Browns fan. Actually, you know what? In fairness to you, the Browns were not in the NFL when that happened.
Oh, weren't they? Oh, okay. I didn't know that either. Yeah.
Ravens.
Yeah.
So a little sabbatical the Browns were on. Then they went back to Cleveland, and they missed that.
Right. Yeah. So my point is that like ABC doesn't need, like ABC's not like the top 5 show that Beth Stern hosted. They're not desperate for, you know, some sort of ratings magic from Howard. You know what I mean? So that offer never would have come to him. There's no connection with him in football.
No, but he wants to. His game all those years is to let you know that he got offered something before, especially talk shows, especially if it's like a fish out of water thing, and you know whatchamacallit,
like
America's Got Talent,
kind of.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's finish.
He says that's not it.
There's more to
But
it.
he's not saying what it is.
There's years and years of being friends and then seeing a change in that behavior.
What was the change? What did he do? I got to find out what he did. I can't understand why you...
I love Howard here. Okay. I will always give him credit where it's due. And I became a fan for a reason. It's this Howard that I became a fan of. Nowhere in Dennis Miller's life has he ever had hard-hitting pushback like that.
Yeah. Right. That's true.
You just don't hear it. And that's the stuff when cousin and I were driving into Publishers Clearinghouse, and then I became like 91, I think is the first year. I was listening to this is the shit that got me. I'm like, wow, I've never heard anybody with a hard-hitting pushback. There was nothing like, this is why he was called the best interviewer. This is what you don't hear anymore.
And what's great about it is he's not like playing ball with like someone like Jimmy Fallon, who's going to like, I know Dennis Miller's style, so I got to set him up just right to do his like Arcane reference plus another reference joke. Like Howard's not even giving him air to do any of that, which is great.
It is, because he knows his moves, and again, you know, this is the last appearance Miller's ever made on the show, and this is why he can't handle hard-hitting interviews. Like he can't handle it. He can't deal with not getting his ass
any
kicked.
degree out of character too, you know.
Yep. Thank you too, Master. I agree with you. Francesca is the new, and yeah, I'm smitten with that broad. It's too bad she's married. I have a huge crush on Francesca.
She's my neighbor, I think.
Is she really?
She lives near me in the same part of LA. Yeah.
How much does she sound exactly like Sarah Silverman?
She has a
speech cadence and vocal.
It's always a brotherhood type of thing.
Oh God, Tamara Francois. One last thing on her. How you talk about like, I mean, white people shit. She knew Adam Ant better than we did, and Adam Ant is part of the Depp-verse. Adam Ant was Lori Allison's boyfriend before Depp was. Depp
I never
is
thought I'd
jealous of
hear you
Adam.
talking about him on this show. Wow,
Isn't that crazy?
That's amazing.
Tamara,
My sister was listening to Adam Ant in the 80s. This is incredible.
I've been drinking, so
that's okay. But you know what the context is? I showed a picture I thought was on eBay. They said Howard Stern and Billy Crystal at some award show or something.
Yeah.
So I used it as a thumbnail in the video that I made. And Tamara Francois in the chat, she goes, "Oh no, that's Adam Ant. That's not Billy Crystal. I thought Adam Ant was Billy Crystal. It looks just like him in the early 90s. Like I'm telling you, it's like
I don't think so. I'm thinking.
No, it did. I'm telling you.
I'm looking it up for you. I'm looking it up. Oh yeah, of course you could. And it's got the pirate thing as well.
And he's tiny, just like Crystal is. He's like 5'6".
Yeah, you could,
mad.
You could
because what, he competed with you? Of course. I have friends who have gone on radio shows opposite me.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do?
I do.
D. Snyder.
Yeah, right.
Too, Howard. That's all I can tell you.
Dennis, what is
more
bothering
personal
you?
than
I don't know about this. I think you're building up animosity here with Jay, and it's getting blown out of proportion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you're really mad at him.
Okay. Well, that's your theory. We don't know.
Really mad at
There's
a heaviness about there's a heaviness about you. I see it in you're burdened with this. You seem like a different guy than I knew 3 years ago. You're burdened by this.
He stayed off the show for 3 years.
Right.
So I have a clip of him. It's really short. I want to thank Boff for getting me. I got the SNL special with Howard. They ran like the. It is so short attention span theater. They played a clip of Dennis sitting in on the news. I believe it's 88, 87 or 88. It's got to be 2.5 minutes. That's the whole segment. 2.5 minutes instead of just showing the whole thing. It's so like scatological.
Yeah. That's
you seem upset.
Jay and I don't get along.
You seem genuinely upset.
That's fine. But you have to admit you're the armchairiest of armchair psychiatrists.
Thank you.
That's a good line. You got to get that, Bon. The armchairiest. That's like he's talking to me.
I like that.
It's like he's talking about 2015 to present Howard too.
Yes.
Chariot.
Like just because you say that, I don't know that.
Will you go back on Saturday Night Live and do the news?
Oh no, that John.
You would never do that.
Well, that's
please,
John.
Okay, here comes a hair comment. Ready?
Kevin's
you don't want to offend him?
No offense to you. You want to offend Kevin? To your friend?
Lorne's like that. Lorne's very loyal. Once he picks you, he won't.
Really?
Yeah, he wouldn't change that.
Admit you're better at it than Kevin is.
I'm pretty good at that.
You're pretty good at doing the news.
Yeah, I do the news well.
Did you ever watch Kevin do the news on Saturday Night Live?
I watched it a couple times.
What did you think of it?
Once he was real good at it, once he was real bad at it.
What is he so bad at? He can't actually read the lines, right? He fumbers through the lines. He gets to the joke.
Well, the one night I saw him and it didn't work that well. Yeah, he stumbled on a couple jokes. But like I said, the other time he did it, he killed. So, I don't know what his track record was over the year, but the two I saw were split evenly.
My advice to him, he happens to be a talented guy.
Here we go. Listen up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I say tip his wig to the crowd and let you take over again.
I know, you always advocate the theory that he has a wig. Is he pissed at you?
I don't know. I know my competitor in Cleveland's got a bad wig. Did you see that guy, that press photo, that guy Lanigan?
There's no way that's real hair.
That can't be real hair. Why doesn't he pull his wig off? Let's see what's underneath it. Oh, you never want to compete with me. It's brutal. You think Jay's bad. Jay's nothing. Jay's a pussycat.
You know what you get.
I'll find out anything about you and ruin your life.
You hear what Howard said?
Yes.
I'll find out anything about you and ruin your life.
Yeah.
So that speaks to what Craig Gass said. He had lunch with Steve Dahl's son. And then Howard found out that Steve Dahl coached Little League. And I guess, I want to say he had his fans harassing Steve Dahl at Little League games.
Oh,
with his
God.
kids. That's from Howard.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, when kids get involved, it's really scary. Like I think of Howard fans went to like Rosie O'Donnell's son's school or something.
Yeah.
That?
Yep.
That's really scary.
Parker. She's
Right.
had a rough I mean, look, I always say, you know me, I say leave the kids out of this.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
until they become adult public figures, and then
Yes, at
it's fair
41
game.
years old.
Right.
Hey, we fight
You know what
fair
you
and
get when
square.
you get into
Yeah, we
battle.
fight fair and square, all right. We find out your mortgage. We find out everything and blast it over the radio.
You know what you get with you, though.
What? Honesty.
Well, I'm just saying,
That's
if
right,
you
I'm
get into
always
battle
upfront
with
about
you, I just know I would know what was happening.
Let me tell you something.
Please do, Howard.
Don't feel like your career is not over by any stretch of the
I
way.
don't
No, I
think
don't
that
think
at
he
all.
felt bad.
No, I know he's feeling kind of low about this. What you'll do next?
I feel surprisingly okay.
What you're going to do next? I'm going to predict. I'm going to take a break for commercial, but what
But
you
you
will
have the job for him.
right? This isn't awake. We are going to talk about career. You are going to you're going to do a sitcom next.
Yeah?
Yeah, and you'll do well.
I can't
You'll
act.
do well. You don't have to act. You ever see Alan Thicke?
You know what? We always wondered why you always just want.
He goes, you don't have to act. You ever see Alan Thicke? Who does the show all the time. He's not bad on Growing Pains. He's not that bad.
He met the level of expectation of a sitcom. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
Like, what are we expecting here?
By the way, that's my dream. If I had to do it all over again, that's my dream career. The therapist office in the house, on the
Right.
side of the house in Smithtown. But I want to do it in a black neighborhood, not Smithtown. Smithtown's the whitest neighborhood in all of Long Island. I think it's the highest white population in all of Long Island.
As the waiter in the next sketch.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live.
Because I'm one of the few people in this business who was honest enough to admit to a limitation.
Look, you're a real good stand-up comic. You can always do that.
Yeah, I think I'll go back to that.
And let me tell you something. You're good at it.
Well, there's a lot of things I'm finding out about.
I have a sitcom idea for you.
What is it?
Sitcom. The sitcom is called. Listen to
This is Jackie at the height of his writing
Yeah,
here when
right.
he gets to do this.
sitcom. I have a sitcom idea for you.
What is it?
Sitcom. The sitcom is called.
I'm sorry. I just like you can tell that like Jackie's not quite done writing because Howard has to announce the joke. he's like buying time so Jackie can like rip it out of the legal pad to hand to Howard.
Great catch by you.
Listen to this.
All right.
Jay sucks. Now, hold it. Bear with me. All right, you know what? Let me take a break and I'll tell you all about it. All right? All right.
You know what's odd in that? Dennis, he was supposed to stay in for the entire news. He cuts out at the end.
Right.
He reads a commercial with Howard. They read 2 commercials together, which is really bizarre. Like I actually listened to the commercial break.
Yeah.
And he stays in and he reads live commercials with him, which you never hear. It's really bizarre. I would love to like clip that out and send it
There's a Seinfeld. He did that with guests in the late 80s, early 90s. Like there's a Seinfeld like 1991 interview where Howard's doing like an ad for some kind of like Connecticut School of Broadcasting type of place, and Jerry's being making fun of it, like in the background. So
There's look at that Bon on the bottom. Tom Cott says, "Yeah, Lango is the name of Billy D. Williams' character in
Lango Calrissian."
It's Lando Calrissian, but that's close enough. Close enough. The next one, where's Kevin Nealon? Because Kevin Nealon goes on Bill. I'm just trying to kind of connect it, and there's not like this continuity here, but and there shouldn't be. But Kevin Nealon goes on Bill Maher's one-on-one show, Club Random, and he talks about his fear of doing the Stern show. Where the fuck is it? I knew I would struggle to find this. I better have implemented into here. Kevin Nealon.
Implemented. Great word.
Thank you. Kevin
Give me a
Nealon. I have
good
so many other things.
word.
I'm not dependent on this. Dennis
Yes,
Miller.
you are.
All right, let's play this before in case I can't find it. So this is Dennis. Dennis is obsessed with hair. He's obsessed with losing his hair. He's upset. His brother Jimmy is bald, and AJ Benza told us that he would not stop obsessing over AJ's hair. So this is he comes on the Fly on the Wall podcast. So he blows off the 50th anniversary, and immediately he is talking about hair to them, like right out of like. But it's funny what he says to Spade.
Dennis Miller.
Davey, what's that? Enter the Dragon skateboard? What are you,
Yeah, my
fucking
Bruce Lee
60?
skateboard.
You're 60 years old now?
If you didn't hear that, Dennis goes, enter the Dragon skateboard. So Spade's looking like Howard wearing skater clothes.
All right.
And he goes, what are you, fucking 60? And you're still wearing skater clothes. Which is really like, you could say that to Howard, but it's like,
Right.
very muffled. Their production's very weak for a show that has money going into it like that.
Oh, yeah.
You sound better than they do.
The Fly on the Wall podcast, like there were some, like I think it was a John Mulaney episode where he was going in and out with his Zoom, and like they just, yeah, it's never calibrated well.
Yep.
I don't know why.
Hey, calibrate this, pal. We got. So this is so he goes right into.
Dennis, I'm a skater at heart.
Let me get a hat on. I look like a man.
No way. We're not.
So his vanity's crazy. He goes, let me get a hat on. There's no video for it. This is an audio podcast.
Not even showing this part, boss. But
Oh,
you
we
look
are?
good. You look good though.
What do you mean? My hair looks all fucked up.
It's up to you, but yeah, this is just audio.
So, Spudley, Spade, your hair looks good, man. What are you doing?
He's just talking about like, look at this. It's homoerotic, or he's so vain that he can't stop. It's like crazy. I don't know what the phobia for is. Obsessed with hair.
But is he an alcoholic? He's
No,
probably
no.
drunk. He might be
No,
drunk.
he's like you. It's like there's times he'll come on
Oh,
like
he
early and
can't.
he can't.
It's good today. Why are we on
Yeah.
fucking camera? Jesus.
I know he's got volume, he's got lift, he's got
He's got volume. He's got lift. Says Dana
He's got
Carvey.
an amazing voice. It's all
Yeah.
over the place, isn't it? It goes. It oscillates. David,
That was
didn't
Dana
you notice
Carvey.
that?
That was
The
Dana
way he
Carvey.
talks.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
was it?
Yeah.
Sorry, now I'm getting confused.
So it's
There's three
Spade,
people
Carvey.
talking.
Yeah.
Oh, you say I thought there were two. See, I don't even know
Jesus,
this
I'm
world.
sitting over. I look like.
Okay, here it goes.
Look at my
Here it
hair.
goes.
Everybody else looks good. I was the first one in on.
Okay, so he's about to tell a story. He speaks so. How do I put this? Arcane.
Yeah.
You have to, I mean, you need like a decoder, and I do speak Milanese. So he's about to go into this thing where he's talking about he's the first guy in Hollywood that owns having hair plugs, and he's going to go into the whole hair plug rap about the process and who he. So he claims that he got contacted by people who are so impressed with his hair plugs, they want to know his secrets, but he will not out them. Listen to this.
First one in on plugs, and they're not working for me.
We'll do a whole
You know, we
thing.
just had Joel McHale on.
Yeah.
And his hair looks great. And he fully admits he's got more plugs than the last 2 minutes of Carson.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's your joke.
That's a Dennis joke, a class.
How many times
Yeah,
do I
I
do
was
Dennis
on the
joke?
So it's very important here to know that there's a guy in there who also has hair plugs, and they will not say it, and that is David Spade. So they don't blatantly say it. He won't own it. Dennis is dancing around it, and this plug thing with David Spade goes all the way back to the early 2000s. And I'm going to play something after this.
Are we on the air, by the way? Should I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was on the Tonight Show one night after I got my plugs. I was talking to Jay, and we had a fallow moment, as it were, because I had nothing but plugs. So ironically, I said, "Hey, Jay, I just got hair plugs." He's, "Nah, you didn't. Hair looks great." And I said, "No, Jay, I'm telling you, I got hair plugs, and I'm healed up now, and I want to show them off." So I went up to the camera, the #1 camera, and put my head down. I said, "I've got around 5,200 plugs here," and came back and
5,200 hair plugs. So let's say that that's the norm of when celebrities go in for hair transplant, hair plugs, hair system. Let's say that that's the norm. And nevertheless, to not even look as good as Davyd's hairline after they're done. Like
He's
not
got
even
good
close.
hairline.
Yeah.
Remember the video you played, John, of
Yep.
you can just see the top of David's head and he's
Yeah,
just
ju-
spewing out musical theory. And you just see this little head, this hair. John, you cropped it perfectly.
Yeah.
Or I
Yeah, it
love
was-
that video. And David's just going, it's a -7 from the major.
I know,
But
I
we're going
know,
to switch
I
the
know.
key up. We're going to change
Yeah,
the vibe.
that's my-
We're going to switch from major to minor to diminished. And it just goes on and on. It builds up until you're just going, I feel like I'm in a nightmare right now. It's amazing.
That's my double.
Talk about
double
your
agent
hair,
personality.
David. How often do you wash your hair? Once a week?
I mean, Pantene Pro V has been a big friend to me.
And
I
you're
don't
a
know.
big fan of protecting the hair, like Howard would be. You see,
of
you've
course,
got
yeah.
great hair. Do
My-
you get it trimmed often? Do you?
Once a month, but my maternal, because you determine balding by the maternal grandfather, and my maternal grandfather, who died at 82, he had a full shock of white hair at the age of 82. So
Grandpa Saul. Get your
Yeah.
own Grandpa Saul. Forget it.
I do.
There is not enough musical on a scale, the musical scale. There are not enough notes to complement that hairline. It was like you
Oh
couldn't
my
even.
God.
My screen recorder like gave up. It was like this hair is too thick. I can't even get the screen recorder around it. It was crazy. I mean, it should be illegal. You know how like someone like I think it was Sam Cedar said this to fucking Patrick Davyd. He goes, it should be illegal to be as rich as you. I think it should be illegal to have the hairline you have two. It is a have and have nots.
Right,
Of hair
your-
with you, David.
Your camera couldn't expand to the proper aperture to get my hairline.
That's aperture. Actually,
Aperture.
Bon Jovial said aperture 2 shows ago.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotta find mentions of that
But
now.
you have to admit you're the armchairiest of armchair psychiatrists. Thank you.
He's got the drop already, Fred Norris.
God damn.
That's how it's done, Fred. That's how it's fucking done. I'd have you
Retire,
on your
Fred.
ass, and Bon Jovial would get your $6 million a year if I were running
Yes.
serious.
Absolutely.
Jason, you're not kidding, right?
Yeah, How's He Football when Oprah had the channel on XM. Yeah, that's a great show for us to do.
Right.
Is like all the people that he's
Oh, yeah.
Eminem and Jamie Foxx and Oprah and Martha Stewart. I want that. Howsy, I said this all the time. Howard's goal when he got to Sirius was, how do I do as little live radio as possible and make the most money? Well, as soon as he found out that the Oprahs of the world existed, he's always driving towards that. He was always driving towards that.
Also, with Oprah sort of putting her name on a channel because she has a very branded name and people will flock to it, obviously, and then not doing a show on the channel herself, how is that any different from Howard sort of like putting his seal of approval on Son of the Beach, but not moving to LA to oversee the production of the show or not appearing in the show or anything like that? How is that any different?
That's the other goal, is to just have your name on it and get all the money, right? Not have to do anything.
Yes,
Couldn't have been
and
lazy.
taking let's just go to 4 days a week, and then go to 3 days a week.
Go to 3. And then we'll
Getting
have
out
little-
of everything.
Yep. And then little weeks will pluck out of the year. Now all of a sudden he's got 2 weeks in March, and you're going, "What? When did that happen?" You know, like
Yeah.
it suddenly. I think the interviews are pre-taped. You know, you can,
Yeah.
and there's nothing wrong with it if you admit it, but not the way they go about doing it.
That is the weird thing about the current show, where it's like there's nothing weird about pre-taping an interview, but it's the fact that you won't admit it or try to like create this, kabuki theater with your audience that like we're not pre-taping interviews.
Theater.
My favorite wrestlers of all time. The great Kabuki.
That's what makes it weird, And
Well,
he's
that's also great. They don't have phone call. I mean, one of the reasons they don't take phone calls for the guests is that's one reason,
right?
But that's probably the main reason, because it gives
Yes.
you the option to pre-tape it.
And he doesn't want to do to his guests what he did in 2002. Like he doesn't want to put them on the spot anymore. He's in ask his mode. So
There's really some crazy caller, and I say ambush. Howard knows exactly what they're going to say, but the
Right.
callers were brutal. There is some stuff. I mean, the most racist shit you've ever heard in your life. I go back, I listen to this shit every day, and I go back to the late 90s and early 2000s, and it is just
Every day.
N-word after N-word. David, did I play it before we did Jump Street? Did I play you the N-word where Howard and
yes, right.
were capriciously just going, and I mean, and it hit the hard R, right? There was no
They're not in
context. They
character.
loved it.
He's not right, exactly.
We're Chuck Johnson.
You use the N-word a lot. You
Oh, it's so loud. Look at the Sarah man. Corey
Oh my
Feldman. She's in the mood to watch The Burbs again. I think she's meaning The Burbs.
Sarah, Corey Feldman is in this show. She is in my folder talking about Dennis. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
Sarah.
On Howard. I swear to God.
Look at that.
I said, no. And the next day I got calls from some of the most famous craniums in the world asking me where, I won't betray their trust, even though some of them have passed on now, but saying, where did you get your plugs? And
So Dennis says here that, and it's hard, again, you got to really, because I listened to this 100 times. He says that these same people, and this is Howard, I'm not saying Howard called him. He certainly could if he wanted to. And I don't know. Let's just say he did. I mean, I'm going to say that he did. He said that these people are so precious about the hair to make it think that it's organic and real. They're so precious with it. Tamara Francois said before, I thought women were vain. This is off the charts, right?
She wrote. Look at she wrote here. She I can't understand a word she wrote. She went to Cup or whatever in Istanbul.
Cappadocia.
Yes, on vague. Oh, Davyd, say it. Go for it.
Cappadocia.
That's like braggadocio. Yeah.
She had the best massage ever. How does that fit into what we were talking about?
That's where the chat goes.
I probably shouldn't have put that up. Yeah.
That's something Beth would write to, like, Whitney Cummings or something in a back and forth, or Jessica Seinfeld.
She pronounced it Istanbul, though. With no
they said, do they have a back door? I said, yeah, but why use a back door? You just go get hair plugs if you need hair plugs. And the guy, my doctor, eventually called me when I needed some more, and he said, you're comped. Don't pull coin in my town. I've gotten so many, recommendation heads off you.
So he was so open about his hair plugs that the surgeons, he's up in Santa Barbara, and you thought the surgeons were by you, Davyd. Could you imagine who's over there?
Oh God, I mean,
surgeons and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Hamptons of Southern California in a lot of ways, and I'm sure it's just top tier people. By the way, speaking of Beth Stern, two Pittsburgh people were Dennis Miller and Beth Stern, both from Pittsburgh.
That's right. That's the exact same Castle Shannon too. I think I literally think they're like blocks apart. So this is David Spade in 2002. Howard reads a story about, so he had a plastic surgeon on, and it wasn't like Dr. Bauman, or he was about to have him on, and the story is about celebrities who've had work done, especially hair plugs, and guess who? I mean, this is just like Wiggerous beyond, but let's just stay on David Spade here. So ready for this? This is 02.
Give me some plastic surgery secrets of the stars.
Okay, David.
Okay, he does have, because he has a surgeon on.
Spade, Dennis Miller, and Dennis
of the stars.
Okay, David Spade, Dennis Miller, and Bono have all had extensive hair transplantation, including frontal hairline.
Wow. Wait a second. Let's stop right there.
I believe that.
You believe Spade?
Yeah, you said that.
So David Spade is about the most regular guest on the show now.
Yeah.
This is 23 years ago. This audio is from, and he'd already been getting it then. And this guy,
That's
I
weird.
believe. Well,
I didn't know that.
You got to believe the guy. The surgeon's right on the money.
Right.
Oh,
You have Dennis admitting he obviously knows shit.
And But you know what? Last night I was looking at Bono's hairline, and I said, something's going on there.
Yeah, it's disturbing because the hair seems to be a weird color.
Yes,
Very
I
stiff.
thought.
The texture is very stiff, and it's
Yes.
like a helmet.
Right.
Do you think that's ass hair?
Where'd they get that hair?
It's actually back hair.
Yeah. I hear that's the hair they take from the back of your head.
Howard hears. That's the hair they take from the back of your head. He hears
His
that.
unnamed friend told him that, right?
That this year is the exact year too where we targeted that he started having hair systems and hair replacements and all the shit done, and this is where he's taking weird days off and coming back, and Stuttering John's going, "What did you do to yourself? What, the nose job? What's up with the hair?" And
He probably had this guy in the air as like payola for the work that he did. On
yeah,
Howard.
we never thought of that back then.
Yeah.
The plugs that he just put, double entendre. Joni says no one thinks. I never thought about Bono's hair, but certainly there is. She goes, how does Adam Ant Lori Allison get Depp and Adam Ant in one fell swoop? I don't know. Is he considered good looking? I don't even know.
I don't know.
He's like 5'5".
By the way, David Spade was kind of like the Michael Rappaport of the end of K-Rock era. I feel like he was just kind of always involved in the show in some way, like beyond just being an interviewed guest, you know?
Well, there was a
Little
time.
air whore. He's like a
Yeah.
shuli, really.
Yeah, he says no to nothing. Yeah, he really is. He says no.
Right, that's
And
what it is.
And
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense because if you look at the back of his head, it looks like there's no hair there.
Yeah, and it's growing the wrong way, that hair in the front.
Yeah, it wants to grow like hair from your ass.
Right.
Yeah, okay, and Spade, you see, Ralph once said he was doing Spade's hair when he used to do the makeup for the guests that came in, and he said he could have sworn Spade had some sort of hair
Next time he goes in there, ask him and then watch him.
Listen to this. Jerk Ralph and Howard, and Ralph's doing Spade's hair, and Tony's there, and Spade's like good friends. This is so crazy, this clip. And Wigger is flying too close to the sun.
Squirm.
You can tell by the way, if you look at somebody's hair closely, it's almost like the hair's planted like little rows of corn.
Yeah, but I don't see that with Spade, and also Spade's got, how does he get his ass hair to grow that long? You know what I mean? Spade's hair is long.
Well, it's just the back of his hair is long.
No.
Actually, no, the front is too. The front is long.
Howard, the transplanted hair grows just like the other hair.
Yeah. Does it really?
I had a very good friend of mine just had, hair implants, whatever. They don't do it with the rose with.
Everybody in the chat, weigh in who your favorite news anchor was on SNL.
I agree. Norm was the best in my
It's tough. Miller was great. If someone says him, I have no problem with that. He was great. Chevy Chase started the thing, and it's even like recently. I don't like anybody recently.
Yeah,
you have to go back really to Norm, I guess.
They don't do it with the rose way anymore. They have like a new way to do it.
Craig Kilborn was offered that job and turned it down.
Oh,
then he got his talk show. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He was really good at that on the Daily. He had the Daily Show before Jon Stewart,
right?
And Jon Stewart was never political until they forced him to be.
Right.
Political for pay. He's really good at it now, and he's, but he didn't give a shit about politics until he got the Daily Show because Kilborn dropped it.
Right.
And Kilborn took the CBS show.
It doesn't look like that anymore.
It's random.
Yeah, it looks a lot more natural, but I believe David Spade definitely has it.
If David Spade has it, then I'll tell you what, hair transplants look good.
Even Bono doesn't look like, you have to question what's going on.
Yeah, some are better than others.
Yeah, Bono just looks like
Artie.
You know something.
Artie's, you got to remember Artie's history. So Artie's always uncomfortable on this show when his friends are getting dragged into gossip.
Yeah.
So he did Lost and Found with Spade,
right
around this time. So he can't really pile on here, and he knows these SNL guys.
A conversation about hair plugs for Artie would just be like, "What is this?"
Yeah,
What
it's
is
the gayest thing I've
crap?
ever heard. Yeah,
But also,
exactly.
He clams up in these situations usually and tries to make jokes about other things that are just sort of like separate from the topic at hand.
Is there a way to make a great joke? Is there a way to make a great joke and change the subject at the same time?
Exactly.
He's trying. Yeah,
he's trying to do it. He's gone through.
And
it's tough. He's trying to work in other stratas of show business, and the job, especially back then, was to shit on everybody. And he would get. I'm sure he got. Remember that fight he got into with Opie, walking to the bathroom, and he's just like, "It's not me. I'm just rolling with the poison."
Yeah. Right.
And okay, this is Kevin Nealon, not specifically saying why he was afraid to do the Stern Show. And now Nealon's a very regular guest. Now he's done charity. He's hosted charity events for Beth. He was on the Superfan Celebrity Show, like the last one they did. So this is Kevin Nealon saying but he won't say why he was afraid.
Oh, wow. And I always avoided Stern because I knew he put people on the spot and he makes you kind of badmouth other people. But for some reason, I started listening to his interviews. He got a lot better and not doing that. But I went on there prepared for anything. And he came out and he was so nice. He was so nice to me.
I have a long, storied history, ups and downs with that man. And it's just, I find it so sad.
Would you guys like to do Bill Maher versus Howard, and maybe not even a series, but even just when Maher called in and he got ganged up on by 6 people and he was on the phone. That was a great moment in O2.
These days that I can't see him because
He created Nest of Vipers. Maher is responsible for saying it is a nest of vipers in there.
The 2 Whack Pack politically incorrects he did are also hilarious. Like
awesome.
They made
A+ segment. A+ segment. Yeah. He's trying to like earnestly ask like political questions,
right?
To Beetlejuice and Croy. And stuff. It's so funny.
Abroad?
Maybe. Yeah,
I think Rooster is. I can't remember. Sometimes I think they're guys, but then they turn out to be broads. Strange.
Can't see him because of the pandemic, and I know we don't agree on that. Not that I think has made us not like each other, because we didn't have a good relationship for a very long time, very bitter. And then, boy, it all changed, and it just shows there's some great things about age and getting older and wiser and mellower and smarter, and we became such good friends again. It was like a romantic story, like, Bogey, and then they met in Casablanca, and it was going to be good again. And then the war came. And in this case, the pandemic came, and I don't think I'll ever see him again, because I don't think he'll ever leave the house, because he's, he's very, very, look, I don't want to judge it, but he's scared of germs. Come on.
He's scared of his own shadow. Yeah. He's scared of commoners. He's not scared of germs. He's scared of pedestrians.
John, you love adjusting the contrast and brightness on videos, but look how bad their lighting is on that video, and I'm sure you've adjusted the brightness, haven't you? It's terrible lighting.
And he always, like, on Club Random, there's always like random Joel Schumacher Dutch angles, and like you don't even know what's coming at you.
Joel Schumacher Dutch angles. My biggest memory of Joel Schumacher.
How do you do this?
I read an article on him in Movie Line magazine. This is like when there's no internet. You just read. I'm reading every magazine.
Yeah, every print.
And he says, he goes, I'll tell you what, I was at the lowest as I spent the entire summer in the same Speedo on Fire Island.
Oh, Christ.
And my cousin and I read the same article, and we just kept saying it to each other over and over again. I spent the same summer in this. I spent a whole summer in the same Speedo at Cherry Grove.
But also, just sorry to wind back to the like Howard's germophobic comment. He's afraid of having to show up. He's afraid of not having the Oprah deal. That's what he's afraid of. He wants.
That's what he's afraid of.
Right. Yeah.
And he thinks he's given an FU to Sirius, which he's a partner. Well, I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna mail it in. I'm gonna. I don't even get to be there. It's like you couldn't have gotten Laser when he was there. He found another way to take laziness to another level.
It's 2025, and I guarantee you he mentions one, like, I'm Cloroxing my groceries comments just to make sure that people know he's still afraid of COVID, even though it's completely over.
Do you remember the giddiness in his when the COVID announcement was made?
Thrilled.
How excited he was. You could feel he was pretending that he was terrorized, but he knew, I think he had that planned like 6 months in advance, that he knew that.
Oh, he's so lucky. No one's luckier than Howard. That's your dream come true, to be able to get out of New York.
He loves every second of it.
Hey, everybody.
Okay, so this is Corey Feldman on the Stern Show after Bordello of Blood came on. Thank you, Tone Cott. Just for you, I'm going to play this, and Sarah. And so Corey Feldman comes in to say Dennis Miller's the worst person he's ever met in any strata of show business on the set of Bordello of Blood. And on YouTube, there's a Bordello of Blood documentary, and they all say the same thing, including Howard's ex, Angie Everhart.
That's hilarious that they do a making of behind the scenes documentary on a movie, and
a movie no one saw.
A movie no one saw, but it's like, oh, what cameras did you use? Did you light it? Like, no, let's just trash Dennis Miller the whole time.
I saw it in the theater, and the same amount of people saw it that saw Beer League, 0.
Right.
Oh God, I've never heard of it until now. I don't even know what this. That's
it. Actually got released in the theater. I swear to God.
Hey, what's up, Gary? Good to see you, man. Who's your friend? This is Sam. Why don't I sit in my head? Hey, Sam. How you doing? What's your name? Dave Crowley. Hey, Dave. Nice to see you. How's it going?
So you told
him that Casey Kasem's daughter thing wouldn't last for long.
Yeah, why exactly did I know that? How did I know that? I'm almost tempted just to bring in the girlfriend and forget about Corey.
Yeah. Well, he can sit there and watch the end.
Wonder where he got her from. Wonder where he got Dennis Miller. Here comes Corey and Samantha. Corey and Samantha. Anyway, why don't we bring in Corey? Why don't we bring in Corey?
He's going to tell us someone on that movie was difficult to work with?
Yeah, Dennis Miller. Here comes Corey and Samantha. Hey, Corey. Hey. We got a beer there or what? Hey. And Samantha, hot new girlfriend. Whoa. Good. We always like to see girlfriends. Hey, Corey. Great to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
You haven't been out in the sun very often, have you?
No, I'm playing a vampire. I got to be in character, man.
Nice tan.
Thank you, sir.
So it's interesting. He's promoting Bordello of Blood by doing Howard show with Dennis won't do anymore. And the way to promote the show is talk about how big of an asshole the star of the movie is. Isn't that great?
Right.
That's a real. I've never seen that in the history of show business.
That is.
And he obviously got the green light from the director because the director hates him too. If you watch the thing on YouTube.
Vampire, that's right. So they told you don't get a tan?
That's right. They told me that.
Right.
Even for the promotion.
Right. Even for after the movie's over, don't get a tan.
It's a New York look, actually.
Well, why get a tan when you have Samantha in bed with you?
That's right. Robin, how are you?
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Samantha,
I'm
what's
drinking this new Mystic.
Isn't it great? And the
Have
guy
you had him on the show?
Yes, and the right. Nitty as gritty as you want.
Please.
Yes.
Throw the.
No, I know you had problems with him. I've had problems with him on this show. I have been him as a comic. And Dennis Miller plays a what?
A vampire killer.
A vampire killer.
Well, actually, he's an investigator.
Now, I have never gotten along with Dennis Miller, and I know that you didn't
well, you've
as well.
had moments.
Yeah.
I admire him as a comic. I think he's very funny, but the guy has a personality quirk, I'll call it. Yeah. I don't know what it is. What was your experience on the set?
Well, without delving too much into the nitty gritty of
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, right. Nitty as gritty as you want.
Please.
Yes.
Throw the.
No, I know you had problems with him. I've had problems with him on this show. I have been nothing but nice to the guy, and the
Have
guy
you had him on the show?
Yes, and the guy has no sense of humor about himself.
Not at all. No. Here's the story. Now you're getting this. This is the official story. Nobody else has heard this.
Thank you.
All right. We're on the set, and we're doing this. We have very few scenes together in the film because it's kind of a thing where there's many plots, there's many subplots in the film. There's me and my sister, who's Erica Laniak, and then she. But
okay, good.
Go on. So you're doing a scene.
So we're doing one of our few scenes we have together, which is very climactic because it's at the end of the movie. We finally meet up.
I saw a clip of it, and you have the fangs, and it looks good. Yeah, go ahead.
It's very good, but that's besides the point. We'll plug later.
Right.
So we're supposed to do this scene, and I said to Dennis, I said, Dennis, we should write something together, per the director and the producer who wanted us to kind of get together, Gil Adler and Alan Katz, or, they said, well, why don't you guys come up with it? Because I write all my own stuff, and Dennis writes his stuff, and then
whoa. You mean you're going to write your own lines, you mean?
Well, that's what I usually
do. For the movie?
Do. Yeah.
Well, that's
right.
I think he had the net, he did a cameo.
He did the net, and he did Two If by Sea, I think, or something.
Disclosure.
Oh, Disclosure.
He's never carried the film. He's always been the happy.
So I said,
why would you let these two guys start writing a scene?
Because you're intimidated. Like the director probably never did shit. He's probably been a TV director. He's intimidated by even Dennis Miller and Corey Feldman, and he's whatever.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So
they believe their way.
Right.
Go ahead. Yes. So go ahead.
I say, well, let's let's write the scene together. He said, well, babe, I don't know if I can do that right now. Why don't you come to me, a couple days before filming, and we'll get together on this. I said, okay, that sounds good.
Right. No respect. Go ahead. Yeah. Hey, he's pissing on you. Go ahead.
I come to his trailer, a couple days before the scene. I said, would you like to write this together? He says, I don't have time right now. He's like, we'll do it when we get there, man. It'll be funny.
Yeah, we'll wing it. We'll wing it. Right. Go good.
So we advanced to the day of this scene, and finally we're on the set. The two of us are together. Everybody's waiting to see what we've come up with.
Right.
And we start working on something. So he gives me an idea. And he goes, okay, I got an idea, man. I say this and you say that, and I say this and you say that, and I say this.
Right.
And I go.
Now, everyone knows on a set that you don't tell another actor what to say.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's rude.
But we're talking. it's cool.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Basically, he's written the whole scene. He's written your line. Right.
Right.
His line.
You okay, John?
Yeah.
It's the longest eclipse ever played without you pausing
No,
it.
no,
I'm
no,
worried.
And
thought
you know, and he's
keeled
basically
over.
saying, "How
Sorry.
about this?" And
I'm
I, you
sorry.
know, that's cool if I like it.
Right.
But I go, you know, no, not really. It doesn't work for me.
Go ahead.
You know, I go, you know, why don't we try something else? He goes, you know what, Feldman, I can't write with you. You're too constrictive as far as comedy writing goes.
So in other words, he came up with something that you didn't
That
like.
I didn't like. And
Therefore,
so I said, all right, fine, Dennis. I go, well, I'm going to try a couple of my own things.
This is the shit you never hear on movie sets
Right.
that they're not allowed to talk about. They all have NDAs.
Oh, yeah.
And so this thing
Why is
probably couldn't
Corey?
afford.
He seemed a bit awkward at first, and now he's just full flight bitching.
But Bon, think about this. He's promoting the movie.
Yeah,
he's
yeah, you're
talking
right.
about
It is
while-
crazy.
While bashing the star of it. I've
Yeah,
never
and
heard
how
that
are
in
you
my
gonna?
life.
How do you wind around and get into like, oh, everybody should go see it. It's a great film after doing this.
He tries to clean it up at the end.
Well,
and
He looks great there, though, Corey. Great hair, Davyd. That's pretty good hair compared to you. You that's a good hairline. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take. I don't know what to say here, but no, what I was going to say was like he's doing a brilliant job of promoting the movie because who cares about this movie? People are going to go see it to see the sort of subliminal tension in the faces of Dennis Miller and Corey Feldman.
That's true. That's true.
It's such a weird situation. It's a crap movie, so bitch about it, and then
Right, and people will go to see if they can tell that they're fighting off camera or something. You know.
well, it does bring up points like that. You know, I went and saw Waterworld because I wanted to see how bad it was going to be.
Right.
That's the reason I went to see it. So sometimes the press works like
Sometimes
that.
that works. I know. That's a weird line to walk.
Right.
So we're doing this scene, and I've got this makeup on, you know, and first of all, one of the things that really pissed me off is this is quite extensive makeup.
Right.
This
It takes hours to get into.
This is 4 hours a day
In a chair.
that I'm sitting in the chair.
Right.
You know, and my eyes are tearing, and they're gluing it to my eyelids, and
I hear you.
know, I got alcohol, and all that you've been through.
Yeah, I sure have.
Okay.
To put me together takes a good 3 hours at least. And I'm not even wearing vampire
like
stuff.
you.
Yeah, I look like me when I get that. To make me look like me took 3 hours. I swear to God.
That's a scary thought.
That's
in and of
right.
itself.
So go ahead.
So they're putting the prosthetics on me. That's very painful. And,
Right.
And you know we've got Winnebagos. Now in my contract, of course, I have a Winnebago. However, for whatever reason, there was a problem contractually. I was in a Star Wagon, which I don't trip on those things. And
So in other words, you didn't have a great trailer.
Well, yeah, it wasn't as nice as
You had the kind with the driver in there with you. Is that what the problem was?
Well, no, actually, I had the crew in there with me, and they
I
were,
see.
you know, they
All
were
right, but you
bad,
didn't-
and the place smelled. No,
Right.
I'm joking. It wasn't that bad. It was very nice, but it was a half thing,
Right.
as opposed to a whole thing, and it's all about ego at that point anyway.
Right.
I was like, you know what? This is my first film, you know, for a major studio in 7 years.
Right.
My first theatrical release.
Yeah, it's interesting. His timeline. Corey Feldman was a big star, a kid star in the late '80s. Huge movies, and we all know his trajectory and shit.
Right.
And then that's the fall off right there, right? So he comes back with this, and it's 7 years after like whatever hit, I don't know, License to Drive or
Right.
whatever the hell you want to use. Goonies, not
Because-
Goonies.
yeah.
But he, had that string of, Lost Boys.
Lost
Yeah.
Boys.
Rock the boat.
Exactly.
Good.
I'm grateful
Like
to
your
be
attitude.
here.
Good.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Humble.
Right.
Who cares?
You
So-
share in a trailer with a
that.
key grip, it makes you feel like less of a star. But-
Exactly.
All right,
Who
well, go
cares?
ahead. Who cares? You're there to
At
act.
least
That's
you're not
right. They
changing
can
in the
like me.
parking
They can
lot.
practice their lighting. I'll look good.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So we're walking from the stage door to the trailer, and it's about 5 feet from the stage door to the Winnebago. The first Winnebago, of course, is Dennis's.
Right.
And it goes in order of importance, I think, because it's Dennis and then Angie and then.
Trust me, he'll be in a half Winnebago within a year.
Yeah.
Go
Isn't this crazy that Angie Everhart's part of this, but Howard's has nothing to do with her at this point. In fact,
Right.
she hated him at some point, and she's part of it. It's such a weird crossover to him.
Go ahead.
So I'm 5 down. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Okay, good.
And it's raining outside, and I'm walking back and forth with the prosthetics on, and
You got
it's,
umbrellas over you, right?
No,
No,
none
nothing.
of that.
They don't
None
even
of it.
care.
Nothing.
Walking
Nobody
down
even
the
cares.
set.
Nothing. They got the cows. I mean,
Go
for
ahead.
sakes,
Let me
you know
hear
what I'm
it.
saying?
Yes.
So I'm walking, and it's terrible, and it's raining, and I've got the prosthetic. Dennis gets in a van and goes 5 feet from the stage door to his trailer door.
Right.
I'm walking in the rain with prosthetics on.
Wow.
Uphill
Foolish.
in mud.
Right.
You
And he
know,
doesn't stop to
so
pick you
it's
up?
like at a certain point, I was like, you know what? And these are during
And
the
if
same
he
day.
if he had been a human being, he would have come over and seen that you were taken care of because he is considered
the
the big
star of the movie, and
For
he's making $1
example,
million
there was
for
a
this
cast
movie,
member
and,
in my movie who was.
They said that Miller made 7 figures in the movie, and that was the only thing that got him to do it. and he would go home, and he had no, that was the whole budget of this shitty movie. Is it went to him, 7 figures for that.
Good.
Given a trailer with no air conditioning, I went, I complained, and got them a brand new trailer.
So I do this thing, we're rehearsing, and I'm thinking of things to say. He does a thing where he shoots me 6 times.
Yeah.
I fall back into a bunch of barrels.
Go ahead.
I look up, and I go, hey, where are you going, cha-cha?
Right. All right.
Which is funny.
Nice line.
Everybody laughs.
Go ahead.
Big,
yeah.
huge laugh on the set.
Doesn't like to be called cha-cha, I bet.
No, not
He doesn't
at
like
all.
him getting
Right.
the
So
laugh,
Dennis says,
probably.
not at all.
He didn't
not
like
at
it.
all.
Right.
Dennis says, hey, babe, you can't use that line because that, I patented that. And a couple people didn't get the joke, and they go, well,
He didn't patent. Richard Belzer did. So that's actually a Belzer line, which is bizarre.
What's so funny? And he's, that's a line I used to use. And I'm like, oh, come on, Dennis, man. I think he's joking with me.
He invented the word cha-cha?
Right, so I think
he wrote that. Oh, so he's saying he wrote that line.
Right.
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, well, what do you, I mean, that's, you're joking, right?
Right.
He's like, no, man, I'm serious. But he's got that cocky kind of look.
He doesn't want you getting the best of him in the picture.
So we go to do the filming of the scene, and he's not there. He's in his trailer.
Right.
And I'm doing my take, and I do the line. Every time I do it.
Wait a second. You were doing your close-up, and he didn't sit there on the set and help you with it?
Oh, of course not.
You are kidding me.
No.
And how many films has he done again?
Well,
Wait a second, look at me.
This was his third.
You're doing your close-up, it's a dialogue between you and him, and he didn't sit on the little apple box and help you with it?
No.
So did he mean someone had to read his part to you?
That's, yeah.
Wow.
He's really gotten,
yeah.
Does he really think
with himself.
You know what happened was when we first started the film, I called him up and I said, he got to town, and I said, hey, man,
Dennis Miller's point in show business, this is the highest point because his HBO show is doing really. He won Emmys on his HBO show. He's getting his ass kissed, and he's getting a huge head. He's getting a huge plug head, and so now he's already a dick. If you give him a modicum of success, could you imagine what a nightmare he'd be? So he's coming off like an Emmy for the HBO show, and that's just going to compile into what an asshole he already is.
Totally.
No, I hadn't seen him since he did this act. He used to do an act where he did a bit opening with me, this Michael Jackson, Corey Feldman joke.
Yeah.
That everybody was doing. And, he did this big HBO special where he opened it up.
Right.
Dancing.
He goofed on you?
You're right, right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, he's like, hey, man, no hard feelings. Oh, no, I don't care.
Wait a
It's
second.
funny.
So now that, so did they make you cut the cha-cha line?
Wait. Well,
All right, so you do the cha-cha line.
Let me back up. Okay, so back to the cha-cha line.
Right, you do the cha-cha line.
So I do the cha-cha line. Every time he gets a big laugh, and I'm like, I'm doing this.
Right.
So he comes out on the last take.
Yeah.
The last take.
The comedy genius.
He comes at the comedy.
Yeah, thanks, Tone Cott. That's right. So in Joe Dirt, David Spade cast Dennis Miller to play a Howard-like shock. I do believe Howard got offered that first and turned it down. And that went to Miller. I swear to God, that's a great catch by you, Tone Cott.
I didn't know that.
Comes out and he watches the monitor and he's standing next to the director and he sees me do it and he takes his script and throws it on the floor.
What a baby.
And he goes up to my assistant.
Yeah.
And he goes, "You tell your boss that I'm gonna thump his head for doing that."
Thump his head. He can't. You can kick his ass, couldn't you?
In a second. But he says, "Don't tell him not to come near me for the rest of the show. Thanks, babe." And he's out of there.
Right.
So literally.
Good. Let him leave.
No. So, and I'm just like, and my assistant comes up and he tells me that. I'm like, I'm walking through the ring and the prosthetics. I'm being Mr. Nice Guy,
right.
not complaining. He's showing up 4 hours late for work. I can't believe this.
Right.
What an insult. Somebody who's been around for 20.
He slips in there like subliminally. Goes, "Hey, he's showing up 4 hours late for work." That's better than Depp almost, right? Davyd?
Right. Yeah.
On Pirates
I
and
have
everything else.
When this clip is over, I have a little Wikipedia thing about this movie to read. To you. Yeah, but we can finish the clip.
21 years like me.
So did you kick his ass?
No, of course not. I'm a professional. I let him dwell in his thing, and the thing that really bothered me.
But is it in the movie when you say cha-cha?
Unfortunately, that line.
It was
later in the movie. I also did a line where I swing an axe at him and I go, "You are out of here." which did make the
You didn't have that one patented, huh?
Well, that was actually more, I think, more famous. The I am out of here video.
Well, I don't know.
But so that was a good rub in the face. But the point is that during the entire film,
he hosed you.
It wasn't just me though. He treated people badly, and that's what bothered me.
Well, let me tell you, that'll come back to bite him in his ass.
It will. It will definitely. Yeah. People. I mean, I was with with Penn, the guy from Penn and Teller.
Yes.
And go.
Go ahead, Davyd. What was that?
Yeah, it didn't bite Howard in the ass treating people horribly all these years.
No.
Got more money than I don't even.
No,
know
nothing bites. I know. He's just one deal with the devil after the next.
Yeah.
Look at this Istanbul talk with Turkey and Ireland. And there's Joni talking about.
I swear the Deppening chat isn't even to listen to us anymore. It's just to catch up with each other about their weeks and their travel.
Yeah, they've got like hosts in there in the
It's
chat.
so
Just
cute.
sort of
I
host
love it.
Sarah's sort of hosting. It's crazy.
We're just
when
going about our business.
When Tamara gets in there, it becomes international with
Right,
Joni and stuff. And
Are we
can I read this
boring them?
Wikipedia?
That's the question
Yes.
I wonder sometimes.
Go ahead, Davyd.
Okay, so this
Sorry, John.
this is the Wikipedia article about.
Oh, please read. Wait.
Okay.
I've got to. Come here. There you are.
Spotlight. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The movie was filmed in Vancouver because of I think the writers' past union disputes, and Katz, the other screenwriter, described Canadian production crew as being inexperienced. In addition, Vancouver's limited night hours in July and August caused problems trying to film night scenes. Miller disliked his character's scripted dialogue, and once he started filming, he proceeded to improvise nearly all of his dialogue.
To try to get it over with, try to make this thing fast. He doesn't have the patience to read a script, or he thinks the script's beneath him. I can totally see that. So that lines up what Corey Feldman said. That wasn't even like what you just read is a different person's account, and it lines up with Corey Feldman.
The Bordello of Blood shoot was rescheduled to work around the shooting of Dennis Miller Live, and the Canadian crew became angry at Miller because the filming schedule prevented their seeing their families on the weekends.
Yes, that's from the documentary. That's from the on YouTube.
Oh, funny. On some days, Miller's assistant told the production that he was too tired to show up, which meant that some of Miller's scenes had to be shot without him, with the script supervisor standing in for Miller. The cast became angry at Miller, and the script supervisor sometimes did not remember all of Miller's improvised dialogue, which led to continuity problems. So,
damn.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's
I'm done.
crazy. Shouldn't he be blackballed from the business utterly and entirely after that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's getting mercy hired by David Spade, for
Just
Joe
to be
Dirt.
right, it's always going to be his friends.
When you were a little.
Okay, this is a one and out. This is very quick. I found this. This is ferreting 101. This is from 2006. This is on my way to something else. Remember, I played that. I had that Chauncey thing the other day when he actually got to do an in the show, live in studio and shit. And they did this thing. He sat in. This is a 40-minute interview, and so much of the stuff we are already is in this, and I didn't realize it existed. I don't know how I missed it. And this is from 06, and Artie would talk about money. So Howard is supposed to. They're new to Sirius. Howard thinks that he is listening to this off the air, but they're on the air. And so something happens before we even got to this, on Regis and Kelly, they talk about the richest celebrities and what they get a minute. And they talk about Howard's money per second or per minute, but he doesn't know this is being broadcast. He thinks he's listening to it off the air, and his money thing gets out on the air, and that brings him Artie to talk about Lorne Michaels. And this is a really interesting, I don't think anyone's heard. And this is one of the happy accidents you find on the way to looking for other stuff.
Girl, would you practice in your bedroom?
And again, this is Lorne Michaels, so this is part of SNL, and that's why I was looking for it.
Right.
In front of a mirror?
Oh my gosh, I'd put on the Britney Spears skirt.
Right. You did?
This is Brooke Hogan, by the way, so I left this in because this is creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
And remember I make the joke, and the guests were Brooke Hogan.
Right.
And I just happened to be,
reference,
there's
right.
Brooke Hogan.
You did?
I do the
You did the whole thing?
Yeah.
All right.
Everything, yeah.
On our wedding night, you'll do that dance for me.
I thought you already hooked up.
I'm hooked
Tell
up.
me what the true story is here.
I'm just kidding. No. I'm hooked up.
Allison, right?
No, Allison and I divorced.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Got it right. So now Allison's got a gag order. Her name is not to be brought up again on the. This is probably the last utterance of Allison ever on the show. So she throws out, and they don't dump it.
What year is it?
On our wedding night, you'll do that dance for me.
I thought you were already hooked up.
I'm hooked
Tell
up.
me what the true story is here.
I'm just kidding. No. I'm hooked up.
Allison, right?
No, Allison and I divorced.
Oh,
wow.
So Regis's the next one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We've been together 7 years.
We met.
Okay, this is 2006.
Okay.
So he blurts out, "We've been together 7 years." That bumps them back past the timeline they've already. 1999.
It's a smoking gun, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
It is.
Her, I apologize, I couldn't remember her name. I apologize.
Okay.
But at a movie premiere for Tom Cruise, I think you guys were at War of the Worlds.
Right.
She's really beautiful. She's a beautiful, tall blonde.
Isn't that a Scientology movie?
Oh, I don't think so.
You're thinking
It is.
of
Tom Cruise. No, Tom Cruise, War of the World. That's a Scientology thing.
No.
Like Travolta in Battlefield Earth.
That's what I thought you were thinking of as Battlefield Earth. I mean, War of the Worlds predates L. Ron Hubbard and stuff.
War of the World. That's Spielberg trying to crowbar in the whole Holocaust again. That's essentially the story.
Okay, I never saw it. I just assumed it was.
It's not worth seeing at all.
I know.
I can't believe I saw it. That's back in the day where I'd just go and see a movie once a week with people, and then you go, "Oh God, why am I doing this? It's horrible movies."
I had periods like that too. The De-Scrambler was responsible for me seeing some of the worst movies I've ever seen.
I love Trouble.
Yeah, I'm very much in love.
I love Trouble. Yeah.
But if she starts any nonsense, I'm coming right to you. Your father gave me the okay. All right, this is.
Okay, so he comes back here. Okay,
What's
he
that
thinks. You hear
music?
the music? That's that
Yeah, I don't
song
want
that
to hear that.
No, it's only like a second. It's only a second.
Good.
I cut it.
That'll get us in
How
trouble.
old was Brooke Hogan here, by the way?
Probably 18.
Oh.
Wow.
So Howard's doing that thing, creepy and and she's like blonde. Howard and the blondes too, like the
It's so
impression of a
obvious.
heterosexual, like what they think a heterosexual would. And so Howard thinks he's not on the air right now. So you hear the music, he doesn't
Oh, this
hear
is
the
good.
music, and he talks about he thinks he's listening to a clip of Regis and Kelly talking about his money, which he won't. And this is like right after the $100 million a year and stuff.
Now, what about Howard Stern?
Tell me.
Howard Stern, every 24 seconds, makes $1,000.
That is one.
It's actually more than that, but
This
it's
is amazing.
yeah.
Look at that.
He doesn't know that's on the
filthy
air.
little ferret.
Yep, he doesn't know that's on the air, and he comes back and listen to this like awkwardness.
$1,000 every 24 seconds.
That is marriage material, girl.
Once again,
Second, Howard Stern.
Tell me.
Howard
and Regis, as we know, lives in Howard's building.
Right.
Howard Stern, every 24 seconds, makes $1,000.
That is
$1,000 every 24 seconds.
That is marriage material, girl.
Oh, I think one girl's got her eye on you. Anyway, they broke it down by seconds. Dr. Phil, it takes Dr. Phil.
Okay, hear that silence? That's not me.
Mm-hmm.
That's him. He cuts. He's like, "Oh my shit, we're on the air." The diner scene, PC. Dana Cerrone, Artie's girlfriend's in that scene. She stumbles in drunk when he's in that diner scene. By the way. Okay, ready?
Anyway, they broke it down by seconds. Dr. Phil, it takes Dr. Phil.
Listen.
How come I can't hear anything?
What happened?
Is there music on?
No.
It was.
Wait.
A thing came up with Regis talking about your ability to make $1,000.
Yeah, I was listening to it in queue off air.
30 seconds.
No, you weren't.
Oh, was it on air?
That was on air.
So I cut the music out.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you thought you were listening to that in...
Have you ever? Now you guys
Suck
listen to
it.
even on Gunk, right? You guys have listened. Have you ever heard him own his monetary number, like in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, $96 a week. That was the
That's
last.
what I'm
time
saying.
I
Like
heard.
since that, right? So
I'm joking.
Nice.
I'm joking.
No, he can never talk about it. It freaks him out. I don't even know why.
That was on air.
So I cut the music out.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you thought you were listening to that in Q.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was listening to Regis talk about...
Yeah, he turned down the music when you...
I was listening to Dr. Phil.
2 minutes and 43 seconds to earn his 1,000.
What does Regis earn? I think he earns the most out of any...
Change the subject. Change the subject. Change the subject. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Buddy,
He's not talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, he must be exhausted after that.
Brad Pitt, 4 minutes and 48 seconds to make his 1,000.
How long does it take you to make 1,000? About half a second.
Isn't this crazy? All the $4,000 a minute jokes we've made on Radio Gunk, they did this here, like before we did. This is 06.
It would be funny if Regis, he didn't get that info on Howard from like page 6. It's like the mailman accidentally delivered Howard's paycheck to Regis's apartment.
Oh God, that's so funny. Oh, it's so funny.
That was great.
Oh God.
About 3 weeks of shows.
3/10 of a
That's
second.
pretty big money for
That
him.
is exciting.
It really is.
So coming up in this same clip is what a miser Lorne Michaels is.
Exciting. Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel very, very wealthy. People keep...
So this is Howard's insight. I don't feel very, very wealthy. This is Howard trying to do the fake modesty thing, but he can't get out of it.
I don't know. I don't feel very, very wealthy. People keep carrying on that I'm wealthy. I went to a auction to buy
Now
furniture.
you know you're wealthy. You're going to
And Robin's about to call him ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
auction.
I went to an auction and I was like, I can't buy any of this shit. It's too fucking expensive.
You're crazy.
I'm just that way, man.
According to that, you make
That's-
4
yeah,
times
that's-
more than Brad Pitt.
That's all in your head.
I know. I always don't feel like I have any money. I always it's a sick.
Wow. Wait, John, is this 2006, right?
That's he just got that huge 100 million that everybody talked about, but him. Everybody talked about it, but him.
And Robin can't take
I think you can start spending.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a sickness.
No.
I also want you to take heed, and I want you to listen and just kind of get in Artie's shoes, right? We always talk about how he's never making that bonus if it's not. So Artie's listening to this, and Artie's going, motherfucker.
Artie, during the Sal, after the Sal Artie fight, like Sal was brought in for Artie to kind of like settle the score, and Artie said that thing like, listen, I'm underpaid here and you guys are overpaid. Remember when he said that?
Yeah.
And I think he mentioned his salary that he was making like 900,000 something. Like that.
Yeah.
That was.
It's just under $1 million, right? And that's what Jackie got offered from Chiasano before.
Right.
But again, that Artie would do gigs on the weekend, which he didn't want to, and he shouldn't have to do. Like he definitely deserved to be making what Robin made.
Yes.
I mean, without a doubt. I'm not saying he should make what Howard made, but you can make a case that he should be in Robin's shirt because he is not making that bonus.
Yeah.
If not for, Howard's not making it, and Artie's listening to this shit, and he's got to be. The wheels are spinning, and
It's like a person who is anorexic and still is, like 90 pounds, and they still see themselves as fat.
Right, I'm like a fat chick.
Have the wrong.
Oh, but did you make the right analogy, Robin?
That's another. She's spewing truth bombs there.
It's like a
she
whole
doesn't even
different
know
show. It's a whole
I'm like a
different show.
skinny fat.
I know, Joni, good catch. That's Dennis Leary's movie too, if I see. Good catch.
Yeah. I'm a fat chick who gets. Yeah, you live a much nicer lifestyle. I like your lifestyle.
No, I don't live a much nicer lifestyle than you. You're out of your mind.
Car racing. You should hear it. She's up to 175 miles an hour.
180.
It is unbelievable.
He's angry.
And they're getting on this. He can't change the subject. It is unbelievable how infrequently Robin has been to his house. It's unbelievable how long those two have worked together. And she's literally been there, I think, twice in all that time.
Yeah, I mean, a couple observations. Howard is spinning out, like casting aspersions, like, well, Robin's rich too.
Deflected onto, right.
Right, he's deflecting. The other thing is, thank you. The other thing is, I think that Howard is also humble bragging about, like, it's a sickness. Like, he wants people to pity him for being sick about his, financial dysmorphia.
Dysmorphia. Nice.
You're out of this world, man. You're out of this fucking world. Seriously.
He wins on both counts.
That's a great internet name. Financial dysmorphia. It's like right after Chip Molzoff.
Yeah, but I've told, I've said this before. We don't know what you said, Davyd. We just heard financial dysphoria.
I know. I didn't even.
What did you say? What did you make a point there?
My point is that Howard can deflect about his wealth and get pity for the fact that he has this Depression era mentality of his parents.
And you're absolutely right. He's trying to humble brag that he has this incredible work ethic, and the money doesn't affect that at all. And he just does what he does, and it's just I'm a lunch pail guy, and I'm clocking in.
He's in it for the love of the game, right?
Love of the game.
Bullshit.
It's the opposite of this. He doesn't love anything. He's not even passionate about radio. Right? The one thing you think he's good at, he's not even passionate about radio.
And is hypocritical about it too, because he'll, when we watch the Richard Christie streaking clip and they were having what Vogue or whoever was having the party, he was criticized. Cosmo was having the party.
You people read Cosmo, right?
Yeah, barely. Apparently, I don't even remember it. But he was criticizing the woman they were interviewing, like, what job in radio did you ever have? So he sees it as a badge of honor, but he has contempt for anyone who falls in line to hit, like do intros to songs and hit the mark when they're supposed to and go to a commercial break when they're supposed to. And he's a hypocrite,
Yeah. So we get to Lorne Michaels, and Artie is kind of, you gotta get into Artie's headspace here and what he's listening to. So Artie goes and tells a story about Lorne Michaels and Norm Macdonald.
Right.
We told Hogue that if Robin wins that race against Bubba has to make out with a guy, and Hogue didn't even understand.
Immediately he goes to the gay deflection. Like he goes. So he explained to Hogan that we have a thing with Bubba where he has to make out with a guy, and Hogan's like, why?
Right.
Why? Who's this for? Why are you forcing Bubba to do gay stuff? Who gives a shit? Like, why? So this is gay Howard, like, and he can't. Trying to explain it to someone like Hogan, where it's just like, what?
Like he was couldn't even relate.
See, what kind of fucking? What are you talking about? That ain't real.
Norm Macdonald told me a story once about Lorne Michaels. He said, "Hey Norm, man, hey Lorne, man, how come you never invite me out to your house? You got a house out." And East Hampton or whatever. And Lorne Michaels said to him, dead serious, Norm, you don't want to see how I live. You'd hate my guts even more.
That's great. That's a great answer.
He goes, all right, so I'm not invited. He goes, no, you don't want to see how I live, Norm.
You don't want to see. You'll just despise me.
You'll hate my guts.
That's right. Yeah, Norm's broke.
That was so funny.
Now, there's more going on there than you think. Howard's very much taking copious. When you say copious, you have to say notes after it. I've never heard that word used in any other capacity. Yeah. Howard's taking notes. Go, oh, that's what I'm going to do. You can't know how I live, but he's listening to that, and that's why no one is to know on that staff. It's the exact same thing as the SNL guys who can't afford. When they move there, I think they get like a couple thousand a week to live in New York. It's the same thing, and Warren does not want anybody but Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Steve Martin, and Paul Simon to know what he's up to.
The Please Don't Destroy guys are in a brownstone walk-up while Lorne is like,
That's the thing. That's what Bon is. The Please Don't Destroy filmmaker. That's what Bon's filmmaking is. That's what that is. Yes. Thank you. I can't believe you knew that.
Flamer, this does give me depression. Yes. If I listen to this daily, Howard's, the shows he's doing now, I get physically depressed, and I'm just gonna throw something in very quickly for you, John. We have a announcement.
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve, don't come yet.
I think.
Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry, I had to slip in at the same time. Do it again.
Well, it played.
Do it again.
Oh, it's not worth doing it now, but yeah, okay.
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve, don't come yet.
You see, you beat me to that. I was supposed to make that drop, and I told you that's from Singles, and now you saw what I'm talking
send it
about.
to you. I'll send it.
I was gonna make a video drop out of it. It's just too much to do. It's just that's very much going into the repertoire.
Now, have the Oscars started, fellow chatters? Has it started yet? Okay.
No, not yet.
I'm surprised. Not yet. And who do we have hosting it tonight? Is it a new
Conan
host?
O'Brien.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That guy's
come
deal with the devil.
on.
He couldn't fail anymore, and they just keep throwing Oscar hosting jobs at him, and he got paid out like $32 million to not do the Tonight Show, and that's a deal with the devil, man. That guy.
Next year it'll be Jimmy Fallon, won't it?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Lorne Michaels is his hands in everything. Even though he's not
so
producer
bad.
on this, Conan's part of his. We wouldn't know who Conan was if it wasn't for Lorne.
I would rather Billy Crystal, to be honest, much more than any of these guys.
I want Chris Rock.
Just get
I want
Billy
Chris-
back if he can even talk anymore.
I want Chris Rock to do it. I want someone who's going to go at them.
Who would you like, Davyd, if you had the pick?
You know, John Mulaney did a good intro to one of the awards categories last year. I always thought he might be kind of and he and Nick Kroll did the Independent Spirit Awards a couple times, and I thought they did a good job.
I got a dark horse, Bill Burr.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I think he'd be great. I don't think he's capable of doing a bad job in that situation.
Yeah.
But he would do a Ricky Gervais and
Yes,
offend everybody.
Gervais would be great.
would
Gervais would be great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, okay, this is really quick. This is Tina Fey on the Stern Show talking about how she gets no points from what's
From
the
Billy.
Lindsay Lohan movie?
From Mean Girls.
Yeah, she gets no money from that, even though it's her entire.
Being married to you would be very exciting. I have this fantasy. I do. Because
I should have brought my husband with me. Be like, no.
But by the way, you got married very young.
Well, I got together with my husband pretty young. I've been with him since I'm 24, and then we got married when I was like 31.
Right, and from everything I read about you, you weren't like overly you weren't the sexual girl growing up.
No.
And you were kind of chubby-ish, right?
Chubby-ish, yeah.
And you lost the weight when you were a head writer at SNL.
Yeah, so Lorne Michaels tells her, you got in order for you to get on air, you gotta lose. You're too fat. And I've seen pictures of it, and that's not fat.
Or a writer at SNL. You said, hey, you look at yourself in the mirror, and you said, wait a second, I don't look good. And you dropped 30 pounds. And then suddenly Lorne wanted to put you on camera. You weren't
By the way,
hired
look at it. Look at Conan in the background. He's right behind Lorne.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
as a
I was hired as a writer,
Right.
and it was sort of like I was doing shows at Second City, and we were eating
Sean, can you
Chicago.
pause
People,
it?
you eat.
Sorry, if you look behind Tina Fey's head, Stephen Colbert is shaking someone's hand in the background. Yeah.
He had a little bit, he was part of that Robert Smigel animation crew. So
Yeah.
he was like on those TV Funhouse, Ace and Gary, which is like the best thing they've ever done.
Right.
He did the voice of I think Ace or Gary. He did Gary.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever lived in Chicago, but you just eat like
pizza.
Yeah,
it's got that
pizza,
deep
bacon.
dish,
It's always cold. You have a coat on like 9 months of the year.
Yeah.
No one sees your body. But I was doing 8 shows a week, and then I got to SNL, still eating like that, but sitting all the time. And I chunked out.
Are you the girl that lives in fear that you're going to put the weight back on?
Not anymore. No.
I'm that girl.
You're that girl.
I am so afraid I'm going to put the weight back on. I live in like a nightmarish world.
Then you give me one meal, and I'm just going to go nutty professor it.
Do you work out like now in this? I'm shocked.
Yeah. Well,
because look at all the movies you've made. They've made a fortune. Like you've had wait a second. Hold it a second. Am I wrong about this?
I mean,
Wait, didn't you? What was the one with Lindsay Lohan?
Mean Girls. I wrote Mean Girls.
Didn't that make like $300 million?
I did. It's probably. I just wrote it. I don't have any points on.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, John. I didn't think
do
that
it.
would stop your playback.
Yeah,
That's
thanks. No, that's
sorry.
a great interruption by you. So this is Tina Fey, quote unquote, when they think she's fat and she can't get on the air. I guess we'll assume that it's something like this. And I'm not going to put you on looking like that, even though we have 80 Bryants and
Yeah. They have, even Victoria Jackson. You know? I mean,
it's all right for guys to be heavy and like you care, like anybody cares, like anybody watching it.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Painful.
That was the beginning. That's what happened.
Was that painful for you?
No, I didn't know any better. I got the bonus that was in my contract. I was so excited.
Who'd you write that for Lorne?
Yeah.
His production company.
Yeah.
Don't you think Lorne should have said to you, no?
This is Howard projection beyond anything. Listen to, and he's not even like, this is him. He's Lorne, but he's acting like immediately he's thinking of, and if you're already listening to this, you son of a bitch. Tina Fey was in Beer League, by the way. She had a cameo appearance in Beer League.
Don't you think Lorne should have said to you, now, theoretically, Mean Girls just made a boatload of money. Tina, I'm going to give you a point.
I wouldn't even know what a point was at that time. But Lorne has always been.
Now, if you got a $225 million bonus from Sirius, shouldn't you say to Artie Lange, "Hey, Artie, here's $2 million for getting me that bonus"?
That's fantasy land, though.
Well, that's what he's accusing Lorne Michaels of.
Yeah,
this is way worse.
The equivalence is, you know, Mean Girls just made this amount of money for Paramount Pictures. So don't you think you should get a bonus? And like, hey, I just made this much money for 112 Productions. Don't you think you should get this bonus, you know?
You will never convince me that Artie was not thinking that the entire time he was on the show.
Yeah.
You know how often he fixates on money. There's
Right.
just no question. There's no question.
I think that quote from the Sal fight, the idea, you know, he says his salary and then he says, "I'm underpaid and you guys, Sal and Richard, are overpaid." You know, that's his way of, he's talking to Howard through them, basically, in that moment.
Yes, Sarah. They're talking about Angie Everhart. She's fascinating. She dated Howard, Stallone, and Joe Pesci. What a bizarre.
One of these things is not like the other.
It's so crazy, right? Imagine Howard raw dogging Angie from behind, says Sarah. No, we can't imagine that ever. Yeah, never happened. Oh God, that's so funny. That's so classic, Sarah. How do you follow Mike Tyson? She's giving Robin Givens just like.
Do you have the Tina Fey clip where she, in that same interview, she says like she wasn't paid for Beer League?
No, I didn't get that yet. I can go back and get it for next time.
Okay,
but
yeah.
I didn't get that yet. Beer League, do we ever know what the budget for that movie was? I'm sure Artie would tell you if you asked him.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on. I could let me look it up and see if I can find it.
It's shown. I mean, it might not be. I know it made $500,000.
$2 million or less.
That
yeah,
much?
At one point, Artie said they were making fun of Beer League, saying it's garbage, and he said the investors just put another $500,000 into it or something like that.
Yeah,
right.
So he said it's not a cheap little movie. It's got a budget, but not much. I'm sure $2 million would be a lot for that. God, it's not a good film. It's hard to watch. You what do you rate it, John?
It's got a couple of moments. It's not a good movie at all. It needed to be fleshed out more. It could have been more. He wanted to make it like NC-17, and literally this is probably the best scene in the whole movie, and I'm sure that. Go ahead, Davyd.
Okay, so the budget was $2,800,000.
Wow, I guessed it. Got it right.
Opening weekend, September 17th, 2006. Opening weekend was $302,908.
And it topped out at $550,000.
Gross U.S. and Canada was $472,185, and that was the gross worldwide too. I think it wasn't released internationally.
This is the best scene in the whole freaking movie.
We got a scene. Go,
yeah,
John.
this is the best scene in the whole movie.
Hello, man. Thanks for the black guy. Hook me up with some coke, will you?
God, that's such an Artie stand-up line.
So this is, speaking of Artie, this is a perfect segue. This is Artie's first appearance on the Stern Show. So he comes in with a freshly fired Norm Macdonald, and Howard drills him on why he got fired, and Howard's really good here, and he gets to the core of the problem. Again, he's projecting a little bit, but this is so many, there's so many parallels to Chiasano and Sabian and Marcy Turk doing the firing for Howard. He knows exactly how this works, and this is the first time on the show.
How do I know? What the hell are you talking about?
I wouldn't take that from him. I'd smack him. Who does he think he is?
There's very few questions I can answer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Norm Macdonald, great guy, funny guy. Saturday Night Live. I'll tell you how I watch Saturday Night Live. I tune in about 5 at midnight to watch Norm do the news, and now I hear that he's been fired from the show.
It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Hey, what's up with that outfit, man? You look like a homie. You're like a rap star over there. You got a big baggy T-shirt on and big baggy pants. You're wild today.
Like a black guy.
You're like a.
The full interview is actually 50 odd minutes. The Howard TV version's 30 minutes, and they cut out like really good stuff like dirt and like I don't know.
Yeah.
Howard, this isn't the E channel. You can do whatever you want. Why are you editing the interview? Just show the whole fucking thing.
But
you should be showing the whole show.
They're in the serious years where they're trying, like any dirt on potential guests that they want to get in there, like they want to cut out, like just for any plausible deniability.
Well, Chauncey calls in, so they got to cut Chauncey out.
Right.
As always.
Well, black man. You even have black eye hair. Hey, put out that cigarette. The best part of Saturday Night Live is when you do the news.
Right.
And in fact, when I went on Saturday Night Live, I only wanted to be on the news. I refused to be on any of the sketches.
And you actually said this.
And I said the rest of Saturday Night Live sucks except for Norm.
Yeah, that was great.
That was great, right?
Turned out you were completely wrong.
According to the experts. So I don't understand what happened. I think most people would say that they probably do what I do. I tune in at 5 of 12 because I know you're coming up, and then they have the musical act.
Right.
And then I turn it off and go to bed.
Norm is freshly fired for doing OJ jokes. And so there's a bunch of theories as to why. The guy, the executive. Howard sifts through. It's not really him.
Right.
So why did they fire you? How did they fire you? How did they tell you they're firing you? Tell me everything.
Well, it was like over the holidays. It was...
what holiday was that?
The Christmas.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. All right. Just be clear.
Over the Christmas holidays.
Yeah.
I was...
Where were you? Were you at home?
I was in Los Angeles, and then...
With your wife?
Yeah. And then I got...
What do you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I was.
You're very rarely with her. That's why I asked.
Yeah. I was with
He's got a great marriage. He hardly ever goes home.
Well, you could have that marriage if you wanted it.
No, I can't. My wife said I can't.
You asked permission. I don't think he asked.
Oh, you don't? You just leave? What about when your wife says, hey, I want to go to New York with you?
What's that now?
What do you say to her? What do you say to your wife?
My wife?
Are you married or not? Are you married?
Am I married?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
God. What is this? You
you
answer every question by repeating it?
So what happened? I mean, nobody's better at the news than you. They used to...
It's not Dick Ebersol, guys. It's not. It's
no,
it'll come to me.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the name too.
Go ahead, Davyd. I'll figure it out.
Is this the clip where like they hound him for like he was maybe dating Elle Macpherson, and that's why he brought Artie in to kind of like deflect the Elle Macpherson questions?
Yes.
Okay, I remember this now.
Have Kevin?
Actually, I think that might have been the It might have been the when he came in as Bob Dole.
Oh, okay.
That might have been the Elle Macpherson drilling he got.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of forgetting.
Nealon doing it, he was horrible. Horrible.
Horrible.
Horrible.
All
right?
Horrible.
He was horrible. He really was. He's a nice guy, but he was not good at reading the news.
He's a good man.
Good man. All right. Tell me what happened. You were over the holidays. You had to spend some time with your wife.
So then I started hearing stuff about, hey, it doesn't look good, and things they want to make changes. And
who was telling you this?
There's different people at Saturday Night Live, you know.
So Don Ohlmeyer was the executive producer of Monday Night Football, and they make a great point. Like, he had such a relationship with OJ that somehow he's tuning into SNL to listen to, and specifically listening for OJ jokes.
Right.
And that would, it doesn't.
The cast, you mean?
No, the people that work there, like the other guys that you don't know.
Is it true that the rest of the cast doesn't like you much? I read that in the paper today. Is that true?
You did?
Yeah, come on, be honest. Is that true?
I don't know.
I know for a fact, because I did Saturday Night Live. You told me you lock yourself pretty much in your own room and you don't really communicate
just like
much
you
with
and
the rest of the staff. Is that true?
Yeah. The cast?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like them.
You do? But
Yeah.
they don't like you much?
Well, how the hell do you know?
No, there's a famous article that he did. Do you remember this, Davyd? Rolling Stone, where he shit on the rest of the cast, said they're not really funny people, they're just improv actors, and that caused a huge divide.
Yeah, I remember
at the time.
That. Yeah,
He's right. Likes you or not?
You can tell if people enjoy being around you. Are you difficult?
Oh, no.
You're not. Okay. All right. So you he probably is.
I don't think Norm sees himself.
No. So you had heard rumors that there were going to be changes. It doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Who said that to you?
Just people, I don't know.
Name
people
names.
on the show. Well, nobody knows.
Why are you being so evasive? Name the names of the people
You
who
can
said
tell
this.
us what their position is. I mean,
Well, guys on the show, nobody knows these.
Would you say
people.
guys on the show?
Like not cast members, it's just
Writers.
writers?
The guy with the long hair, the fat guy who writes for you. What's his name?
Frank Sebastiano. That's Artie's writing buddy.
Nobody knows these.
Would you say
dudes.
guys on the show?
You know, like not cast members. It's just
Writers.
Writers?
The guy with the long hair, the fat guy who writes for you. What's his name? Okay, so he tells
Frank
you.
Sebastiano.
Frank Sebastiano. He's
You
a
want
good
me
guy.
to name names?
He's a funny guy.
So he told you it didn't look good.
It didn't look good.
Yeah.
So
So then,
you got to see Frank
98,
Sebastiano to know that you would not put any credence in anything he said.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So Frank Sebastiano keeps telling me it doesn't look good, and I'm going, that's just Frank, you know.
Yeah, he don't know anything.
Right? He doesn't know anything.
Right.
So then, you know, and plus everybody's always saying that to me. Hey, things don't look good.
Right. You even say things don't look good.
Yeah,
right.
people don't like you, and I go, I don't know what. Who cares, right?
Can't believe that people don't like you. But go ahead.
So then when I got back there this week, right? And so then I was hanging out and stuff, and then the guys go, hey, man, you got to call this dude Don Ohlmeyer, who's the president of the network.
Don Ohlmeyer is the president of NBC.
Right.
And they're telling you you've got to call Don Ohlmeyer.
Yeah.
He tried to get in touch with you, and they said, please call Don Ohlmeyer. Who tells you to call Don Ohlmeyer?
He didn't try to get in touch with me. He said to Lorne, I want this guy off update, you know.
He said
What?
Don Ohlmeyer wants you off update.
He told Lorne that.
Lorne wants you on.
So he doesn't know this. Now you got what a weasel Lorne Michaels is. Norm doesn't get this from Lorne. He gets it secondhand.
Right.
He's not getting this, and he needs a hatchet man. So he never heard this from Ohlmeyer.
Right.
Like he needs a hatchet man. I mean, he didn't hear it from Lorne. Lorne speaking from Lorne needs a hatchet man, a human shield, like a Chiasano would be, or like a Tim Sabian would be with Artie.
But Don Ohlmeyer wants you off.
Right.
I don't buy that for a minute.
Well, what do you?
Lorne wants you off of it.
Yeah.
And he's afraid to tell you to your face because he has
So
a
he has
relationship
Don
with you.
Ohlmeyer do it.
So he has Don Ohlmeyer do it.
Because
Go
what
ahead.
he got to do with Saturday Night Live?
Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't think you're right.
What do you guys think? I think Howard's right for money.
Yeah, I agree. In the same way that Tim Sabian probably had to fire the Howard TV guys and not Howard.
Well, it's like Billy West too, and Chiasano, right? So Billy West goes to Howard and goes, God damn, I think I'm doing a good job for you. I'm asking for whatever it was, 40 grand. I can't get that. He's like, no, look, Billy, my hands are tied. Ask Tom. He doesn't think you're worth it. I don't know what to tell you. And so you need Howard. Howard launched into that so quick because that's what he does,
right,
all the time.
Right. Yeah. It's the same with the hair plugs. Like I heard what they do is that he like.
Yeah,
as if he doesn't know verbatim from life experience what they do.
The interview just started. He's already into it, and I do believe it's exactly what happened. That Lorne Michaels had. Oh, that's what executives do.
Right.
That's their entire job, is the ability to remember speaking of Norm, you remember fucking that Cheers episode where Norm's ability to fire people because he would make the person feel sorry for him because he was so put out trying to fire the person.
Flip the table.
Right.
Oh, I know I'm right.
Yeah.
I'd bet any amount of money on it.
So you're telling me Lorne got me off Saturday Night?
Yeah.
Doesn't he run Saturday Night Live?
They don't tell Lorne who to take off Saturday Night Live. You think
Howard is 100% right.
Yeah, that's
all I know about that show is he has total autonomy. Nobody tells him shit. In fact, didn't you tell me a story, Davyd?
Yeah,
about,
I was about to tell you. Yeah, I was about to say. I heard an interview with John Mulaney, and Mulaney said that when he was there as a writer on the show, that Lorne would yell at Jeff Zucker in front of the cast and crew.
Wow.
Like the then head of NBC Universal. He would just yell at him in front of everyone.
And you're just like, how could he have this kind of power to just disrespect this guy in front of this entire production like this? And it just goes. He has that Broadway video the Ponzi scheme that Lorne Michaels has going with all these people. And really, I mean, he had that kind of power, and there's not a shot in hell that they tell him who to keep and especially update.
And I think especially in that 2008 to 2012 era where he's got 30 Rock and Portlandia, like Broadway Video has so many shows on the air.
I have never in the history of that show heard of anybody but Lorne firing someone.
Does he still run that show?
Yeah,
like is
he's
he
almost
there
80.
on the Saturday night?
This is allegedly his last year. Yeah,
he's almost 80.
Oh, God.
They were talking about. I had a clip. They were talking about replacing him in 1995.
Right.
Like he should. They said retire, old man, in 1995. because it was his biases and his method, his modus operandi with the way that show was killing the show. Like we talked about how it's not necessary that the whole thing is live. It's stupid. It doesn't. Who gives a shit? And he wants the degree of difficulty. Oh God, we got to do rewrites at the last minute, and it's such a hard show to put on. So it gives him an out if the show sucks. Like, well, it's really hard. I don't care if it's hard.
Right.
Do the show. Put the best comedy you can out there, and the live aspect of it is the least thing I care about. I don't give a shit.
And you know what else I thought of after we did our first show is Lorne famously hates the Carol Burnett show cracking up, like they break character and crack up and stuff. And it's like, that's another reason not to do the show live.
Yeah.
And, if you really hate it that much, why are you throwing that extra albatross on your cast to, make sure you get it perfect to don't
you're
crack
fired.
up? Yeah, exactly.
But then he destroyed that rule because of Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon's laughing he laughed at 90% of the things he did.
Well,
and because he was getting letters from 14-year-old girls, they dismissed the rule. They put the rule aside. It doesn't apply to him.
And that's why Pete Davidson can do it too. Pete Davidson is a notorious maybe not notorious, but he's also cracking up in sketches.
Yep.
Like,
No, I know. And he's got like sleeves of tattoos, and he's playing a congressman. And not even trying to do an impression of it. They have separate rules for different people. If we're going to try to so the publicists are trying to make Pete Davidson into a star at all costs. The managers, the PR people, hook him up with starlets. We're going to act like it's some organic relationship, and then we'll have him in sketches he doesn't belong in because we're going to get him on. They did a breakdown of the screen time people got at the 50th. I mean, was on so much. It's so obvious that Lorne Michaels needs to, and they gave him like Peacock spin-off shows, and you couldn't fail more. You couldn't possibly fail more. And nothing against him, but he's just in that machine. And once you get in that Lorne, he will never stop trying to make, because he looks like an idiot. It's like with Conan when they gave him the Letterman show.
Well,
they would not fire him as bad as it was.
Right. And Lorne has a relationship to Pete Davidson like Ken Todd has to Jax Taylor. It's sort of like
Ken Todd. That's a Vanderpump Rules reference, Davyd.
To cross reference our shows, but it's the same. He's a pimp for Pete Davidson to be a sex object, and as much as he can do with that butterface, and get him hooked up with starlets, as you say.
I get being over emotional. I totally get that, but not on my birthday.
Oh my God, fucking Stassi, right?
Yeah.
Damn, Bon. That's oh God, that's for. I haven't seen him and Kate Beckinsale have no bit. I haven't seen chemistry that bad since Ice-T and Belzer teamed up.
You think Lorne's on you? Lorne digs you, right?
Yeah.
You think Lorne is against what Don Ohlmeyer is doing?
Well, that's what he told me.
And that he can't do anything about it?
Look at Lawrence. He's having that come to Jesus moment where he's just like, holy shit, why didn't I see this?
Right.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's doing his Norm Cheshire Cat smirking shtick too. So,
but I think he is having an epiphany here, though. At the same time, I think he's like, oh shit, because I don't know if he thinks on those terms. Look at his face.
Right.
Look at his face. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Man, you're naive. First, you speak to Lorne.
That's the Schadenfreude Howard laugh.
Yeah. The Michael McKean.
Yep.
Right? And Lorne says call Don Ohlmeyer.
Yeah, he said, you should call Don. And
when has any
translation? Howard says call Marcy Turk, call Tom Chiasano, call Tim Sabian.
Staff member had to call Don. Lorne's the guy in charge of Saturday Night Live. Why do you have to call Don Ohlmeyer?
Well, he's like apparently I don't even know what the guy is.
Yeah.
He's the president of the whole network.
Yeah, but when any other instructions about what you're doing happened, where did they come from?
In my
in your tenure there, who talked to you about what was going on?
Answer the question.
It was Lorne.
Right.
Fine.
So why now are you talking to Don Ohlmeyer? Because Lorne doesn't have the balls to tell you he wants you off Weekend Update.
Wait a minute. Lorne doesn't want me on Weekend Update?
Right.
That's it.
I'm being serious with you now. Of course.
Well, that's horrible.
All right. So you called Don Ohlmeyer. Tell me more about what happened
He
here.
told me he wanted me on Up
Yeah, of course he told you that.
you.
He's lying. I would do the same thing. If I didn't want Fred on the show, I wouldn't do it myself. I know Fred 10 years. I can't do it. I'd have Tom tell him. Right.
Whoa!
There you go.
Got him.
He just buried
Right.
himself.
Yeah.
Now you got to remember how long ago this is. This is '98, so that wasn't something he was hiding at the time. Like that was just like, but that was Billy West. That's
Right, but
it
it also plays into the quote Howard Stern character where, you know, he's a ball busting boss, and you know, so the audience doesn't think that that's a mean thing that he wouldn't fire Fred to his face.
Yep.
They think it's just part of the Howard Stern character, so he wins on both counts.
Yep.
You know, I didn't have any more money. So,
wow.
So this dude, right?
I didn't know that about you. No wonder Don Ohlmeyer hates you. I'm with Don Ohlmeyer. Who needs a compulsive gambler?
Yeah, around the set.
So this dude, Quincy Martin, takes him to
Quincy Jones.
I'm sorry, Quincy Jones.
Quincy Martin. That might be the
How
worst
did he
fuck
get
up
to
on
that?
someone's name I've ever heard. Quincy Martin. I just wanted to show you this is Artie's very first appearance in studio in 1998, and then he comes in and you know, eventually gets hired. But the entire thing is about, and Howard says it at the end, like, I don't care about anything about comedy. You're fat, you're gamble, you're perfect for the show. I can exploit it.
Jones had nothing to do with this.
No, he didn't. have anything.
Right.
So he says, hey, I'm going to take the cast of the Mad TV, man.
Black
Christ, Norm.
I think he did that on purpose.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
Quincy
I don't
Martin. Martin, I just think he does. He did. He was that.
A Quinn Martin production.
We'll never know.
You
You
see
know,
him-
'cause Norm's he's playing chess, I guess, with the
Yeah,
the
you see
audience,
Howard there. Howard saying it's Lorne Michaels' decision and all this, and Norm's going, really? But you look at the big grin on his face. He's looking over at Robin and then looking back at Howard, going, really?
I think he's
didn't
playing
know
that a little bit. I think Norm's a very smart
he
guy.
knows.
Yeah.
He knows. Yeah.
Quincy Martin.
That's a great one.
drop.
I will catch that for you, John. I promise. You are the absolute ferret this week.
Yeah,
They're
this
not
is
too
sad.
long. They're kind of shortish, and you've just got a whole bunch of them. You goddamn ferret.
Yeah, this is what you're saying in the beginning of this. There's a lot goes into this. I mean, all week into the hours, and sometimes you'll text me something, and I'm not even looking at the phone, and I'm just so immersed with headphones.
That's why
on that I
we
don't want
should
to break the
probably
cycle.
go. Should we go to it again?
Yeah, go to it.
Yeah?
Go to it. Yes.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think Davyd learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
Oh my
See,
God.
John
That's
wouldn't
so
do
good,
that.
Bon.
John would never do that. So, but I'll do it for John the way Howard would do it.
How long did it take you to do that?
Not so long because there's not much going on visually, but the sound was, I pitch up. Next show I'll play you just the voices on their own, which is pretty funny because I pitch shifted one down, so it's give me your money. I should play you the raw takes because that would probably make you laugh. It's just me going, you think Davyd? And then I fuck up a few times and I go, you think Davyd? And then I'm doing it again and I do a few more. It's just stupid, but not long because it sounds like it took a long time. And all those sounds, they're all perfectly tuned. So you just drag and drop them in. It's not like it's all tuned to sound huge. But Davyd, you loved that, didn't you? You get your own.
Tremendous.
Everybody got a shout out. That's what I had to make sure. And Sarah
really
one,
good at that.
I just said that about Sarah just off the top of my head. And when I was playing it back, I was going, How does that even make any sense? She doesn't want to do the show at all, but everybody still loves her. How is that a point? You know,
She keeps us on track, you know? I mean,
She
Yeah, I guess
tacitly
that's-
agreed, by the way, the other day to doing a Kathy Lee Gifford versus Howard show.
Oh,
that is her ballywick.
that she'll be on it.
She'll be on that, yeah.
Oh, that's what everybody's been talking about, getting her back on air.
That'll do it. Kathy Lee Gifford versus Howard. That'll get her back.
It's so hard to get that girl on the air now. She
It
loves
is.
doing Davyd. She loves you and the Golden Girls. And aren't you just adorable together on the Golden Girls episodes?
Yeah, I know. It's a coffee clutch for sure.
Coffee clutch. Clasp. Thank you, Rick the Electrician, sir. I appreciate it. I'm going to give you guys the next choice. Would you rather listen to Conan O'Brien versus the Jackie Puppet, David Spade blowing off Chris Farley's funeral, just like Howard did with Gary's dad, Chris Farley's death announcement, Howard trying to eulogize him, or Adam Sandler getting ambushed by Gary Garver in L.A.?
I can't choose Davyd.
Yeah, I feel like the Chris Farley death announcement, you were kind of talking that up.
Oh, yeah, because at the end, that's a very special thing at the end. Thank you, Davyd. So this
Look at that.
is...
That's paying off, John. My
Thank you,
video,
Rick. Yeah, I know.
$20.
I know. So this is the death of Chris Farley in December. You want to get something strange? This motherfucker has been dead for 27 years. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time.
27 years. December 19th, 1997. Chris.
Wrong. Who comes?
They come back from a weekend, and Chris Farley dies over the weekend. And this
Drunk at 1 in the afternoon. Guy who goes to Scores in the afternoon. There you go. Rob, you there?
I'm here, Howard.
Yeah. What can we do for you?
Well, it's sad news about Chris Farley.
Yeah, real sad.
And I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, I never had him on the show. Never came on.
I was always wondering why.
I don't know why, but just never had him on.
Never got him.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly would have liked.
So why do you think? Because all he does is
Fat
fat
guy.
shame. Yep.
Yeah. Make
He
fun
would
of him.
spend. Let's say Farley's on the show for 45 minutes. How much of that interview? was
Drugs and fat.
Drugs
That's
and
it.
fat, and that's what Artie became.
Right.
That's Artie's dream. That's Howard's dream, is to have a Farley like to do that, to go to, and that's why I didn't come on. I mean, I'm sure.
Love to have had him.
How you doing, Robin?
Good.
All right. Apparently, he's been partying for the last 2 weeks, though.
Last 2 weeks? How about the last?
Well, this is a caller who lived in Chicago who has inside information on Farley over the weekend.
Did he die in Chicago?
Yeah.
Oh,
he had like a condo, and he was just partying his ass off, and he was just on and off. Look at Riff Raff Raucous. Live is like good or bad. You're in the moment. Yes, Riff Raff. I love that name. There was a guy on the Heathcliff cartoon, Riff Raff. It was a rival cat who looked like Sarah's cat, Camilla, like a fat version of Sarah's cartoon cat, Camilla.
Wait, John. It's John. I love that little clip. Riff Raff is saying that Saturday Night Live is good because it's live.
No,
That's
I
what
disagree.
that comment
No,
is.
I disagree. It can. Some of it could be. I say, here's my game plan. The opener could be. The monologue is live. The sketches are pre-taped. Weekend Update is live.
But the cost, John, that's not cost effective to have them all set up just to do
You
a
see
few
how
little
great
live
your
reads.
video. You see how great your filmmaking skills are. What's the name
Of
of the?
course.
Right, that you could have all their pre-taped digital sketches always work and have the whole show.
But
that
that's
you
not
don't
cost
need it to
effective.
be
You know
live.
that.
Why?
You know
No,
that's
it's not. It's easier to just play it. You have to reshoot it 1,000 times and the blocking and all that stuff. It's not necessary. Why would you just not put out the best comedy? Some of it could be live. It's not. It's stupid. I don't care about the degree of difficulty. I don't care if it's live. It's just an antiquated concept.
But more people tune in probably because it's live. That
some of it
there's
could be
more
live.
people tuning in because they go, "This is live." It's if they screw up, it's going to be interesting, and especially you get that factor in. Say you have a moment where Sinead O'Connor rips up a photograph. Remember that kind of thing. If that happens live, that's full on, and you can't control it.
Yeah, but Bon, they have a strict rule, and I think Davyd will back me up on this. You're not allowed to go off the page at all. So they have a strict script. So what's the point in live if you're following the cue cards to the letter and you can't do anything spontaneous?
Yeah, I
You
agree
get
that
fired.
nowadays, but probably in the 80s, crazy things could happen. Like if Nirvana when Nirvana played on it, if Kurt had just decided to run into the crowd and then just start smashing his guitar against the opposite wall of the studio, no one's going to stop him, and everyone would have gone, that's amazing back then. But I understand what you're talking now. It's big business, so everybody's terrified. So they're just going to read the script. Yes.
Yeah, and I think like whether live is more popular is not what I'm saying. I don't know if maybe it is more popular if it's live, but I agree with John in that, like, I don't want to consume this kind of comedy that isn't polished and it's just sort of like a taped dress rehearsal.
By the way, Davyd, they say the dress rehearsal like 80% of the time is tighter than the actual show.
Right.
Why? How is that?
It's the same. It's Bon. It's the same thing. So I have episodes, thanks to my friend Boff, where they implemented a sketch from the rehearsal into the stuff. So they would show a replay and they would reconstruct the episode and they would put the rehearsal into the stuff that they were.
That's what they showed in that movie recently. That on the board, they'd switch it around. But why with a week of full-time work, can't these writers pull it all together? Why are they rushing at the end?
Because Lorne Michaels has a system where it makes them sweat, and he has it where it's not efficient. They have them where they're not even worried about comedy. It's star fucking
like if
cameos.
If you, John, were a writer on that show, you would have bits saved up all the time. If he came to you and said, I want to X this out, this isn't working 5 hours before the show, you could just go, I got something we can knock up in 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes with one of the actors, one of the people.
You gotta understand too,
and I'll have
so
something
many biases, Bon. He has so many biases. He's so ulterior motivated, and he's so many agendas to making people stars. And it's not about the best comedy. It's about
that's a problem.
He has a Ponzi scheme going, and he has to get Pete Davidson on a certain amount of time because this is what his agents and the managers want. And it's not about the best stuff. It never has been. Maybe when Dana Carvey was there with Phil Hartman, but since then, I don't think it's even remotely. I think comedy is the 5th priority on that show. It's about star fucking. That's number 1. Right. Whether it's Jack Nicholson sitting in the front row, if you were a cast member on that show, right? And it's so difficult to get airtime, and there's 20 cast members now, and you come in and you're like, and obviously some of these, and we have Jim Gaffigan playing Tim Waltz, and we have Larry David playing, and not that they just look like them, they without even trying, they're that. And so the cast members are going, oh God, I could have done Tim Waltz. I could have, you know what I mean? The whole show is former cast members coming back to do these cameos that should have went to the actual cast that's there. And so you never get on because they're so obsessed with star fucking cameos that
would you say that there's someone who could have done Alec Baldwin's Trump instead of Alec coming back? Do you think?
Yeah, they could have. Well, the guy doing it now, Alex had his own.
That's interesting. I don't watch it. We don't get it here, and I don't think we even got it back when it was huge in the 80s. So I've seen it, of course, like replays of it all.
Can I say 2 things? So first of all, I think the Sinead O'Connor like unpredictable moments are few and far between. It's not a culture that's fostered by Lorne Michaels. So even if that's a selling point that you don't know what people are going to do, it's not part of Lorne's. Lorne doesn't appreciate that, No. He, as I said before, he hates hated at some point the whole cracking up in sketches. He wanted everyone to be. There's just a lot of contradictions in what he demands of the cast and the format in which he's doing it.
I'll put this to you then, Davyd. When he retires, will it change, or will he still control it until he dies?
I'm sure in
a lot of ways.
I'm sure a producer. I'm sure he'll get some I don't really know if he created the show. I'm sure he'll get some.
He did. He actually co-created it with Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm sure he's going to get a co-creator credit. The last thing I wanted to say was there are live show. There are shows that are. I think of this is kind of an old. This again revealing my 200-year-old age, but
that's right.
A show like The Honeymooners, where it's filmed almost like a play straight through, and it has the energy of a live show.
Yes,
is great. That's fantastic, but they prepare it like they're trained actors with trained writers, and it's not this sort of hodgepodge race to the top competitive ridiculousness of they don't have to change costumes, they don't have to be multiple people across
why is that
course of an
necessary?
evening.
Right. Why is it necessary? They're giving themselves, like I say, it's a degree of difficulty to give yourself an excuse. If the show sucks and didn't work, oh well, you don't know what we go through. We change costumes and God, we have rewrites. I don't care. Just put out the best comedy. I don't care. Why do you need to do that? You don't need to do that at all. You instituted the degree of on yourself. They're your rules. I'm not making you do it. You're doing it. You need to. I don't feel sorry for you because they're your rules.
Right. And I guess my point is, like, I agree that yes, there is something you can tell when something was done live, and it just feels like it still has the energy and the feel of a live show.
The Honeymooners is a perfect example of that. It really is.
It's just weird to impose that on a sketch show where you're expecting, as far as I can tell from Lorne Michaels' own words, you're expecting line perfect readings of your script. And no fuck ups, and yet
that's his expectation, is it? He doesn't want them to even improvise.
Exactly right.
That's fucked up. That's not good.
So what's the point of the live danger factor if they can't improvise? If you can't do that, so So
does the audience have moments where the jokes all bomb and the audience doesn't really laugh, or are they hyped up that they're getting onto the show that they just laugh at everything?
That's a great question. It's both. They always some of these shows, Big Bang Theory does is they brag, oh, we don't have a laugh track. Everybody thinks it's the same thing. When you have this some rube from Arkansas come in and they come in, they're trained SEALs and they laugh at everything. They know that the rhythms of a sitcom where it's every 7 seconds you're supposed to go, ha, ha, ha. That's exactly who goes to Saturday Night Live. So these people are trained to laugh at gunpoint. They don't want them sitting there stone-faced.
Yeah, because here, like when we have like live comedy shows kind of like that, you'd get there and there'd be just free alcohol. They ply you with alcohol. Is that what's happening on this show?
Yes.
Like you get free drinks before you go in.
Why do you think they have a warm-up guy, Bon? Why do they have a warm-up?
Oh, of course, the warm-up guy. So who's the warm-up guy for a show like this? That'd have to be a pretty good comedian, wouldn't it?
It used to be Kevin Nealon back in the day.
See, that'd be great.
It's a cast member. Usually it's the update guy because they're not doing anything but update.
It's probably Michael Che or...
It is him. It is him.
Right. So
because they don't do anything but update.
But if you go to we were talking about the post Janeane Garofalo to like the bulk of the 90s, the later 90s. If you watch sketches in there, they're bombing all over the place. There's sketches where there's nary a laugh.
And that's really bad if you can't get that audience to hop to it.
Oh yeah. Right. But they would acknowledge the bombing back then?
No, they would just plow ahead.
That sucks even more.
Yeah.
Because you can bomb and then it can be very funny. That you acknowledge bombing. That's great, but they're not going to do that either. That's just weird.
Yeah, there's like Chris Parnell, Sherry O'Terry sketches that just don't get, I mean, they're just, nothing happens.
Yep. Tonecott, that's really good. So Jim Norton got brought on to Opie and Anthony by Dice, and it's the exact same scenario as Artie and Norm coming on Howard, and then Artie gets hired just like Norton. That's really good. Welcome Saturn Dragonfly, Christopoulos. They're all confused. When I gave the choices, they're all mixed. Thank you, Sky Spectre, for the compliment. Thank you.
Thank you for indulging my questionnaire.
No, it's a great question. That's a great question.
It's interesting though. Is the two biggest stars that Lorne has created in the last 15 or so years, it's just Tina Fey and Pete.
It's arguable. It depends what you. I think Bill Hader's a pretty. I think he's like he has. Like the talent pedigree to back it. It's really such an arbitrary conversation. What you consider a star anymore.
Well, and there's also different metrics, so like in terms of in terms of quality of work, I think Bill Hader going on to do Barry or going on to do other things. But then you have Tina Fey, who sort of has her own little mini empire with Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and she's developing Mean Girls, the music. You know, so
Kristen Wiig is a pretty big career. And
she did too. Yeah, that's another one. Okay, and was Jenny McCarthy woman on that as well?
Oh, you talking about her cousin?
No, the chick that was in the. Oh, I don't know their names. Don't worry about it. I'm forgetting her mix.
That's okay.
You'd know.
Kate McKinnon, who does the Ellen DeGeneres, has a pretty good career too. And I mean, again, this is a conversation. It's very arbitrary.
That's who I watched a video the other week of her best moments on Saturday Night Live. Kate McKinnon, and I didn't find any of them
Ellen
funny.
DeGeneres impression.
Yeah,
but I didn't
You didn't
find
like her
any
Ellen
of them
DeGeneres
funny. No, but
I thought it was great.
this video is a bit different. This video was showing moments where she goes out of character and starts laughing, and none of it was funny. It didn't. But anyway, we're going.
I think he was trying to fit a lifetime in the last 2 weeks. They had to kick him out of a couple bars last Friday, and he started drinking other patrons' drinks.
Oh, yeah?
And then on Monday, he was puking on Division Street in the middle of the night.
Really?
Yeah, so it seems to have been leading up to something.
Yeah.
What cracks me up is they say they need to do an autopsy to find out what killed him.
Yeah, we all know. Just read last week's Inquirer.
Fred or Chris?
No, Chris.
Oh.
All right. Thanks, man.
Have a good day.
Bye. Yeah, I went out and dug out a couple of things about Chris Farley. See what I can play for you here. Stephen Baldwin, we saw a picture of Stephen in the Inquirer.
Stephen Baldwin had some relation. By the way, did you know Chris Farley was at when River Phoenix died at the Viper Room? Chris Farley was there.
No,
Sidewalk
really?
and shit. Yeah.
I don't
know how Sarah and I found that out. Oh, I know how we found it out. Fucking Josh Richmond, Depp's best friend, who played Ronnie Seabach on Jump Street, said he was there.
Oh, interesting. And
I had no idea. So Chris Farley, it was like
with Chris Farley.
Halloween night, 1993, when River Phoenix died.
And Stephen corrected us and said, "Hey, dude, I don't even drink. I was trying to tell Chris to stop." And here's the deal.
He has a tremendous opportunity for an absolutely brilliant career, and if he gets a hold of this thing.
Yeah, well, that never happened. And here's some more from Stephen.
Farley's an old friend, and he would always come to Alec and I once in a while when we see him at these functions.
Right.
I'd say, "How do you guys do it? You know, you don't drink. I mean, how do you do it? You know, he does the whole. He pulls his hair and punches himself in the head.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, the Baldwin brothers. It's like a AA meeting. So Alec, Stephen. No, it's crazy. Like that can't be. It's almost like a cult. Alec, Stephen, and Daniel, or I don't know. I think Billy's fine. Billy's the most normal one out of them. And there's nothing about him and AA, but those three are like AA Nazis. And Alec hasn't drank since he was a fucking busboy at Studio 54.
Right.
There's pictures of him, and that is a long time to be sober.
That must irritate the hell out of you, because he could afford the most incredibly expensive scotch or bourbon. You know, it's like 100-year-old bottle. You know what I mean?
He looks like a drinker too. I mean, he lives in the city. There's no reason for him to even be. So, like, I just don't buy. He needs a drinking coach, is what he needs. But he must be a maniac. He's a maniac sober.
But yeah, he was talking to his daughter on the phone.
Yeah, that's sober.
He was sober. Yeah. Holy shit! You can't even blame anything.
Well, you know,
whole routine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, he's a young guy. I understand he hasn't figured out his rage issues yet.
Nice.
And he's a sweet kid. He's just, you know what, man? He's just, you know, you gotta.
Yeah, thank you, Tone Cut. That's the Dick Ebersol years you're talking about. So Lorne left the show, and then Dick Ebersol came in. Eddie Murphy kind of put the show on his back in a way, and that's another thing. They say that the show would have been, again, how do you cancel it? They considered an institution, meaning you don't cancel institutions. Like, who are you going against? Like, Saturday Night Live brags about, well, who's the competition? You're on 11:30 on a Saturday night in 1983. What are you going against? Who's your competition?
Also, if you pull the Harry Shearer Stern interview, he details what that means when SNL has no competition. He sort of explains it.
I have that in my folder. We're not going to get to it today, but it's going to be next time.
Okay,
he's
cool.
So Harry Shearer is like a great, talented voiceover artist from this. It's funny because he's on The Simpsons, and there's a lot of SNL crossover there with like what's his name, Ian Maxtone Graham and stuff.
Yeah.
He fucking hates Lorne Michaels. Like he's also in Wayne's World.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, and that's a Lorne Michaels production as well.
Yeah, a Lorne Michaels joint.
I wonder
he
how
produced that, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh god.
Yeah,
It's
Living
the
Color and
characters that
everything.
originated on SNL. So
Yeah, true. He owns the
It's when, like, the
intellectual. So he
Coneheads
got
movie
paid
came
millions
out.
for that,
he
probably.
owns everything. It's seemingly like it's just.
Here, John, I've got a. Do you want to see something? Since you were talking about drinking, I've had this sitting in my ferret box since October last year. This is for your non-drinking friend. Just a quickie. Here you go.
You bitch.
Who is that?
Oh, I don't know why I replayed that. I meant to put yours back.
You
There
bitch.
go. I don't know. It's just something off bloody Instagram or something. I was gonna put your thing back up. I
Come on,
just thought you'd enjoy that.
Your shorts are so great, like, and they're shorts, like
great,
the way
yeah.
YouTube has these things. It has to be in that stupid format, that vertical leap format,
Yeah,
in
the
order
cell
for them
phone.
to be in this. Yeah, like you can't, like the ones
Oh
that
yeah, I
you
hate
make.
it.
Yeah, why does it have to? Why is that a thing? Why does it have to be like that?
I think it's all these douchebags. They film
The
everything they
TikTok
film
culture.
is vertical.
I know, with
They
the
hold the
phone
phone so
vertical, I know.
they don't hold it horizontally, so it can't be
Bullshit.
widescreen. But it should absolutely be.
I know.
I think
and
people are
widescreen.
also
bothered the hell
like,
out of me.
people are watching
What's that,
shorts
Davyd?
and they're swiping on their phone, so I think they want it
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah,
cell phone
yeah.
format.
It's automatically in that
It's
stupid
got to
format.
fill the screen. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gay. It's well, it's not gay.
It really is so stupid. I predict within a
I'm
year
sorry,
they're
Davyd.
gonna.
I meant what you meant.
I'm gonna predict it within a year they're gonna amend that. It's gonna go to. It's gonna. That won't last. In terms of like you'll be able to do the format you're using.
Right.
I know Melvin's already got me. It's something I would have thought I'd never say that on the air, like that way, because it's
Sarah
so
goes,
offensive
arms blood pressure must be sky high right
those
now.
kinds of people, as John would call them.
Those people, my people.
You know what? You know what the beauty about John is that John's like Rickles. He can talk to Davyd and make those kinds of comments like, well, what if your people think of this? And Davyd does not even come close to being offended. That's like Rickles can just insult someone to their face and they wouldn't take offense. It's a gift.
I'm also the king of rolling with the punches too. That's why,
But that's I mean, Bon, that is a great compliment. Like that's giving me like some kind of Riz immunity where.
But you do.
I have the cheat code. Yeah, I have the cheat code.
You do. You can say, "Hey, black guy," to Beanie
Yeah, I
Mac.
can say, "Hey, black." Right.
And Monique
that's
was
an
going.
amazing compliment.
When you first said it, Monique was going, "You can't say that." She's going, "John," in the background, and John's like, "No, I can say it to him." And Beanie Mac's in there going, "I love it." He can say it's a gift.
That might be
people
the
have it, and
nicest
some people
thing
don't.
Anyone's ever said to me. That might be the best compliment. You know what it is too. I think I've tried to analyze that myself about how you get away with that, and I think what it is you have to give credit to. You can't be patronizing with it. You have to be the person that you're delivering it to, whether it's a Davyd or a Chubby Pickle or a Beanie Mac, has to sense in you that you couldn't possibly mean that or be that guy.
Right.
You don't have a homophobic, racist bone in your body, and that's how you can get away with it. That they can sense that in you.
Yeah, it's
so you should be grateful.
Sarah, on the other hand,
I agree with Sarah. Yes.
Davyd, no, you were saying Davyd?
No. You do have that little bit of wizardry about you, John, that just like I think you just embrace everybody. I think you love everybody, and I'm never offended ever.
But that is offensive. If someone said that to you on the street, you'd be like, "What are you coming from, dude?" You'd be like,
I've been on the air with John how many hours at this point? Like well over 100.
10,000.
The you peoples are
you know where he's
piling
coming
up
from.
after one time we were doing Sunflower Dragon was on, and she was on. I'm trying to remember. how it was like
Reaching
an
for a
email or
button.
something. She goes, look, she's like, I want to do the show. I would love doing the show. You got to stop saying you people to Davyd. God damn, it makes me so uncomfortable. She's very progressive, like very, very like super.
Oh,
almost
yes, she does.
So it's what we decide as a society.
There you go. It's,
The chat decides.
She's like, I'm so
I can see her as someone you have to be really careful with. If you step out of line, she will sue.
She's talking about Lisa G there.
Oh, she's so right. She had the comment about how she hipped me to human resources is not about the preservation of or the integrity of the employee. They are to save the ass of the almighty dollar for the owner. It's not about, it's to
I'm not going to throw in a disclaimer every time you say something unhealthy.
And she declined to come back to this show, didn't she? Buy
No. She just hasn't. I've asked her a few times. She's definitely due to come back. On my way to Mardi Gras. Oh my God, Mardi Gras in Maine, Chubby Pickle with a load of Cutty Sark as a scotch. By the way, I've had that many times. Oh, the ice with Cutty Sark. Holy shit! And titty beads. Got you guys some penny crone lobster keychains. Oh my God, Chubby, that is a great comment. All around. Holy shit.
You want to live.
To live that lifestyle.
Right.
So I told you, Steven doesn't drink.
You know what? To be honest with you, it's not easy.
Yeah, isn't it?
Steven knows it's not easy.
I get a feeling when you're that addicted to like heroin and cocaine and drinking, it's almost like.
Think about how annoying Stephen Baldwin is anyway. Like Alex or Rage Machine. Like, imagine him drinking. He is one of the most irritating, personalities on the face, and he looks drunk.
Yeah.
You know, he has the right.
He's
could
wired.
you imagine him drinking?
He's scary. Yeah.
There's something in that DNA.
There's something. There must be trauma in that family. Their
Imagine
father.
the dad.
Oh,
the dad was a football coach and I think history teacher, gym teacher. In
By the way, I saw a headline. I didn't read the article because I would have to pay for the website. But apparently, Alec Baldwin and Ilaria are making a reality show. And
it's out. That just started. We gotta get on that.
We should.
Just started.
That would be a fun Patreon watch.
That's a great Patreon one, definitely. By the way, speaking of Patreon, you hear me, right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Bon, do you see a thing on the bottom? It says cancel save. It's a green
that's a comment.
box. What is that? It's a purple box beneath our screen. Are you looking at the same thing I'm looking at? It says what is that?
Left or right hand side?
It's under it's under our screen, our main screen. It's a purple like bar going across the.
You've gone to open something, I imagine.
I know. I'm scared to touch it.
Just
I got rid of
cancel
it.
whatever you.
Right.
I don't know what you're doing, but.
Okay.
Okay.
What was I saying?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, Patreon. We're gonna do Howard's sketches on SNL. So when Michael McKean played Howard, we're gonna go over those, and then Howard's full appearance when he was on Weekend Update with Norm. We're gonna analyze those. Howard
Will
did
that get copyright if you do it on
here? On Patreon. Oh yeah, we can.
Why would? Okay.
No, because we're gonna go over the actual full sketch.
Gotcha.
On Patreon.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's all right.
Like sex, like how you can't stop masturbating.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop doing that stuff.
Well, you have a problem.
Yeah, I have a masturbation problem. I do. I could not stop masturbating if I wanted to.
Most people out there can't.
Yeah, Jim Norton, Melvin. That is this guy. He had like a bad tryst with a 6-pack of Coors Light at like 17 and hasn't drank since. And he runs around flying the Nazi AA. There's a great clip on YouTube of Doug Stanhope calling him out on the sobriety and like a half-hour argument about it. Like, you stopped drinking at 17? Why? It's the worst sobriety in the history of sobriety. It doesn't. He's such a weenie, such a fucking worm weenie. He's so bizarre. 7. No one's a good drinker at 17. You stupid fucking worm. Nobody's a good drinker. Who drinks well at 17? That's what a drinking coach is for.
Really? I cannot even stop for 3 days straight.
Okay, I'm going to jump ahead because I don't want to forget this. So I played this for Davyd. We did the Jump Street Punk. 1997 we have a 31-year-old intern named Benji Bronk on the show.
Oh, no.
We have now, look, this is, again, not just Johnny Meyer, but this is a fake caller at the end of this set I have that blames, and I've heard this story too, and he got it from New York Magazine. Benji calls in as a fake caller. It's not meant as a joke. It's not meant as a bit. He's pretending to be a caller and try to fool the audience. And Benji calls in 1997. It's impossible to mistake his voice.
But I never get laid, so I mean.
Pigs are filthy animals. I used to call dogs filthy, but they're definitely dirty. I mean, he has to be 10 times more charming than that arm.
That's okay. Well, we'll find some.
It wasn't that much used in Pulp Fiction.
No?
No.
Robert, you're on the...
Have to be talking about one charming
Okay, so his name is Robert. Benji's a caller. They just did Daniel Carver's movie reviews. So the whole thing is he reviews black movies as an excuse for him to say the N-word over and over again. And Howard and Robin love it.
That movie, man. Pulp Fiction, that's really great.
No nigger in that clip.
Not that clip, but there are other nigger clips, okay?
That's Robin saying it. Hitting the ER as hard as you could.
Should send them through to me so I can edit them out.
No, don't worry about it.
I worry about that. It's
I worry
dangerous.
more about Sonny Hostin from The View.
We're Chalk Jocks. You use the N-word a lot.
Okay, so here's Benji calling in as a fake caller to relay a story about he thinks Chris Farley's suicide is linked to Janeane Garofalo blowing him off, no pun intended. She was on Saturday Night Live for one season in 94, 95. And there's a famous story about how he had a crush on her and he hit on her all the time and she didn't want anything to do with it. She wanted off the show. And he thinks that he's still carrying this around 3 years later. So Benji calls in as a fake caller with gossip taken from New York Magazine. We're supposed to believe this is a real caller.
Well, we'll find some.
It wasn't that much used in Pulp Fiction.
No? Robert, you're on the telephone. Go ahead.
Yeah, if anyone's to blame for Chris Farley's death, I'd put the blame on Janeane Garofalo.
Why is that?
You can tell already, right, Bon? Is there any doubt that's Benji? I mean, in 2 seconds.
There's no doubt at all. It's just... I thought he'd try and ham it up and put on like a Texas accent or something.
He's not talented. Yeah. He's not talented at all. And not only that, so the audience doesn't know Benji. The audience doesn't know. At this point, he's new.
He can get away with it.
He can get away with it. The audience does not. So that's why they use him. The audience knows nothing about Benji.
Chris Farley's death, I'd put the blame on Janeane Garofalo.
Why is that?
A comedian?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
She was so, just kind of inside knowledge, she was so jealous of him. She used to...
Say the S word, man.
I'm sorry.
Why do you got to be so stupid? Why are you blaming Janeane Garofalo for Chris Farley's death? You sound dumb.
Hello?
You sound stupid. Why would you blame Janeane Garofalo for Chris Farley's death? Chris Farley's to blame for Chris Farley's death.
She caused him so much pain.
How do you know this?
Because I worked with both of them.
How did you work with them?
Well,
I said
Saturday Night Live.
You worked on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, low position.
Okay, and what did she do to him?
Oh,
she just,
boy.
She used to try to make him miserable and everything.
How?
What's that? She
How?
made fun of him being fat. He wanted to hook up with her.
Oh, please. This is so stupid. How ridiculous.
How ridiculous indeed.
That's
Indeed.
ferreting. So you came across that in
you got to have. I'm not bragging that my ear is so great that I can. I mean, not that I'm telling you that's Benji in advance. Who can't hear that? But I had to.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt at all. It's not. No one would doubt it. No one.
I just love how
it's very
Benji,
strange.
Yeah, I just love how Benji is taking him into the vortex with the what? He's trying to start some Abbott and Costello routine with Howard, and Howard isn't having it.
And Howard's getting angry at the caller in a way that you don't get angry at a caller. You get angry at a staff member, and you can hear him going. He knows exactly what he's
doing. Why you gotta be so stupid?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you say to a staff member.
That's great. Yeah, how about this?
Detlef Bronk.
Yeah. We got a Benji show coming at us in the future. We never really officially
That's his
did
best
one.
moment. That Detlef Bronk line. I think that's the funniest thing he ever said.
I don't know. I think sometimes
I think
when
it's
he hits,
absolutely hilarious. He says, "Look up Detlef Bronk on Google or whatever." That's so bizarre.
This is gonna be a shorter.
Don't
version
yawn
because
at me, John.
No, I wasn't. That wasn't you.
Yawn at me.
I've had really horrible sleep patterns with my medication and stuff. I'm just
Oh,
like,
are you on
sleep in 2
Cymbalta
hours and
yet?
3 hours and sleep. Yeah, I just don't. So I don't know what I'm gonna bring. I conk out at weird times. That yawn was. I feel good. I just yawn because I yawn I'm one of these people
I
that
know, I'm
yawn
busting
all
you.
the time.
It does. I have
No, I
heard
know.
you yawning over the last couple of months. Yeah, more than ever.
Not indicative at all. I'm very. I mean, you guys could not
I
be
know.
better
You
company.
love talking. This is your thing. That's fascinating though. The serotonin that you're getting from the antidepressants should be focusing you more. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Speaking from experience, yeah.
fair. I'm gonna make the show a little shorter because of the Oscars. I don't want to hold people out, and we're still gonna be like 3.5 hours, but
They're still getting their money's worth.
it's still gonna be longer than the actual Oscars itself. So I'll do this. These are shorter clips, and we'll I got so much still.
Look at
Adam
this. Look at your
Sandler.
audience, John. In this, look at Rick. They back you up. See, to yawn is to be human. They back you up even if you yawn. That's how
Yeah.
much they love you. And you have this way about you, John.
I yawn.
He
all the
yawns
time.
again,
Yeah, you see,
Davyd.
no, I yawn all the time. I mean, really, as people will come up to me in stores and go, "Are you okay?" Like I just can't. I don't know if it's an oxygen thing
People
or
come
a
up
depression.
to you in
People come up to me and
stores.
go, "Are you okay?" I'll yawn at a time when you're not.
Who would come up to you in a store? I love
yawned.
this.
I've yawned at the free throw line in a high school basketball game.
God, I love this. See, we could do a show where
Yeah.
we just talk to you and Sarah. Oh, God, a show. I want to host a show with Sarah where and the chat just ask her questions for the show. I'll just sit there and just talk to her and say, so tell me about high school. And and I'll talk about grades. Tell me what classes whenever you guys got year 10 or whatever, you got 11, you got to choose classes instead of ones you didn't want to. I'd be like, you have to tell me what your classes were in year 12, why you chose them, all of this stuff, John.
You're in,
It's
Housie.
just a pitch.
You're on for a Benji show. Definitely. Well, you definitely come on for that.
Please have me on. Do you have a nice voice, Housie? Have we ever heard of your voice before? That's a question that needs to be asked. I like a good, nice voice. Like Davyd's.
You have to audition
going
for,
right off
for
the
Bond.
See,
Right.
This is live, folks. This isn't Saturday Night Live. See, this is we're
we make
riffing
less
right now.
mistakes on the show. We make much less mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, Monique did an interview with Sarah. She did a 45-minute interview with her in the first year or two of Radio Gunk. Like
Right. She did one-on-one.
she did it
one-on-one.
one-on-one with Sarah. Was the first one she did, I think, or the second one.
I didn't know this, and I
Yeah,
just
it was
lifted
good.
the computer. I am
It was
going
really good.
I'm typing it in now. I
thought it was
can't
really
believe
good.
this.
Sarah,
I'll be
to give you a little
listening to this
dirt on
all
Sarah,
day.
I'll give you a little prelude to what it. Sarah had a relationship in high school, and their song was she got broken up, and their song is Bonnie Raitt and Bruce Hornsby's "I Can Make You Love Me If You Don't. You can make your heart feel something it won't here in the dark. In these trying hours, I will lay down my heart. I feel the pain." And she said that song is triggering to her. She cannot listen to Bonnie Raitt and Bruce Hornsby's "I Cannot Make You Love Me," because that takes her back to the worst breakup in history.
Let me tell you something, John. I've been thinking of hiring. I'm not kidding. Hiring an actress so I can film scenes of what I imagine Sarah doing and being, and how, like I'll find an actress that looks what I imagine Sarah to be like, and then I'm going to do scenes of stuff that I come up with
AI.
How Sarah reacts to me talking about her like right now, or how she reacts to getting annoyed by people. And the actress would come in, I'll be like, yeah, I've got the black wedding dress that you're going to get into in a second. And then I want you to sit at this computer and I'm going to film a few different angles. I'm going to have you react to something. Then I'm going to have you throw something across the room and all this stuff. And I could do them. I'm considering and they'd be like the Sarah Chronicles or something. And then at the start up on the screen, it'll come up. And when how Sarah reacts when the show is running too long. And then it'll go cut to the actress who looks like Sarah. She might be wearing a wig to get to the Sarah look. All of this stuff, that's what I'm actually considering doing. So
Horatius goes like this. He must have been so relieved. And that's kind of a backward compliment to say. I think what he's saying is Sarah's so intimidating that this guy couldn't handle her, her Liz Cheneydom, that he was so intimidated that he had to get out of it because Sarah's so intimidatingly bossy. And the Liz, that's, I think, what he's implying there. That could be.
In other words, I was a Republican even before Donald Trump.
See, I could film a skit of her hearing me hit that and getting angry and doing something, and my actress would get a brief. She'd just pop over for like half an hour. I'd be like, I just need you to get into the black wedding dress or whatever. That's what I imagine Sarah wearing. Kind of gothic.
That Liz Cheney joke you just played, you actually cut it off. Doesn't she have like a really good joke at the end of that?
No.
She says, I was a Republican before Donald Trump bankrupted his second casino or something like that. Something like that.
Oh, okay. I will get it. You know that.
I don't know if it's,
that's my Sarah thesis. That's how but getting back to what I'm trying to say, that's how fascinating Sarah is to me, that I would love to have a show where I just ask her questions, but I'm getting this one-on-one MP3 of her and I'm going to obviously chop that living shit up. And I'm glad you just told me that. Is that when she's called Horsetooth Beth?
Yes. She's called Horsetooth Beth. Yes.
All right, that'll make it easy.
Exactly right.
All right, thank you.
Can you hear this? Wait a minute. Shit, come on.
Ice?
Never mind. It's it's just this, every time I try to do something on the phone, it never cooperates. Like the Melrose Place ringtone, and it only works when I don't want to. Oh, fuck it. All right, you want to do Adam Sandler with Gary Garver. Adam, so Howard, one of the biggest 180s in all of Howard's feuds is, even before Kathy Lee Gifford, even before Rosie O'Donnell, as I think his about face on Adam Sandler. And so he, deservedly, Adam Sandler's movies are terrible, and Howard would tell him so all the time. And he would spend, anytime Adam Sandler came out with a movie, Howard did the ultimate Adam Sandler Freud with him. And so this is Little Nicky comes out, and he has Richard Roeper on the show for the first time, who takes the place of Gene Siskel with Siskel and Ebert. And Roeper hates Adam Sandler as much as Howard does.
Monday, Merry Christmas. Oh, it's almost Christmas. Hey, did I read that right? Adam Sandler's movie only made $14 million?
18. So he comes back from a weekend, and the first thing he's thinking about is, please tell me Adam Sandler's movie bombed. This is Little Nicky.
Right.
Which I believe Howard got offered the. No, he didn't. I'm thinking something else.
18. Thank God. You know, that's still too much money. That's still too much money.
Less than half of the last two.
Good. I mean, finally.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a huge disappointment?
I hope so. God, I mean, finally, it doesn't make any sense that those movies make money. He was beat by Charlie's Angels. Thank God for Charlie's Angels. How much did Charlie's Angels make?
25.
I don't know. That seems to affect my day. Why is that?
I'm waiting to hear the results.
I hate them both equally, Crystalopolis, Benji and JD. I hate them both equally. I don't know who I hate more. I might hate Benji more than I hate Shuli, in fact. I think I might hate Benji more than Shuli.
More than the election.
I got to ask my psychiatrist about that. Why am I so... Yeah, first I had to read about Adam Sandler's weekend, and then the election. So weird.
Melvin goes, Arm has recently yawned in the throes of passionate lovemaking. I thought, I looked at that quick, you know how I'm trying to juggle all these things.
Yeah.
And I thought he meant Arm yawned at Game of Thrones, which is true. I find it incessantly boring. And I'm a huge superhero guy. Yeah. Oh, Bon, before I forget, thanks to our buddy Boff, I can get you the Max and Spawn, the animated series from HBO at full HD.
Oh,
the entire series.
Yeah, I was telling John about the only comic books I ever collected were the best ones.
Not that, but But you are like that. You have a cool factor with the comics you have to read. It's got to be like super dark and like Spawn and the Mech. So you like the kind of the alternative comics like that. There's a whole underbelly of people. Yep.
Too, because
They have to be kind of like X-rated, not X-rated, but like R-rated.
Is it, Case?
So I blew it, Robin. I owe you 20 bones.
Casey Armstrong was a fan of Adam Sandler, and he kept pushing him on Howard. And they had a bet about the box office over the weekend.
You are. What am I owed?
Disagree, John.
Nobody bet you.
With what?
Oops, sorry. I disagree with your Shuli and Benji. Benji wouldn't argue with you if you told him he's not funny. There's the difference. That's why Shuli's the bigger dick.
Yeah, I know, but at least Shuli can complete a thought. Now, forget the funny part. At least you could have a conversation with him.
But Benji doesn't force himself into situations where he has to try.
Oh, yes, he does. You know how many
No, he
he tried to
does.
force himself in the studio for how many years?
Not like Shuli, though.
Oh,
Come
it was
on.
worse.
Don't even
Bon,
try.
I have so many
you guys
clips of Benji.
couldn't even.
Oh, no, I'm
Davyd,
telling
don't
you,
even
it is
say
bad.
that.
It is bad.
Listen to you both. Davyd, no.
I think both guys get at different parts of our inner child in a way that we can't relate to the other.
I mean, the look on Shuli's face when he'd get into the studio says it all. Anyone in the chat must agree with me. The look and the cheesy grin. Benji didn't really go like that. That's what I think. Benji had a bit more, dare to call it class about getting some.
There's no class. It's just he's as big an attention whore as Shuli is, if not worse.
Yeah.
There's no class.
Way. Now you're doubling down. I don't like it when you double
studio.
down.
Oh no, he has been trying to from the day he got on that show where he didn't belong, and that's what his sister is for.
Yeah, look what the
I'm telling
Loser
you.
Club writes. He's made a spelling mistake, but he hates Shuli more. At least Benji called out.
It's not even worth it. They both suck. I mean, they both suck. But I'm just telling you that the attention horse thing.
Wait, if Benji
Shuli's got
got
nothing on
fired, if Benji got fired from the show, he wouldn't come here to YouTube.
No,
that's what I believe.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. In a second, he's not allowed to. He wanted to be on the Elisa show with her, and he's not allowed to be. Yes, he would.
All right, this is
I
going
think
to
any of
need
them would,
further
yeah.
inspection.
They all would.
This subject.
Davyd
We're
talks
going to
about this all
have
the
to
time.
look into
Their
this
biggest
further.
nightmare is these attention whores could not capitalize on the podcast explosion because of Howard's rules.
Howard
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
to Sirius, and YouTube is formed in the same year. I mean, they missed it, but they missed their chance by 1 year.
They missed it.
Rooster
Right. They all
agrees
would have
with
quit.
me. Look, I'm getting numbers.
No, you're
I
gonna
haven't
get
seen anyone-
mixed things. I get it. It's really it's so hateable, but
I've
I'm
got
just telling
two
you.
people with me. Who else? I haven't seen
That's-
anyone backing you guys up yet. Here we go. Benji had. Okay, now I'm in trouble. Things aren't working now.
I know. The Galapagos
Oh,
thinks you're
okay.
trolling.
Yeah, but he loves you, John. He'd take a bullet
Nah,
for you.
that's no. Look, I'm not even. You're totally entitled to hate them both, however you
No,
want. It's
I really think surely.
20 bones.
Wait, John, Benji didn't do stand-up gigs. That's another thing that's so bad
Yes, he
about
did.
Shuli.
yes, he did.
But not like Shuli, like
He would try to go
dates and
out. He would
dates.
go out and he would do things. He's too lazy. He just was like he
you're
knew he was
not-
making enough money on the show. He's making way more than Shuli made. That he didn't
All right,
really
well, we're going
need
to talk
do all
about
that
this
stuff.
after the show, I think.
Look, that's like half his paycheck.
Maybe I shouldn't even take
You should.
it.
No,
I'll
you-
give it back. Come take it back.
Casey, you can have it back. Robin's giving it back to you.
No way. I made it back. I lost it. She's going to take it.
She's like a chick.
He's gambling away somewhere else.
Yeah, that's true, too. He'd only go to OTB.
It's one less dollar to OTV. There you go.
I got to take a break. There's a million.
They're talking about Casey's. If you're into horses, that is a gambling addiction. Do you know how unstable that is with horses? You couldn't
Oh, yeah.
possibly master that shit. That is degenerate 101. If you're
That's-
into fucking horses.
That's my grandpa's thinking about like it's a stable way to gamble, horse racing. Yeah, like
And have some knowledge about it. Right.
right.
Yeah, Nick goes, Shuli's spineless loser, and Benji's an arrogant prick. Benji is worse. Benji used to sing with his girlfriend. The other yeah, Elisa might be worse than both of them, actually. Like as the great Davyd said, Elisa deserved to be on Vanderpump Rules like Elvis deserved his black belts. Right, Davyd?
I mean, that
Thank
was,
you, Christopoulos. I feel the same about you. Bodyguard. Imagine I walked around with a bodyguard. Jesus Christ.
Things to talk about, but I'm just going to start off with a break
Protect
and
you
then
from Claire
come back and
Danes.
get the whole thing going.
The poorest bodyguard, in the history of celebrities.
Someone needs to protect you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said the bodyguard makes 5 times more than I make in real life.
Right. Someone needs to protect you from Claire Danes on the street.
That's a great callback. You remember that? I can't believe that.
Yes.
When I went running and she was across the street, she was checking me out.
The crazy eyes lit up the street.
SEAL Team Depp. That's exactly right. The crazy eyes. If that was 8:00 at night, her crazy eyes would have lit up
like a cat.
78th Street. Yeah.
Right after these.
Magnificent red gown and all. I mean, I worked in a mirror. I wanted to know.
Oh, who cares? Really?
So
Can we be done with that? Screw that.
So anyway, the number one movie at the box office this weekend was Charlie's Angels for the second week in a row.
So he starts the show with it and then ends it with it. He goes right to the news, and then Robin's talking about box office.
$25 million and beating with ease the new Adam Sandler film,
Thank
Little
God.
Nicky, that only made 18.
No! Thank God. Thank you. I want to thank the people for not
We
seeing
applaud
that.
you. We applaud you.
Because I was getting crazy from him being that successful.
That means the Angels have made $75 million in 2 weeks.
Wow. Well, that's good because I know Betty Thomas is involved, so I'm glad when she makes money.
Yeah. That was a wonderful thing, and we're very happy to see that Little Nicky struggles.
Howard and stupid private parts. Like, it's the only thing he's got in the movie. He clings to these people that are in that movie, and as if he's making the money that Betty Thomas is making, as if he's going to get a cut from what she makes.
Good.
ESG.
I'm going to call Ivan Reitman and ask him why Little Nicky didn't do well.
Right, he gets him.
ESG hates JD more than Shuli. I get that too, ESG.
Yeah.
I'm going to call Ivan Reitman and ask him why Little Nicky didn't do well.
Right, he gets him.
Because he claimed to me he gets Adam Sandler.
You know what we should have done? We should have talked to him beforehand, because I'm sure he's already seen it.
Yeah.
And asked him how the movie was going to do.
Right.
Since he gets him.
I got to talk to him about that.
Yeah, PC23. Howard's turn with Adam Sandler was the Bulldog. He had the Bulldog obsession, and then he was kind of coming around to him. Oh my God, how's he football? What a line. I hate whole Dorothy Penhall, Gina Nemo. Jesus, how is he? That is strong on this show.
We tore her down on Patreon this weekend.
Yeah. She doesn't make it to season 4, thank God. Gina Nemo.
Did they divorce in real life?
Yeah, they're divorced in real life. In '92, they got divorced.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Peter DeLuise and Gina Nemo. It was a big power couple at the time.
I'm going to call him today.
I'm embarrassed for him telling those lies.
Yeah.
He gets it.
He don't get it.
Hey, did you see this article about Adam Sandler's Little Nicky? I thought you'd be interested in it.
Oh, good. As long as it's negative.
Sandler's Little Nicky downgraded at the box office. It turns out they overestimated the first weekend's gross.
Yeah, evidently.
Less?
Yeah.
Let's say somebody made a great point about Artie's Beer League. Even more so than Private Parts, the fact that Beer League only made $500,000 with the promotion it got on the Stern show, was touting 20 million listeners.
Right.
That is ridiculous. Either they're totally lying about his listenership, or they ignored. There's no way. How could they not have gotten at least enough listeners to give it? I don't know, $5 million.
Right.
All the promotion. That's a big blow to Artie and to the show and to Artie. It really is, if you think about it, right?
Also, go ahead. Sorry.
Here on it. That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, so, I'm sorry to interrupt. Also, Gary's coming in talking about they may have overestimated the revenue of Little Nicky. Isn't that what happened with Private Parts too, where they Private Parts included revenue data they weren't supposed to for the opening weekend numbers, and like Jungle to Jungle actually did make more or something.
Davyd, they were eventually they started counting television money they made selling the rights to USA.
Right.
It made nothing overseas. I have audio of him saying that it made $85 million. He's blatantly lying to the audience. Like, even at that time, you couldn't like the magazines weren't showing. You couldn't go on like Box Office Mojo and shit and look
Right.
that stuff up. So you could lie about your box office numbers and people would believe it.
It made $85 million if you put the pile of money in front of a mirror, you know?
I think it had a $28 million budget, Private Parts.
Yeah. And it made
It
41
was
million.
originally they said, because Sunday morning they come out with estimates that go through the whole weekend. So they originally estimated at 18.1. It actually made 15 million.
Good.
It is unbelievable. After this, he has Adam Sandler on the show in 2015 for the first time. And they had this, Adam Sandler sitting there going, he must hate his guts.
Yeah.
He's just eviscerating him every day. And deservedly so. These movies are horrible. Howard should be doing it. They were horrible.
Absolutely.
And he had every right to do it. I agree with every word he said about it. But it's amazing that they could have a détente and, have some kind of ceasefire. And now they're buddies.
Yeah. Well, and it's because they're both, they were rich at this time too, I suppose. But like, I don't know. There's something about like boomer show business that like things are like they're closing in on each other, like they're losing influence. So it's almost like we were once formerly enemies, but now we got to stick together in order to stay relevant in 2025.
Now think about all the people trying to patch that up, right? You have even Kimmel. Kimmel had Sandler on the show many times before he was ever. So Spade, Schneider, Kevin Nealon, all the mutual friends they have from Saturday Night Live, Norm Macdonald, and he has to come around. Howard needs to be friends with celebrities so bad, doing this fake apology tour he's on with. We all know the names. They've gone over it a million times.
Right.
And Sandler was one of them, but he doesn't get brought up nearly enough because the amount of times that he shit on Sandler is tantamount or more so than Kathy Lee Gifford, Rosie O'Donnell, any of these people.
Right.
It is so. And if I'm Adam Sandler, like, no, fuck you. I'm not giving you this. And I guess Adam Sandler just, yeah.
Who do you think got Howard into the mindset that it's a good idea to become friends with all these celebrities? 'Cause,
Kimmel.
he couldn't really come up with that himself. Kimmel, maybe when he became friends with Kimmel.
Kimmel,
right?
Marcy Turk. I mean, the fucking
No,
Pelican Brief.
earlier.
Earlier
Oh
than
no,
that.
that's
Well,
around that time.
earlier than that, it's
you're right.
not
You're
as,
right. That's
it's
the
not as
time frame.
aggressive. It's not as aggressive as after the Pelican Brief. And before that, he was laying the groundwork. You could still find audio of him like in 2012 and 11 bashing some of these same people. Like it hadn't.
Yeah. So you're saying David Allen of Getting Things Done might have
David
suggested
Allen's
that
part
too.
of it. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, tell them, John. John, last week, John sent me a link to Getting Things Done podcast, which has been running for 10 years now. And so John and I just started, I listened to like the first episode, which was back in 2014 or 15. And John wasn't that fascinated. Did you listen to those ones or did you?
No, but it's,
listen
I
to
mean,
the
I know
recent-
what you're going. I know where you're going with it. And it's, it basically Lotus Notes, what is it, our name, is part of the cult of Getting Things Done. And it's, remember that David, remember the Franklin Covey organizer and all that shit? This is all part of this cult. And Marcy and the bragging about being organized and shit. Lotus Notes this is all tied into like transcendental meditation and shit and all that stuff he's in. He is in a cult. But so is Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And it is
And we're going to be doing
one step away
some-
from Scientology.
Oh, we're going to be doing some shows, listening to choice cuts from this podcast that David Allen hosts himself in a lot of cases.
But Bon,
And
you
I
heard all
couldn't
the
believe it when I
buzzwords,
was
right?
listening.
You heard like donut and friend of the court and all that shit, right? Didn't you hear some of the buzzwords you heard in the Pelican
I
Brief?
didn't hear him saying them yet. I only listened to the first episode, which was David Allen hosted, and I've got to pass through them to find ones he hosted. There's tons, but I haven't heard any of those words. But he used a whole set of words that Howard doesn't use. But I was like texting you. I was saying it's fascinating. He uses words like, "I'll park that idea here. I'll lock that concept into my consciousness. He uses all these words about locking, parking, all this stuff that I've never heard Howard say. Because I remember when I was sending you messages saying those ones that you were like, I wonder if those kind of words Howard said. And then I was thinking about it, I go, no, I've never heard Howard use them yet. Like, we're gonna we're gonna hear more of David Allen talking, and we're gonna find
like Boondoggle.
surely find a whole bunch of stuff. So there's going to be a whole series of this show for the Getting Things Done podcast, which is scary because he's talking about recruiting children. He wants this Getting Things Done thing in primary schools, 5-year-olds, he even mentions, using this methodology. Anyway, back to this subject. That's coming in the future, though.
Nick is right.
It's over. Thank God.
Every Adam Sandler movie. So just really quick, every Adam Sandler. I've been screaming about this forever. So it's like a 13-year-old wrote the screenplay for every Adam Sandler movie. I'm going to be a guy who inherits. I'm going to be a guy who inherits $1 billion, and I'm going to have the hottest wife on the planet, and all my friends are going to hang out with me. It would be like a middle school kid. Maybe that's probably insulting the middle school kids to even write that. And I'm going to be a fireman, and I'm going to be a hockey player, and I'm going to be.
It's a man child.
Yeah, a man child.
It's like
right,
Big. Tom Hanks. Big,
but it's not even a thinking man's
big.
Big. It's not even a thinking man's Big. It's a stupid person's Big.
Yeah, it's scary how much, and he's got a new one coming, that sequel to Happy Gilmore or whatever it is.
My cousin said he pitched a movie to Happy Madison Productions. He went in there and he pitched some ideas. He said it was the worst experience of his life. He said, he said, you have to dumb yourself down. He said the stuff they were looking for, if it has any shred of cerebral thought or independent thought and it does not fit into, you don't have a shot in there unless it's the stupidest thing in the world you can think of. He said he couldn't believe how lowbrow the whole company was.
7-year-olds.
Yep.
Bill Hicks had a joke about that. Like he was saying he pitched a TV show idea to one of the networks you guys would know from back then in the 90s, but he said, I pitched it to this network and they said, that's great. And they read it and then they said, does it have titty?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's it.
You're giving them too much credit. You're giving the executives and the production companies too much credit. You're going in there with these lofty ideas and they're really stupid and they're really lowbrow and they
with Adam, they just want him to act like a moron, like a drunk guy.
Yep. And have those
sad.
We're going for 13-year-old boys, and that's it.
So you don't know how this makes me happy. They go, why are you so obsessed with that? I go, because I can understand a hit movie usually. I said, I don't understand the Adam Sandler thing. I don't get it. I said, it's like, I understood why Pauly Shore's movies didn't do well. It's the same thing Adam Sandler movie. But what do I know? And then everyone goes, well, you don't get it. I go, I absolutely don't get it.
And neither do you.
And I love retarded movies.
I'll tell you, the one that I really had a problem with, the one that everyone said you had to see, was that, what's the football movie?
Waterboy?
Oh, I so didn't get
and that. He was a baby.
I know.
He was a baby the whole movie.
I know. I'll tell you what movie I liked was Rob Schneider's movie.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, the one with Deuce Bigelow.
Oh, God.
Deuce Bigelow.
My
Have
father.
you guys seen that movie? That's impossible to watch.
But he's comparing it to an Adam Sandler movie, is why it's getting pretty. It's
suppose
probably
it
better.
It's
not by much.
It's not different. Yeah, that's terrible. Yep. Who produced that? Was that Lorne Michaels?
No, I think that's Adam Sandler's production. I think it's a Happy Madison production. No. So he has his own Ponzi scheme.
Hello.
Which I thought was pretty good.
Okay.
This is the least.
Richard Roeper into the studio, and this is right after. This is the next day, and they're shitting on him.
Horrible is what you're implying.
Yeah,
and there are no laws against this kind of thing. In other words, okay, now tell me.
That is true. I did say that. I also gave a thumbs down. You know, tells her father's a maitre d'. Back in a minute, son. Good. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Little Nicky is horrible. On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you give it?
Let me tell you a story about Little Nicky.
Do you understand any of Adam Sandler's movies?
First of all, I didn't like it. But have you seen the ads? There's an ad. You know what it says in the ad?
What does it say?
Adam Sandler's best movie yet. Roger Eibert, and Roeper.
Yeah. Okay, now tell me.
That is true. I did say that. I also gave a thumbs down, a negative review.
Think of how steamed Sandler's people are. And they have a lot of mutual friends that listen to this show. And they are shitting on every day doing this. How bad that must be for them. I mean, even though, it made a lot of money, but still, this has got to be
Right.
He didn't hate it as much.
Yeah, no,
I still don't like it.
Why are there no laws against this kind of thing? In other words, you give it thumbs down. The two of you give it thumbs down. You say it's his best movie yet, meaning out of all his horrible movies, this is the least horrible, is what you're implying.
Yeah, and it's because of
Big
the
Daddy.
It's because of the supporting cast, which I thought was pretty good. Harvey Keitel, Rodney Dangerfield.
Well, that's the sad thing about his movies. He gets to hire real actors.
What do you do when you open up the newspaper and...
Did you guys hear the Al Pacino story about he was running around promoting his biography, and he said that the worst thing that ever happened to him in his career was he was forced to do Jack and Jill.
Yeah.
And he just like Depp, he got cleaned out of his fortune from bad managers. They always blame the manager. Who knows whose fault it was? But let's say that it is.
Yeah.
So he said that the worst time in his life, nothing against Adam Sandler, but who's probably a really nice guy from what I hear. And immaterial, nothing to do with it. His movies are horrible, and Pacino knows it, and he was forced to do an Adam Sandler movie because the very height of cash grab is to do that. That's when you've stooped to that.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I guess he rationalized it with himself. He's like, well, Jack Nicholson did it. I guess I can do it too.
Yeah, to go from Dog Day Afternoon to Jack and Jill, it's like, what a come down.
I haven't seen it, but it says it's a comedy / horror. Is that a joke?
Jack and Jill?
Yeah.
I've only seen the Depp cameo in that at the Laker Kings game.
I don't think I could watch this. Yeah, this definitely looks just sad.
Thank you, G Canada.
That your name is attached to a positive review when you gave it a negative review.
I've got a column called The Movie Answer Man, and this Sunday I take care.
G Canada says all his friends are coming over for the Oscar party. He said that he doesn't watch the Super Bowl. He only watches award shows with his friends. And they clasp and they clank wine glasses and they rub leg hairs against each other on the couch.
Of that subject.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do that that's little consolation.
The same as the big ads in the newspaper saying Roger Ebert says this is Adam Sandler. People think that he gave this it's unfair advertising.
I got very annoyed when I put out my movie. I actually got legitimate good reviews from everybody, and I put out an ad in the New
Tell us how much money it made, Howard, and tell us what the budget is.
Yeah.
Tell us how much money it made. You
New
won't.
York Times showing all of the positive reviews. And I looked through the rest of the paper, and every other ad had the same positive reviews. And I knew these movies did not get positive reviews. It's almost useless to get a positive review these days because everybody has positive reviews in their ads.
You have to look at who said it. You have to make sure that you get a legitimate critic. And even so, in my
but look
case,
at you, you're legitimate, and they still they twist your words.
Well, what they do is if it's what they call the quote whores, these people who work for places you never heard of, they put their words just as big, and they put this little teeny tiny thing saying it was Joe Blow.
Richard Roeper is shot out of a cannon. It's the first time he's ever been on the Stern Show, so he's trying to impress him. And Richard Roeper, he's probably my favorite movie reviewer. I think there's nobody I agree with more than him as far as the more noted movie reviewers. Right. I am on the same page as him on every. He actually came out a little bit after I did, and he was a huge Depp fan. And he basically came out, he's like, I don't know what the problem with Johnny Depp is. He's just too much Tim Burton. He's got to get away from this goth accent all the time. It's the same thing. He was the first major movie reviewer to call Depp out on being redundant and lazy and doing too much Tim Burton stuff after me.
And Gene Siskel's dead by the point of this interview, right?
He's replaced him. He jumped in his grave, literally.
That's right. Yeah, right.
From someplace you never heard of.
Right.
So you can't tell the difference.
By the way, let me say hello to you. I didn't officially welcome you to the show. Roger Ebert's new partner is Richard Roeper. Now, this is a big deal for you, right? To land the actual permanence.
Villataro. Janeane Garofalo is not Jimmy Garoppolo's. I know it does. It's impossible. You never hear that name, but it's a P versus an F.
Slot.
Yeah.
Right. How did you do that?
How did I do that? Yeah, that's what I did.
Right. Why you?
What did you have to do for Roger?
Right. What makes you so great? The rumor has it that you gave Roger sex. Is that true?
There is a Hataro Hanzo. There is a couple of photos of Artie at the beer league premiere with Howard and Ralph Macchio and Beth somewhere. And that's I think it was in Tribeca, New York. Of course it's New York. It doesn't surprise me it didn't open in Chicago.
Is there a casting couch involved?
Joel Siegel did that. He didn't get the gigs.
Right.
I knew you had
Go right on, like you weren't even here.
Actually, do you think they set up that whole premiere because they wanted Howard to attend and they knew he wouldn't go to Chicago or somewhere else? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I bet you're right. I bet you it probably should have been in Chicago, and Howard. The only way that Howard would go is if he just had it, 2 miles away from.
Excuse my ignorance, but how long would it have taken Howard to get to Chicago? By
a private jet?
Yeah.
A private jet? 2 hours?
Yeah. See,
something like that.
He's hopeless, isn't he? Like, wouldn't you'd go anywhere for Artie if it was me? I'd just be like, where is it? Yeah,
it's not even just the flight. It's like the NBA players now have it made in every single way, shape, and form. It's not even just they have a private jet. You're saving the time on the 3 hours that you're sitting there at the airport is not an issue. So it's just the flight and that's it.
Yeah, you walk on and it takes off.
You walk on, right? You're saving,
and you don't have to go through anything. Yeah, you don't. They have a whole separate walkway for famous people. They just walk out. Pretty much.
You can bring anything you want with you, right?
That's why Johnny Depp's dogs got in, because he went through the celebrity way, which is that none of that's checked. It's why would a celebrity need to be checked for a gun? I guess they almost think, in the weirdness.
Yeah.
Anyway.
They were going back and forth.
Yeah.
No, got it. Never mind. I don't want to get off on the Depp thing.
It'll go away quick.
Finally
one of his gonna bomb. Hopefully he'll be done.
You don't know how happy that makes me, and I don't even know why.
Howard, you got to make Fart Man.
Yeah, I know.
You got to make those movies.
I'm looking into it right now. Believe me, you did no good anyway, because then the.
But I
tried.
You
defended me.
I did try.
You defended me.
Thanks for playing that tape.
You defended me.
Local Fox affiliate.
All you have to do is defend us.
It's always a good choice for a co-host. Right?
I approve.
Defend Howard.
If you defend me,
after like 20 kids got shot.
Yeah, any guy.
So, Adam, Howard is thanking Richard Roeper up and down for defending him because Roeper tried to defend him for the Columbine comments. So Roeper tried to kind of white knight for Howard, which is impossible to do.
Any guy who would defend. I'm telling you.
What we were looking for was the right person to be the co-host. Somebody who, it's like when you play tennis. Not that I do, but, you look for a guy.
We know.
Somebody that can return your serve and who stands up to you, and Richard certainly qualifies.
All right. Now, talk to me about Little Nicky.
Okay.
Did you ever understand these Adam Sandler movies and their appeal?
Well, I did not understand why he always has to have some voice that you can't understand and twist up his face and so.
Baby talk.
You see him in person, he's a nice guy. I mean, the movie would be just as funny if he weren't reprehensible in his behavior on...
Yes, PC-23. Howard's also counting VHS rentals incorporated into the fucking box office.
Getting the blockbuster numbers. Yeah.
That's exactly what
in his behavior on...
It still wouldn't be funny. I don't think he's that funny.
Would it be just as funny, though?
I think he does those voices because he knows that he's really not that funny. And he's like the kid in 6th grade. He keeps doing the thing with his mouth like this because he knows the dialogue sucks. He's got nothing to add.
I am a fan of juvenile humor. I certainly don't go see highbrow movies.
I agree with every word he just said, but that is hardcore, like full-blown guns a-blazing opinions. Like that is not holding back.
Also with a pretty good impression of him too.
That was good. That was good. Housey football. Did you know that Howard claims he shot extra scenes for the USA airing of Private Parts? That he was told to through I want to say Betty Thomas was involved in the shooting. Certainly Ivan Reitman was. That he was told, I don't believe him, but he claims he shot extra shit to do for the USA version.
Yeah.
Body fan. I like to see blood and guts. I like to see lowbrow comedies. I pride myself that I seem to get all of that.
Yeah.
But I've never understood Adam Sandler's appeal.
He's making a movie now with Paul Thomas Anderson, the man that made Boogie Nights and Magnolia, and that will be interesting to see him in the hands of a good director.
Maybe he's got some talent.
Do you think he can act?
We'll see.
We haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it yet.
He's been holding back with his acting chops
in all these other movies.
Now, what happens that they say that the movie made $18 million the first weekend, and then they had to revise that and say it made $14 million?
That means that they were a little bit too up.
You know why he's obsessed with that number? Because that's what Private Parts made.
Right.
First week. Did you know that? I just hit me a second ago. Okay, this is it. We're going to end on this. This is Adam Sandler with Gary Garver. Gary Garver's chasing him around L.A. because he knows Howard hates him. And Adam Sandler has him kicked out of an event. I think there's a video for this at some point. I might find it at some point. This is one of the many times. This is 01, April 2nd.
Too much. Anyway, so Gary Garver went out and interviewed Adam Sandler. Let me play that. And it's the same interview every time.
Because he won't answer the question.
Yeah. And every time he gets...
He really is Riff Raff Rackus. Howard is the original troll when nobody else was doing it. He really is. Like, that word had not been created yet, and he was the only one shitting on these guys in the country, if you think about it, right, to this magnitude. Occasionally, like SNL, ironically, would take little jabs at people, impersonations, or a shot on Weekend Update, but it's not like this. This is a guy, doing this for 45 minutes straight, shitting on you, and like speaking truth to power, as they say. But he was a troll's troll like nobody else was at this time, 100%.
It's anything Jewish with him, he freaks out and leaves.
So he has Jackie. No, let me say. No, Jackie's gone at this point. I'm sorry, Jackie's gone. Okay. But Howard's making anti-Semitic comments to Adam Sandler, oddly enough, and so he comes on.
Freaks out and leaves. And every time he gets anything Jewish with him, he freaks out and leaves.
Is that true?
How you doing, Adam?
Hey, man, how are you? Yes, he's kind of super Jew in a way. Like even like Uncut Gems. He's just like, what's the hardcore Jews? What is the fucking they're in Brooklyn? Jews? Yes, he played like a Hasidic Jew in that, and he's much more Jewish than I think people realize.
Do you think you're funnier than Bill Cosby?
No,
with Mr. Depp, didn't you?
Jesus Christ, sorry.
That's okay. That was Elaine Bredehoff from Depp.
I know. I wasn't even. I was looking for Monique saying Hasidim or whatever. That's a rare,
Amber Heard's lawyer.
Failure. Sorry, guys.
How you doing, Adam?
Hey, man, how are you?
Do you think you're funnier than Bill Cosby?
No.
Do drunk men give you movie deals?
Do drunk men? Yeah. Well, I initially they're not drunk. I start feeling like.
I give Adam Sandler a little credit. He knows what's happening. He knows he's supposedly a fan. Remember Stuttering John was in Airheads with him? He's a supposed fan. He did Gary he played Gary Delabate for Christ's sake on SNL. So he no longer probably likes and who can blame him, right? Is the only crap he's taken is here. He knows what Gary Garber's up to. He knows, and he's kind of playing along, and there's only so much he can take.
It's not going my way, and then I start doing shots with him.
Are you slightly more or slightly less funny than Pauly Shore?
Wow.
Less. I've hung out with Pauly. He makes me laugh more than I make him laugh.
So you get a lot of people bugging you to get back the money. To get back the money they pay to see Little Nicky.
Yeah, the Little Nicky. I get a lot. Actually, with my whole box set, I get people demanding refunds and stuff like that, and I send it off in an envelope.
Are you plotting to take over the role along with the other Jews?
Wow.
Didn't somebody ask me that some other time? And
Gary Garble, we should call him. Yeah. The question was, are you plan on taking over the world with the rest of the Jews? Right. You wouldn't really, I'm surprised even Sandler understood what he said. Are you plan on taking over the world with the rest of the Jews?
Are you a Jew? Didn't somebody ask me that? Off in an envelope. Box set, I get people demanding refunds and stuff like that, and I send it off in an envelope.
Are you plotting to take over the role along with the other Jews?
Didn't somebody ask me that some other time? And are you a Jew?
Half Jew.
And what, your mother or your father?
My mom, so I guess that makes me a Jew, right?
I think so. Your mommy wouldn't like that question. All right,
Even Gary Garber's Jewish. The percentage of Jews on the Stern Show is crazy. Our friend Boff emailed me with this huge dissertation manifesto about the Jews on the Stern Show. I'm still reading it. He wants us to do, the whole Andy Dick thing was like, but it is a crazy percentage of the Jewish. Even Gary Garber's half Jewish. And if they're not Jewish, the Stern Show's wives are Jewish, like Fred's wife and John's wife, right? It's pretty crazy.
You know.
Glazing. I didn't know that, ESG. That's what the kids call when Howard does a celebrity. Glazing.
I'm leaving. Yeah. See you later. At what point would your mother or your father?
My mom, so I guess that makes me a Jew, right?
I think so. Your mommy wouldn't like that question.
That's right.
All right, you know I'm leaving. See you later.
At what point would it make me laugh once?
What?
At what point would it make me laugh once?
He's like, you know I'm leaving. Come on. You know him.
Yeah.
So he's kind of on to him, but he went along with it.
I'm not going to get you.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Get the hell out of my life. Who needs you? Beat it. Leave me alone.
He did keep his promise to his friends, ESG. If I ever become famous, I'll put you in my movies. You sure did. He sure
to
did.
his detriment.
To his detriment, right.
Rob Schneider in a movie.
That's so funny. You know I'm leaving, don't you?
Shut up!
Craig does an Adam Sandler impression perfect.
Yeah, Craig Gass is the first one to ever do an Adam Sandler impression.
You know who else is in? Oh, sorry. You know who else is in Adam Sandler movies all the time? Is Steve Buscemi for some reason.
Yes, and John Turturro.
Yeah,
yes.
Both lived on my block in Park Slope on President Street.
Interesting.
I'd see him all the time, and I would do nothing but talk about Depp to them. I'd stop in the street and talk about Depp to them. It was so crazy. I was in mid-run. I was running. It's called Park Slope because it slopes down from the park. Right. And I see John Turturro across the street. I'm like, motherfucker. And I just stop. I'm running uphill. He's walking downhill. And I stop, and I'm just like, and we're talking about, he was in The Source, which is a movie about the Beat Poets. And then he played Allen Ginsberg, and Depp played Jack Kerouac in the movie. And I'm talking to him about, and then they did the Man Who Cried and stuff. And I didn't say a word about him. I did nothing but compliment Depp to Johnson. He must have thought I was a mental patient.
I wish I had footage of your conversation with Sarah Jessica Parker.
Oh, that was great.
And the baggy shorts, John, when you're running, right?
Yes.
You had like a baseball cap on
Claire
backwards.
Danes. Yeah.
Right.
And when Sarah Jessica Parker was walking into Conan O'Brien, and I'm waiting online, and we talk about Ed Wood, and she chatted with me about Ed Wood for about 30 seconds while her people were pushing her into the show, like, don't stop and talk to this idiot. Sarah Jessica Parker popped up on my TV, I swear to God. That's what? That sounds like 2015 Graceland. In fact,
I think you were using a megaphone back then as a mic. Brutal arm tone there. I love it.
I think Happy Gilmore is the best Sandler movie as far as comedy goes. Chris, I would say I think it's easily the best one. It doesn't try to be corny.
Shut up!
Craig does an Adam Sandler impression perfectly.
He does. That is right. That is good.
It's like a baby. It's like a baby talk. It's like sick.
Yeah, where's his man voice?
I don't have one.
You don't have a manly voice, do you?
No, but a couple 14-year-old girls like it.
And your mommy won't like that.
No, it's not good. I don't want to grow up. I won't sell any more tickets.
Is he over yet with the movies, or is he going to do another
Little
one?
Nicky was not a big success.
Man, maybe one more bomb and we'll be done with him.
Have you seen Little Nicky?
No. Oh, yeah. I tried to watch it, and it's, you know what? It starts out real funny. It's cool.
Billy Madison's okay, Howsy. Actually, I think Happy Gilmore is the best, and I think Billy Madison's second. And Billy Madison came out, I think, as far as what, and then after that, it just gets so shitty. But yeah, I give Happy Madison, it's Happy Madison. Happy Gilmore, Happy Artist Gilmore is very I think it's his funniest movie. And I think Billy Madison was a noble second. I agree with that.
Cool idea. But I can't recommend it to you. I said, you know what? I like this movie. I started watching the first 5 minutes. He's down in hell. He's Satan's son. And it's like, Satan's like this really mean guy, and it's kind of funny. And then all of a sudden, Hitler comes in, and Satan goes, listen, I'm busy now. I got to put this grapefruit up Hitler's butt.
So I'm driving to my cousin in Connecticut's house, and my father allows me to put in an audio tape of Howard that I recorded. I shove it in, and it happens to be Howard and Ralph, who called in, are shitting on Adam Sandler, who did The Longest Yard, the remake of the Burt Reynolds football movie. And so Ralph says to Howard, oh my God, Jesus, who believe you got a Jew quarterback in maximum security prison? Who the hell would believe that? That is the worst casting. And my dad turns to me and goes, hey, I like this, Ralph. I agree with that. who that's true. What Jew would ever be in maximum security prison, let alone playing a quarterback on the prison football team? My dad goes, I like this, Ralph.
An accountant.
Well, it was just like, that is ridiculous, right? Think about not even just the Jew, but just Adam Sandler, a maximum security prison. He's playing a quarterback on the prison football team.
The only movie I ever walked out on in theaters was I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry that he did.
Oh
with,
God,
Kevin
is that
James.
bad?
Yeah.
You must have been offended as a gay guy. It's basically gay blackface, right? It's
Yeah,
gay
I mean-
cosplay. You must have hated that.
Well, what I hated about it was that he tries to crowbar in some sort of like, his character is really homophobic, but then like sees how gay people are treated, and he softens to their plight, and it just was like so insincere, and was the kind of trying to have his cake and eat it too, where it's like, I can make all these gay jokes, but people can't get mad at me because the message is ultimately that I softened on, seeing them as full human beings,
Yeah,
So.
that is. And then you have Kevin James, who basically is Chris Farley was supposed to be what Kevin James is in Adam Sandler movies. So he dies, and Kevin James essentially jumps in his grave.
Right.
And he's getting all these things that would have went to Farley in all that time.
Very true. Yeah.
And I bet you Artie was the third choice.
Yeah.
Had it happened in some way.
After,
you never.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Just after Horatio Sands, Artie was third choice.
Now I know what I forgot. You just reminded me. I was supposed to start the show by reading the Horatio Sands, Jimmy Fallon, teen girl trafficking at Saturday Night Live piece that Rolling Stone did. We'll do it next time. But that was something was bothering me the whole show, and that was in my head, and I was supposed to read that article. Grillo's my favorite movie reviewer. Steve Grillo. Brendan says
he
that.
interviewed Jodie Foster.
That's Pacino. Yeah, that's Jack and Jill might be the worst one he is. But Depp's in Jack and Jill. Depp is in the fucking. I can't believe that was how I knew. Like, oh, I mean, we don't know that, and then that could have been a cash grab for all we know.
I was going to say Jack and Jill is like a treasure trove for recouping movie stars.
And is this Adam Sandler's attempt to have a Donnie Brasco reunion? Is that what he's trying to do with that?
Right.
Depp's pretty funny in that. He plays he's obviously playing himself, and he does like a slide. He's wearing a Justin Bieber t-shirt, and he makes a Duran Duran comment to Sandler, some weird banter. But I just love them at a Sacramento Kings game. That's what I love the most about that. I couldn't stop thinking about that the whole time. All right, guys. Great job. Anything going out? Patreon. We just finished the 4-hour and 20-minute Jump Street episode.
Sarah and I are recording Golden Girls next Sunday, so that'll probably be up after March 9th.
I'm looking forward to that. You gonna do 2 episodes during that?
We're gonna do 2 episodes, 2 Betty White focused episodes. One of them is pretty good. One of them is but we'll make the most of it.
What's the premise? What's it about?
The first one is Rose takes a date home and has sex with him, and then the next morning he's found dead in the bed.
Did they show simulated sex in the episode?
No way.
Oh,
the
I
door
don't know.
closes, John, and it fades to black.
Right.
That's the commercial.
Because I was going to say Mr. Skin would have been all over that.
Right.
And about the 14-minute and 50-second mark, Betty White, you can see her Golden Girls papping through the shit.
Sarah wouldn't like it if that happened. She'd think that's not appropriate for the
She doesn't
Golden
like
Girls.
Betty White.
Yeah.
If you love B. Arthur, you have to not like Betty White because they're complete opposites.
Well, and they didn't like each other in real life too. So
that's a shame.
I know
it is a shame.
And then the second one is really lame premise of Betty White's character has to go over her will with the daughter who's the executor of her estate, and just has to reveal like we don't have as much money as you thought we did. So it's.
You want to hear something crazy?
What's that?
Rue McClanahan is the same age on that show as Winona Ryder and Jennifer Connelly are now.
Oh boy, John!
I swear to God,
you're going to be on that episode, John. Like it or
No,
not,
I'm not.
that's what
No,
Dr.
I'm not.
Sarah says right there on the screen. Look, she demands. You're not getting out of it if she demands you're on it. I mean,
I'm only going to be on that.
Is that all you Italians know how to do? Scream and hit?
That's racial. That's racist.
I was thinking about racism the other day. Isn't it amazing how if you and obviously we hate, if you wrote on a car, like if you wrote like something anti-Semitic or something, if you wrote the N-word, right? That's a big deal, right? Person gets, but you never see someone write,
Pollock on a car or
Right.
something like that. If you spray painted Pollock or you spray painted Guinea, that would
Right.
be really funny if you saw that. I would love to walk out of this and somebody wrote Pollock on my car. I would laugh so fucking hard at that. You know, Jackie Marling did that in fucking Bayville.
Right. Yeah.
Pollock.
Left a bunch of kolachkis like on the hood of the car. Right.
Sarah's furious. She wants to watch the Oscars.
She's not watching the. Is she watching the Oscars?
No.
Is the Oscars like the Australian version of the Oscars? Everybody says there's no way they'd ever watch it. But if you ask anybody about
Yes.
something that happened on it, they all
Yes.
know. So everybody says in a go, but everybody's going home to watch it.
Yes.
Is it the same thing? Yeah, good.
Yes,
That's
you
what's-
called it. Nailed it.
You
Hey
can't
guys,
help yourself. Yeah. All right.
You hear me try to
Wind
go.
it up.
Hey guys. Look at Sarah goes. This is the longest wrap up in the history of the internet. Get her out of here.
She's not
Midwestern
wrong.
goodbye.
She's not wrong. Everyone, you guys are fantastic as always. Even you guys at 50% is better than the rest of the internet, me included. Just great shit today. I look forward so much to that Golden Girls Bond. Amazing work. I forget what. I'm so fried right now. I don't know. I owe you something. Oh yeah, Spawn and the Max.
Well, I
Don't
was
make
trying
me
to
forget
find the
that.
Sarah one-on-one during this, and I
Oh,
can't
yeah, you'll
find
find
it.
it.
So I hope you
You'll find
have an MP3 of it. I can't find it on Gunk. It's gone.
Our friend Johnny Bye Bye has them all saved on a hard drive.
I don't think he has the one-on-ones. I know that
He does.
he
Yes, he
uploaded
does.
them all. All right, I'll look.
I think he has
I'll
them
have
all.
to look.
I'm almost positive. Gabe
All right.
Blackface says, how's he football? All right, everyone. I love you. I love you, chat. Thank you for anyone who donated. We're still, however, away from the goal. If you would, it really goes to my
Give us your
medication.
money.
It goes to my my medication. I'll switch again. There's
No,
Dr.
don't
Sarah.
switch so quickly.
I might
You
go to
need give it-
Lexapro. I'm thinking about going to Lexapro.
Well, that makes
Cut.
perfect for us.
Cut
Lexapro
comment is
rant.
hilarious. They need the orchestra music when an acceptance speech is too long for this show.
Oh, God, well, I can do
That's
that.
great.
Yeah.